Sleepy town settled for the night, where every lawn is tailored just right. And it's about time that the back porch light comes on. At that house down the street, at that house on Magnolia Street. Hey, Witch, hey!
Hey, Witch, hey!
I'm Justina.
I'm Christina. Welcome to Magnolia Street. We're your one and only musically inspired practical magic fandom podcast.
Every week, we deep dive on different aspects of the movie and the books, as well as treat your ears to our very own practical magic inspired original music.
Yeah. So we have business today, yeah?
We have a lot of business today because I feel like we've been neglecting our business on every episode because we just have so much content to talk about that we feel like we never have the time to do business anymore. But we do have a lot of listener feedback and some patron feedback and some events coming up, not for us, but other people's events who, practical magic related, and it's October and we want to shout those out. So we have a few little things to shout out. We're gonna give some shout outs to some of the kind listeners who are shouting us out over on Instagram. And Claire SB says, hey, happy Friday. And this was a couple weeks ago at this point. She says, I have just devoured today's episode about clairvoyance and the other Claires whilst putting a boo basket together for my son. And at the end where you shouted me out, she goes, it made me die. It's like, thank you for that. But today's episode was a real interesting one and a joy to listen to. I've experienced a few of the Claires myself at certain times, and it was awesome hearing about both of your experiences. I think it's a natural part of our lives, and I think everyone experiences it to some extent. They just might not be as aware of it as other people are. It was a nice topic, and I look forward to next week's episode, and hearing more about Jay's 444 angel numbers was awesome. She says, I see double numbers, not so much triple numbers though. I tend to see the double numbers when life is good and I'm in a state of flow or when something good and significant is happening. But she says 22 is a significant number in her life, or 22. She said the last house I lived in was number 22, and this house I live in is also number 22.
Whoa.
I met my other half on the 22nd of September. I got pregnant in 2022 and had my son in the same year, and it's his second birthday this coming Monday. So a lot of twos going on over there.
I love that.
Yeah. She also says, I love how you do the podcast and love hearing about all the things and your stories and the funny little things. And it's like we're right there with you. I used to do a local radio show. I did it for a year. And sometimes it's nice to know you're not talking into a void where no one's listening.
Amen.
Yeah. For seriously, sometimes it does feel that way, right? Because it's just me and you all the time, just shooting the shit on here, we're on a phone conversation or something.
Right, absolutely.
Sometimes we forget we're recording. We're like, oh, can you take that part out? Right?
We just segued for 45 minutes. Let's get back on track.
Exactly. Get back on track. So she said feedback's always lovely because it gauges how things are going, doesn't it? It's nice that you guys are still so pumped to do the pod, and it's one of the highlights of my week.
Oh my God.
Just hope you feel ready to wrap season 2 and roll into season 3. I shall be avidly listening. Enjoy your weekend, ladies.
Claire. And her name was Claire.
And her name was Claire.
She was listening to the Claires. Oh my gosh, I love that. Thank you.
Crazy. Season 3.
Yeah. I wonder, is it intimidating to reach out? Maybe it's the Gemini in me, and I just reach out to whoever. If I appreciate your stuff, Claire is reaching out to us. This means so much, but are we intimidating?
I don't know.
Or just somebody talk to us.
Well, I mean, it's the same thing, I guess. I don't know. Maybe it's a little different for me because, like you said, you are the Gemini, and you talk to anybody, everywhere, anytime, any place. But me, I'm I listened to Wabah for the longest time. I've never hit them up on social media. I've written in a letter, and I'm oh my God, I hope they read it. Yeah. So it's kind of you get a little starstruck when you listen to somebody every single week, and they become so intertwined with your life and your daily routine.
Yeah.
You feel like they're your friend, but they're not your friend because you never met them before. But you can relate to so many things and things that they have to share and stories that they tell you when you're listening.
Well, guys, we want to be friends, so hit us up.
Want to be friends with everybody. Yeah. So thank you, Claire, for writing in. That was really sweet. The next one is Magical Rose Vibes on Instagram, and she wrote to us back in July. Sorry, we have been really shitty at keeping up with the messages and reading them on here, but we were on a break all summer, so we apologize if we're just reading this now. But Magical Rose Vibes said, I just just started listening to the podcast a few weeks ago, and I can't stop listening to it. I get home, I stay parked in my driveway, and I listen away.
Oh my God.
Thank you so much for creating this magical podcast. And then she wrote us again more recently, like a couple weeks ago, and said, you guys help me stay relaxed during my morning walks with all the witchy talk. I'm barely on episode 80, but it really helps me feel normal. Sometimes I feel like I don't belong in this world.
Oh,
And can we all relate to that, right?
belong on Magnolia Street, honey.
Yeah. Yes, everybody belongs right here, and we welcome you with open arms. Never alone.
I like that she said we relax her because or them, because I feel like we are unhinged half the time.
Maybe that's the relaxing part. Maybe like
that's their level of I need to bring it down to the Stinas level.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the unhingedness is a little comforting because, we're not perfect. We don't edit every single stupid thing out. We leave in some in, some of our flubs and mistakes and stupid shit that we say. And
yeah,
it just
absolutely.
makes normal.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So thank you, Magical Rose Vibes, for sending us that message. That was really sweet. And we got a hello from Lori. Lori, she's an OG on Magnolia Street. She was cracking me up. What was it, like last week? She sent us this message. She goes, I'm gonna try to do her best southern drawl. She goes, "Hey y'all." She goes, "Jimmy is glad y'all are back. He thought I was getting an unhealthy interest in true crime." And she goes, "I told him y'all were taking a break, so I didn't have anything else to listen to. And he said, when are they coming back?"
Oh my God. This is Lori R. They just were in Salem.
Yes.
Tell the listeners what they told you.
All right. So Lori actually went to the spot where we had our listener meetup last October Friday the 13th at the Regatta Pub in Salem. And when we were there, the kind bartender Rob worked with us to create a signature drink. Mm-hmm. And Lori went there with her crew, and she rolled in, I don't know how many people she had with her, but she rolled in with a pretty significant crew. And she's like, I think she asked for Rob, or I think she said she showed the waitress the email that I had sent her, because remember, she messaged us looking for things to do in Salem, like a few months back. And I sent her a whole email, and like I gave her kind of like, the things that she wants to hit. And I mentioned, if you go to the Regatta Pub, ask for Rob, and maybe he can make you our signature midnight margarita.
Ask for Rob. I love it.
Yeah, she said she showed the waitress the email that I sent, and she showed it to Rob, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I remember them."
That's the first. That is like a first experience for me to be like, no, somebody knew us. We left an impression.
Yeah. So thanks for hooking up our people, Rob. We really appreciate that. And those midnight margaritas. My family, Gina and Mark, are still talking about those midnight margaritas.
No shit. They're so good.
Just Gina's birthday. And we were just at her birthday party. She was telling her friend about them. And she was like, just show her the video about her saying 1 tequila, 2 tequila floor. So yeah, really good. So the whole true crime thing made me laugh. So I was thinking, what do you think? Okay, so Lori, if you're listening, which she probably is, because she listens every week because you're awesome. What if we pull a little bit of a prank on Jimmy? And what if we put together a true crime bonus episode? So like, what if we take the Practical Magic plot and turn it into an episode of true crime? Like, it's complete fiction. God. So like, how there's like a narrator and it just kind of like gives you the rundown of the crime, and then it's like the music is like dun, like suspenseful, and like
that would be fun. I want to do this.
Okay, yeah. So I generated a true crime episode using Practical Magic in ChatGPT.
Okay,
so we're good to go.
Oh God,
we're ready to rock and roll. But I just wanted to throw that idea out there. And what if we post this? Because Halloween this year is not on a Friday, right? It's on a weekday.
It's a Thursday.
So what if, aside from our regular Friday shebang, we release this episode on Halloween, a bonus Halloween episode, True Crime, Practical Magic.
I love it so much. Okay, let's do it.
All right. So Lori, I want you, when this episode drops, I want you to listen to this and make sure Jimmy is in the room so you could make sure he's listening and just be like, the Stinas took a break again. I got to go back to my true crime podcast.
We'll put on our best true crime voices.
Oh my God.
I love it.
Yeah. I don't know. I just thought that would be fun.
That's a great idea.
My mind was exploding with ideas when
I want to do that now.
So yeah, we're gonna
this
try to make that
episode.
happen for you, Lori. I think that would be so much fun. But thanks for giving us that idea. Lori also had some things to say about our leaf magic episode. She had some additional little tidbits to share with us about the magnolia leaf, which I don't even know how we missed that one.
Yeah.
So we're gonna pop those in right here.
Good morning, girls. I'm still listening to episode 91. I know, I'm getting there. I'm trying to catch up. But I wanted to let you know, in case you didn't know, that magnolia leaf can be used as a substitute for a bay leaf. You can use it exactly the same. You can use it in your cooking, your stews, your soups. You can use it the same way you use a bay leaf in your magical working. So I just thought that was interesting and didn't know if you girls knew that. And I thought I'd let you know. Y'all have a good day.
Well, we know that now because Lori told us.
She
Hello.
is such a hedge witch. She just knows all these. I love it. Thank
She's a
you.
well of knowledge.
She
So
is.
I sent her back the emoji, like the face, like I'm like, how do we miss that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you so much, Lori, for sending that in. She sent us a bunch of. Have you been listening to all of her sound bites?
I have not. I'm sorry, Lori.
She's great. And she also she said that listening to Krista's episode, she was like, "Oh my God, Krista is amazing." She wants like to do a session with Krista, and she's like, "I can't wait till you guys have her back on the show." So
Great. Oh, that's great.
Yeah. So guys, if you didn't listen to our Claire's episode yet, that was like what, 2-3 episodes ago? Go listen to that. That was a good one. So thank you, Lori, for sending all that in. Truly appreciate it. And we have a little bit of patron feedback over on the Patreon. So we got a message from Alexandra Giddens, one of our newest patrons. And Alexandra says, "I know I'm mega late to this party, but I did have a few ideas as far as like I think we put out a poll or some kind of questionnaire asking for, what ideas people wanted to hear us talk about. So Alexandra wants to hear about magic and power of long hair, especially the red hair, Essex witches like Ursula Kemp, Cunning Mural, Old George Pickingill, Matthew Hopkins, the Witchfinder General, the Aunt's Coven, sea/weather magic, divination like black mirrors, dropping melted lead into water, tea leaves, etc. And also the props from the movie, perfumes, tattoos, magical realism." And she said, "That's all I can think of right now." So thank you so much, Alexandra, for your feedback. We're adding all of those to our topics list. A couple episodes, we actually did cover a few of those topics in past episodes in season 1. We did a whole tea leaf reading episode as well as an episode on tattoos, and I believe episode 22 was the tea leaf one and episode 32 was the tattoo ritual one.
Both of those are such good episodes. And when we started doing like the tea tasseomancy episode, I don't think we knew the rabbit hole we were going down. We were like, oh, this is like hundreds of years old that we're diving down, as far as tea was concerned. And then having our special guest, Selena Medina, on for the ritual and sacred tattooing. She is such a wealth of knowledge and like one of the only witchy tattoo artists that I'm aware of. So it was so cool to talk to her. She's so amazing.
Yeah, those were great episodes. So definitely check those out if you haven't already. I can't wait to hit some of those ideas that she has given us.
Absolutely. I know the first one that I read was the hair one. I was like, oh my God, the amount of magic that is in hair alone is going to be insane. And all these other ideas are awesome. The sea and weather magic. Oh my gosh, being on the coast like that, in the film, it's going to be very exciting. We have a lot to discuss.
Yeah. If you guys have been listening for a while, Christina loves her nautical history.
Oh, yeah.
And her seafaring magic. So yeah, we're going to get to those eventually. So thank you for writing in and giving us some of those ideas and feedback. There are a couple events coming up at the end of this month, some practical magic inspired events, and one of these events is coming right out of Coopville. And this was, if you guys know, Coopville was, where a lot of practical magic, the film, was filmed. Coopville Waterfront is the name on Instagram, and they are hosting a slew of wonderfully witchy events in Coopville, Washington State, the home of the filming of practical magic. October 24th, 25th, and 26th, there will be a practical magic movie night, which is 21 plus, so I'm guessing there's maybe some booze involved. And I'm not sure if it's like an outdoor, one of those outdoor movie nights, or if it's like an indoor ticketed kind of event. I'm not really sure on the details, but I'll give you the website in a little bit. But October 26th will be a torchlight parade and street dance.
Oh my God, how whimsical.
Yeah, and also on October 26th will be a Spells and Brews Garden 21 plus. So obviously that's like probably a beer garden of some sort. And October 27th, there will be the Great Coopville Pumpkin Race. And all of these events take place right there in historic Coopville.
Oh my
And
God.
where there's a little witch in all of us. So head to www.coopvillehistoricwaterfront.com/practicallymagic for tickets to all of these events.
Girl,
I
I know we
know.
miss Salem, but next year,
I want to
we might
go.
have to go there next year.
know.
How
I want to go.
fun.
I want to go so bad. So yeah, Coopville Waterfront on Instagram. Have fun. We've been, reposting the event flyers that you've been posting over there. So hopefully we can get some people out to you.
Magical weekend.
That sounds so, oh God. To
Yeah.
be in Coopville?
I know. And
Practical
experience the
magic
best
stuff?
time of year and do all these fun little things. You get a practical magic movie night. You get a parade. You get to dance in the street. You get to have brews if you're old enough. And you get to have a pumpkin race.
This like 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th.
Yes.
That's 4 days. So, like almost a week, a couple days shy of a week full of practical magic. Goodness.
A whole extended weekend.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I want to go to Coopville. Listen, it would be nice though to take a trip with you that doesn't have to do with business.
But let's be real though. I feel like it's not business. This is like fun for me. Like getting to talk about practical magic all the time with you, like it's a treat. Like I don't consider this isn't work. Yeah. Like it's
That's true. The actual doing is amazing. The logistic stuff beforehand kind of sucks.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you got to take some of the bad with the good. So
I know.
It's all worth it though. It's all worth it. Yeah. So the next thing that I want to mention is the Nightbird Tribute Band is hosting a practical magic soiree. So we got a message from Brooke Allison over at the Nightbird Tribute Band back in July. She reached out to us to tell us about this. So I want to make sure I get this in because this is coming up at the end of this month as well. So for those who don't know, the Nightbird Tribute Band is an amazing Stevie Nicks Fleetwood Mac tribute band. Brooke reached out to us to let us know that this month, October 25th, they will be hosting a practical magic ball. They will have vendor booths selling handmade wares, as well as fortune telling and palm reading. So if you are in the Texas area, you can join the magical fun at the ballroom at Tanglewood from 7 p.m. to midnight at 5430 Westheimer Way in Houston, Texas 77056. So you can get your tickets at nightbirdsoiree.eventbrite.com. We will post all of this if you guys check out our show notes. I'll just put like a little link on the sidebar of events coming up this month. I'll put all the links to these tickets over there so you guys can get in on all of that. So this says ages 13 plus are able to attend. Adult admission tickets are $35. And they posted on September 9th looking for vendors, so they might have what they need at this point. I'm not sure. But if you are a witchy vendor in the Houston, Texas area and you're listening and you'd like to be considered for their event, you can email thinningveilcreations@gmail.com. And if you do happen to go, write to us at Magnolia Street podcast@gmail.com and let us know how much fun you had there, because I want to know what's going on at all these practical magic events. I wish we could teleport to every single one of these.
No, this sounds so fun. Yeah, I totally agree.
Exactly. So speaking of Stevie Nicks, did you see that she just dropped a new track, The Lighthouse?
I did. This actually came up on like my shuffle yesterday, and I was like, "Oh, this is powerful shit. This is a spell."
It is a spell, yes, because as we know, she wrote this song inspired by the overturning of Roe v. Wade. So this is a quote. If you go to, I think, her website, there's the link to her video, and then under it, it's this little blurb that she had to say about the writing of the song. So Stevie says, "I wrote the song a few months after Roe v. Wade was overturned. It seemed like overnight, people were saying, what can we as a collective force do about this? For me, it was to write a song. It took a while because I was on the road." She's just such a fucking rock star.
Yeah, really.
Then early one morning, I was watching the news on TV and a certain newscaster said something that felt like she was talking to me, explaining what the loss of Roe v. Wade would come to mean. I wrote the song the next morning and recorded it that night. That was September 6th, 2022. I have been working on it ever since. So let's put this into perspective right now. Stevie Nicks, the goddess of rock and fucking roll, has been working on this one track since 2022. And me and you are like getting antsy about 4 or 5 songs to release that we've been working on for maybe, I don't know, 6 months to a year or something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
I know she is a goddess. And it's amazing that she said she wrote it the next morning and recorded it that night. She's like, it's this bubble of inspiration has to be out there in the world. It has to be spoken into creation.
She did that. So she said that was September 6th, 2022. I have been working on it ever since, and I have often said to myself, this may be the most important thing I ever do, to stand up for the women of the United States and their daughters and granddaughters and the men that love them. This is an anthem.
It's kind of heavy. It's like a little heavier sound, and I love it.
Very.
Yeah.
Did you watch the music video yet?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Vibes.
Chills.
It's a vibe.
So all the women in the world just know that Stevie Nicks is on our side. Auntie Stevie got our backs.
She does. Did she have an abortion at one point?
Yes,
Yeah.
she did.
So this is very personal for her.
It's very personal for her.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's part of her story. So,
Check out that song.
yeah, it's beautiful.
Speaking of music, just a small update on our Plaid Dog recording project. At this time of recording this, just yesterday, we did a virtual live string session to add some real strings to our original song, One Green Eye, One Blue. And this was a really nice surprise because we thought we were done tracking. Like back in April or May, when we wrapped things up, we wrapped up the strings on All Hallows Eve. Like since then, we worked on keyboards. Justina was putting in a lot of time getting this specific organ sound just right. And, other post-production parts that were all done on MIDI. And that's like a computerized sound. And we asked my brother-in-law Elias to lay down some strings on his end MIDI style, and we were totally fine with what he had produced for One Green Eye, One Blue. The strings that he put in were perfect. Like they were wonderful.
Yeah, I thought they sounded good for MIDI, and we were fine with that. But our producer Mike was having some issues getting them to sound right in the mix, and he thought that the MIDI-ness of the strings brought down the integrity of the track. So he actually gave us the option. Right? He messaged both of us and he was like, hey, can you guys do a Zoom call like right now? And I'm like, I'm at work. You just got home from work. I was like, I can jump on. And like, I thought for sure he was going to be like, guys, we're going to have to cut the strings. Like,
right. He was kind of pushing back on the strings, and like, he's got other clients he's got to work with. And we were throwing in all this post sound for him to try to fit in. So we thought he was going to be like, I can't, sorry.
Yeah. But it actually ended up being the complete opposite, right? We both jumped on the call kind of like, I was get like a little like not shaky, but like I was like, what is he gonna say? But he gave us the option to do another live string session with the amazing Eva Walsh, who did the string arrangements on All Hallows Eve this past spring. And it was an extra bit of cash, but nothing unreasonable. And I think we both knew, me and Christina knew, it was a no-brainer. If given the option to do another live string section on another track, we both thought it was worth it. So I think it's safe to say that the last bit of tracking that needed to be done, completely worth it. And so now at this point, the string session on that song is wrapped. Mike can now start sending us mixes for the remainder of the songs.
It's beautiful. When she was playing it, I was like, this would be a really pretty thing to walk down the aisle to.
Oh God, yeah.
It was so beautiful. Yeah. Insert the take my money meme for this occasion. I was like, absolutely. Yeah, we're in the home stretch, and we initially, projected that we wanted to drop this album this fall. And ideally we wanted to get it out by Halloween. But at this point, I think it's safe to say that it probably won't happen this month.
Not this month. Yeah, maybe November. I mean, Mike works pretty quickly once he puts the pedal to the metal. Like, if we learned anything from the Magnolia Street single when we did that, like we had crunch time because we had to get that campaign launched in like a week or something like that, right? Like a very short amount of time. So now that he has everything tracked and he can actually sit down and mix everything now, like I think we'll be, good to go once he starts sending us mixes and we fine tweak things, and then he could just get the mastering done. I'm not sure how long all that's going to take, but I don't think it'll be as long as we've been waiting since going to Boston,
Right. And we want to do this the right way. It would have been such the cherry on top for our fall season, but we want to make sure we get you guys like little teasers and do the marketing right, and maybe get this into the right hands. And there's some legal stuff on the back end. We want to make sure this is available to listen to, like on Spotify.
Yeah. So I think it's hard to say exactly until we get the masters in our hands. We won't know like when exactly we can push this and start, getting distribution ready and stuff.
Right.
So right now it's just a waiting game, but we wanted to thank you all for your continued support and patience, and we promise that it will so be worth the wait great. The mixes are sounding amazing. I listen to All Hallows Eve on my morning walks, and the leaves are falling and they're crunching under my feet, and I just get all in my feels, and it's so magical. And I can't, and that one's not even mixed yet. Like, he hasn't even sent us a mix for that one yet. I'm just listening to the rough from the studio.
Yeah, it's so magical.
So once he puts that polish on it, and hearing his guitar parts, and he added some tambourine, like, we haven't heard it with all like the nice polish.
I didn't even know you mentioned this guitar part and tambourine. Pardon? I was like, what? You guys are adding more?
Remember last week he sent us like the guitar idea, and it was like he got rid of my twangy guitar, and you were like saying like, no, I like the twangy guitar. Like,
yeah, that's right.
On that end of the spectrum, as far as like adding those guitar parts, because I kind of wanted him to do a happy medium between my twangy guitar and his moodier guitar. I'm like, can you keep
I have Gemini in you? Like, I want both.
I'm trying to, like, just have the best of both worlds, because
totally.
I liked the part that he did, but we liked the brightness of my guitar parts better, I feel like.
Right.
And he's the moodiness brought down maybe a little bit.
Exactly. And if y'all go back and listen to the All Hallows Eve episode, like, our intention was to make it as uplifting and joyful, and like that whoosh, that upward motion at the end of the film. And moody is awesome, of course, be moody, but we wanted it to stay, light on your feet. We want to make you dance.
Yeah, it was only a picking guitar part, but it did have like a little bit of a darker undertone. So we'll see what he was able to do. I haven't heard the new guitar part he put in that's supposed to sound a little brighter, so I can't wait to get those mixes back when he sends those to us. So are we ready to talk about some hats?
Some hats. I got a quote from a Granny Weatherwax. It's a witch's hat because you wear it, but you're a witch because you wear the hat. I have yet to read this book.
What is this
I
book?
need to read this book. Terry Pratchett's Discworld series.
Oh yeah, I do remember talking about that.
We are talking witch hats today, y'all.
To start off, I just want to read this little blurb from a writer named Elizabeth Yuko over at history.com. So Elizabeth says, America's obsession with witches is older than the country itself. At first, it was rooted in fear, fueling false accusations of witchcraft, including those that led to the Salem witch trials. Beyond the courtroom, witches have been a steady presence in American culture through folk legends and local lore, fairy tales, Halloween traditions, and eventually television and films. Practical magic. Over time, a singular witch archetype emerged in American popular culture. The pointy hat, the broomstick, black cat, which we talked about last week, right? Black hats. And we have done the broomstick episode on season 1. And it hasn't changed much since people began dressing up as witches for Halloween more than a century ago. But where does this imagery come from? Like the characters themselves, the origins and histories of the witch costume are complicated. So we're going to get into all of that today. And that article is a lot longer than the little blurb. I just read the intro from it. She goes into a lot of the stuff that we're going to be talking about today, so I don't want to spoil. I'm leaving everything chronologically as Christina requested for this one. She got very Virgo on me on this one.
Highlights and everything.
I'm not skipping ahead, I promise. But I just wanted to set the stage. So, and read that little intro, and we're going to explore all of those areas and why the witch hat is such a mysterious, stereotypical trope in film.
Of the uniform, basically.
Basically, yes.
Stereotypical witch.
So today we're going to venture down every single rabbit hole and explore just that. And as usual, we are going to start by diving into the books. Now, I do want to preface this by saying I don't think the books have any stereotypical pointy black witch hats, correct?
No, ma'am. No. And the hats that I did pull were just from Magic Lessons, because I feel like that point in American history, women covering their heads was more prevalent.
Okay. Yeah. So why don't you take us through the book Magic Lessons, Maria's story from the 1600s?
Sure. And this is more about like bonnets, to be honest. So 127 to 128, and this is Magic Lessons. It says, Puritans placed meaning in the color of clothes. Black symbolized humility. Russet and brown, made from madder root dye, was the color of poverty. Gray meant repentance, and white, the color of caps and cuffs and collars, was purity and virtue. Page 153, Ruth is John Hathorne's wife, wore a white cap, her blonde hair hidden, her fair skin blotchy from hours of gardening. It was then that she knew black leaves began to fall. Page 153, the crow was so brazen he pulled the white caps off their heads as they walked to church on Sundays. 160, she wore a gray dress with her cap covering her hair. She was pretty and pale and confused, but most of all, she was frightened. 163, Hawthorne took Maria's arm, but she pulled away. She was not about to do as she was told. Amen. Yes, girl. As if she were the one who wore a white cap and stood behind the window too fearful to leave her own yard.
Ooh, was that
I
a
know.
dig at Ruth?
Savage.
That is so savage. I never picked that up. That's funny.
A few pages later, 165, she wore a white cap she had sewn using the white cotton lining of a bodice of her blue dress. She had affixed white cuffs to a gray shift so that she would appear more presentable. So at some point, she does try to do just that, blend in a little more. Page 390. Faith Owens was regularly seen in town with a book in hand, reading as she walked. She wore a wide-brimmed black hat and men's trousers, and she carried a satchel of books to ensure that if she should finish one volume, she would be handily prepared with the next. 392. She called the mare Holly, and people became accustomed to seeing her riding through the fields at night, wearing trousers and carrying a satchel of books, her red hair tucked up under her black hat. And to me, this is like, the wide-brimmed black hats that maybe we see more for seafaring men. Like this is to me is like it has one side flipped up. I just put this here because this was what I was picturing her wearing.
Yeah. I have a couple observations, but not about the hats. It's mostly, so I've been listening to Salem the podcast, and I was just listening to an episode about the Crucible and Arthur Miller and, that whole play. They said something that I was like, actually, and well, hold on, wait, this started when me and Avi were watching Salem, the show, the TV show Salem.
Yeah.
We started rewatching it because we started watching it when it first came out, but then we kind of like fell off and started watching other things, forgot about it, but we just restarted it and now we're like in it.
Okay.
So there was a scene where Mary Sibley, the lead woman, she says something in reference to like, oh, the Puritans hate Catholics or something like that. And Avi, he goes to me, he was like, wait a minute, were the Puritans not Catholic? And I was like, no, they weren't Catholic. So they actually had a disdain for each other, which I could see where it gets confused because the Puritans and Catholics, they both kind of have that judgy kind of
totally. Yeah, purity.
Yeah. I kind of want to do an episode on Puritans and just kind of do like the differences between the two. That stuck out at me. And then I listened to the Salem the podcast episode, and I was just listening to the Crucible episode. And literally the day after me and Avi had that conversation, they were talking about, how the Puritans hated the Catholics.
Wow. Okay.
So I think it would be so interesting to do a deep dive on the Puritans and how they differentiate from Catholicism.
In The Witch, it's like Puritan times in the movie The Witch, but they are like exiled from, I guess, the rest of the community for religious reasons.
Yeah, they were, excommunicated. Is that the right word?
Okay, all right.
Shunned? Yeah, shunned. I don't remember exactly what they did. I don't even know if they said what they did, but it was for religious reasons, I believe. And then another thing that stuck out to me in these passages in Magic Lessons where it's talking about Faith Owens carrying around a satchel of books. So listening to Salem the podcast, they talk a lot about, those times and how if you had a lot of books back then, that meant that you had a lot of money. So I'm wondering if maybe that part is not as accurate because Maria came to Salem with nothing, right? Like she didn't come from money. She didn't come from money. So
is Faith doing the black magic on the side for cash, or she's stealing them?
Or maybe or that, or like I'm wondering where she's getting all these books from because I don't think it's from Maria because Maria didn't really have anything back then. Not until Samuel Diaz gave her all the trees and she got all that land, and until she built that Owens mansion.
Exactly.
Right?
Maybe it is almost a form of currency. Maybe she's like, I'm going to carry all of this with me because fuck you guys, you're not going to touch my books.
Unless I'm not remembering, maybe Hathorne paid her off to keep quiet and stay off in the outskirts in that cabin.
Right.
I don't remember him like giving her any hush money, which is what most politicians seem to do these days. But right.
You are right.
I don't remember. Maybe he did, but I don't know. I'm like, where did Faith get the money for all these books? If books did mean like you had money back in the day, like,
Mm-hmm.
So that's the only other thing that I mentioned that I
want to get into the screenshots because I'm looking at the third screenshot. I've never noticed the man in the third screenshot. He's handsome. I could see Maria being up on that.
Yeah, it looks like he's wearing he looks like he's wearing a wig, right?
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, I'm sure they're all wearing wigs, but his looks very fake under that hat.
He would be Daniel Dia de la Lewis in The Crucible.
Dude, I was listening to the Salem the podcast episode about The Crucible, and they kept talking about Daniel. What's his name?
Daniel Day-Lewis.
Daniel Day-Lewis, and I kept going Daniel Day-Lewis. I'm like, damn it, Christina. And then
Yeah.
they were talking about how his teeth, because he
Yes.
played John Proctor, right? So like as the movie progresses and things I guess like get crazier, his teeth get worse throughout the movie.
That's right. Oh my gosh. Is that an accurate depiction of dental hygiene at the time, you think?
Oh,
Or is that
sure.
just Daniel being a method actor?
I really don't know. They actually had a lady on who I forget her name, but she works for some like private library in Salem and she does tours and she does specifically Crucible tours
Oh, wow.
about the play. And they asked her about the teeth and she was like, "Well, you know us Americans, we're obsessed with teeth." So it's a really good episode if you guys want to go head on over to Salem the podcast. I'm learning a lot over there that I, would otherwise not know, and it's
And
great.
Justina did send me the episode of the black gold pepper, I think pepper at the time, and like sea trade and all that stuff. And it was cool to be like, I know who that is. I know that person. The girl's voice is so calming,
Right,
especially in that
Sarah.
episode. I'm like, God, you have a good podcast voice.
Sarah Black,
Not
yeah.
us howling into these mics.
I know. And then the friendship, they were talking about, was that, wait, I don't remember if it was the friendship, not the fame. It was something,
Fame.
it was something else, but it's the ship that's on the bottle of the Old Spice cologne bottles.
Yes.
Right?
Derbies.
The Grand Turk.
Grand Turk. Yeah.
Grand
I love
Turk.
that. It's so sneaky.
Yeah, very sneaky. So it's a great podcast. If you guys want to learn about Salem history, I'm obsessed with Salem. I want to be there all day, every day, 365, but I can't. I can't. So I got to stay immersed somehow, just like you guys listening to this podcast want to stay immersed in the Owens family. Podcasts are just such a great way to, stay immersed in those worlds that you want to be in that, you can't because reality.
Yeah.
So
I love that. Yeah. You found your niche with that podcast. They do a really good job.
Yeah. I'll keep sending you episodes that I think will resonate with you, but I thought the one on the privateering would right up your alley.
Yes,
sure.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And then you were like, "Girl, you wouldn't tell me about the fame. You didn't tell me that we could go on the friendship while we were there." I was like, "I just found this out too."
And I was like, "You're telling me I could have been hoisting fucking rigging and being on a boat and we didn't do it?" You're like, "I had no idea, bitch. Calm down."
Listen, the booze cruise with the lady with 4 costume changes and the guy with antlers giving tarot readings, talking about my husband's private parts, calling him Roger Conant in front of children. That's the best I could do. I'm sorry.
Oh, in my face.
We'll go back and we'll do it all. I promise. I'm making a new Salem bucket list of all the stuff that I never knew about before listening to this podcast.
Awesome. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Cool.
we're gonna do it all when we go back. Anyway,
Puritans.
Puritans. All right, we're gonna get into the film now. The intro scene. We see the Puritan black pilgrim hats, the tall hats on the men, and the women in the white bonnets, right? The women all had the bonnets on. The men all had the black tall pilgrim hats. There was one woman right before she flees, she's wearing a black pilgrim hat. So I don't know if they were trying to pass her off as a man because they needed extras. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because I don't think women wore those types of hats back in the day. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't capture that screenshot, but I was like, hey, that's a woman in a So yeah, the whole intro scene is Puritan New England. The men got the black pilgrim hats, the women have the white bonnets on. Was there anything else you wanted to add to the intro scene as far as the hats are concerned?
As far as the hats, there are quite a few different men's styles. I know they have specific names. I should have looked into it, but all the men seem to have this same stylist as far as hair and facial hair. I'm wondering what maybe we have it later in our notes, the collars, they just look like a separate piece of clothing. And I'm wondering why that is, why you would have a white collar just for purity, because you're just all in black all the time.
Maybe. This is like, we have to do a whole deep dive on Puritans.
Yes.
And we'll get into the clothing for sure at some point. But yeah, they do have a couple different styled black hats here. Some are a little more squared off at the top. And some of them have taller tops with like a little, I guess, sash around and a buckle. And then it looks like that guy off to the left-hand side has kind of a shorter top and it's more rounded with a rounder brim. And some of them even have a brim more pointed upward a little bit. Like that guy in the back looks like his brim is a little kind of curved up. That's basically the intro scene. We're gonna get into the Puritans and their hats a little later on, and pilgrims too, right? We're gonna talk about pilgrims a little later on. So I'm not gonna get too into all of that right now. We're gonna talk about the garden scene.
But surprise, we're not just doing witch hats. We're doing all the hats.
Well, if you think about it, that the aunts in the movie and even in the books, there were no pointy witch hats in the books. Really, they only reserve the pointy witch hats for the stereotypical scene at the end, where we
talked about by production.
Exactly, that was made up production. That wasn't in the books. In the books, that story ended on Thanksgiving, not Halloween, right?
But also connected to pilgrims.
Yeah. So go listen to I think it was our All Hallows Eve episode, right? Our song-episode, or we did another Halloween episode last season.
Okay. What did we talk about?
We talked about the scene with the hats and how Sally is kind of saying those things in jest to Gary, like, oh, just wait till you come around on Halloween, you'll really see something. And she was joking, but like really she was kind of playing into that stereotype.
Yes, exactly.
Right? And at the end of the movie, they do play into that stereotype.
Give the people what they want.
Yeah. So if you think about it, they reserved that stereotype for the end because that's Halloween. We want to see those, pointy witch hats, and that gives us the Halloween vibes. But in reality, the aunts on their day-to-day, in their mundane lives, when they're just making use of practical magic, not like that abracadabra kind of magic, they wear all different types of hats. And I think we could say that figuratively and literally, right?
Absolutely. Their style, unmatched.
Right.
It's beautiful.
They are Renaissance women in their own right. Like they do the whole needlepoint thing, the thread thing, the spinning of the thread. What do you call it, Christina? You do this.
Weaving, wool spinning. Yeah.
We just did an episode on that. So go follow our spinning the thread series, which we still have not touched back on that.
It's coming.
So we'll get to that at some point. But like they do all these sorts of different like arts and crafts projects. They garden, they keep their land, they keep house. Like they have all these little talents under their belt that they've accumulated over the years, probably watching on Isabel or their other ancestors, and just passed down. Soap, right? Making soap.
Absolutely. So, everything is very practical. They have to be able to do this work. Their accessories have to be practical. I don't think a witch hat is going to do that.
Yeah. So, and even lounging in the garden, it seems like a talent to them. Like they put on that hat and they're sitting in there sipping on that port and their wine. Yeah. So this garden scene in the very beginning, when Sally and Jillian come to live with the aunts on Magnolia Street. Yeah. So although the aunts don't don the stereotypical black pointy hat, aside from Halloween anyway, they do seem to have quite the collection of everyday wear as far as the hats are concerned. So in this garden scene in the beginning, where Jet and Franny are arguing about Franny's poor Ethan, Jet is wearing a small brimmed straw hat with a scarf draped over the entire thing and tied at the neck. And this is a cute little DIY that you can do whilst lounging in your own garden. I actually found a YouTuber by the name of Cheryl Coyote who filmed a short. Yeah, she's cute. She filmed a short and sweet video on her YouTube channel on how she created her own Aunt Jet inspired garden hat.
I've seen this. Yeah. So cute.
Yeah. So she sourced a couple different items together to create this look. She started with a Betmar, New York straw hat that her mother was tossing out. I'm pretty sure you guys can thrift any of these items.
Absolutely.
She said it's pretty close to the style of the straw hat that Jet had in the movie. A round crown, a little turned up at the rim. And then from eBay, she sourced, and I quote, a marvelous piece of embroidered net from France from the 1950s.
Dang.
Yeah. So this piece wasn't long enough, so she went with her second option. She bought a couple different options. So the next one was a significant piece of rayon netting with cute little embroidered flowers in lace. So to get Jet's look, she took the hat, she put on the straw hat, and then she took the rayon fabric and draped it over the top of her hat. Then she crosses the fabric at the neck, and then she drapes the remaining pieces over the back and lets it hang down.
So beautiful.
Yeah. And at the end of the video, Cheryl Coyote had some wise words of advice. She says, a I'm really excited. I have no idea where I'm gonna wear it. It will look stupid, but you know, the older I get, the less I care about if stuff looks stupid, because you know, one of these days I'm gonna be lying on my deathbed, and I know on that day I am not gonna be thinking about the stuff that I did and was sorry for. I'm gonna be thinking about the stuff that I didn't do and I wish I had done. I'm gonna be thinking about this dumb hat and this fabric and how come I didn't put it together and prance around. That's the sort of regrets I'm gonna have. So anyway, that's one regret now that I'm not gonna have. I'm gonna mark it off the bucket list. So those are
Wonderful.
very great words to live by. So ladies, wear the hat.
Wear the hat.
Wear the hat.
Is there a kind of poem where it's like, wear the red hat with a purple dress? Do you know, have you heard that?
That sounds really familiar. Wasn't there one from the Practical Magic issue of Fairy Magazine? Was there a hat thing in there?
I don't know. Oh, I don't know. Do you want me to look? Oh, it's from the Red Hat Society.
Oh.
The poem begins, when I am an old woman, I shall wear purple with a red hat which doesn't go and doesn't suit me. And I shall spend my pension on brandy and summer gloves and satin sandals and say we've no money for butter. I shall sit down on the pavement when I am tired and gobble up samples in shops and press alarm bells and run my stick along public railings and make up for the sobriety of my youth. I shall go out in my slippers in the rain and pick the flowers in other people's gardens and learn to spit. I can wear terrible shirts and grow more fat and eat 3 pounds of sausages at a go, or only bread and pickle for a week, and hoard pens and pencils and beer mats and things in boxes. But now we must have clothes that keep us dry and pay our rent and not swear in the street and set a good example for the children. We must have friends to dinner and read the papers, but maybe I ought to practice a little now, so people who know me are not too shocked and surprised when suddenly I am old and start to wear purple. That is an Owens poem, is it not?
Did Aunt Isabel write that?
Exactly.
Franny or Jet?
This is called When I Am an Old Woman, I Shall Wear Purple by Jenny Joseph.
That's adorable.
I love
that.
it.
That is exactly the sentiment that Cheryl Coyote, pretty much just said. Just wear the hat, do what you want. And like when you get to that age, who the fuck cares, right? Who
Exactly.
cares?
Yeah.
I feel like worrying about what people think of you is for the young ones. Right? When you're still trying to impress your peers and you're still trying to, keep up with the Joneses and
Be part of the crowd.
Yeah. When you get to a certain age, all of that caring about hullabaloo, it all goes out the window. No one cares. All right. I'm looking through this issue of Fairy Magazine, the issue number 40 from autumn 2017. I don't see any other articles on witch hats, but this does have one page. It says creative millinery for the discerning and fashionable witch, from traditional black to earth tone sculptural wool felt. There's a hat for the witch in all of us. And this is by lalabugdesigns.etsy.com, Evercrumbly and Witch.etsy.com, handicraftkate.etsy.com, and handicraftkate.etsy.com, and then handicraftkate.com. So both of her Etsy and her personal sites. So look at these. These are cute.
Oh, so pretty. Yeah. Very, very witchy. Extra witch.
Yeah. If you're going to Renaissance Fair and you want to go as a witch, these would be the perfect hat. This one down on the bottom, this is my speed right here. Right here.
Maximalist. I like the one where she's leaning profile with the white dress.
That's cute. That one's very whimsical, but this one's high design, baby. That's your designer witch.
Yes, they're Gucci.
Very what's her name from American Horror Story? The High Priestess, Jessica Lange.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
What's her name? Not Cornelia.
Cordelia's the daughter.
Cordelia, her daughter, right? I don't remember her name. It's been a minute since I watched that season. But yeah, very high fashion, very cute hats. Okay, so this magazine is a few years old now at this point. 2017, right?
Yeah.
Some of these Etsy's might not even exist anymore. That was a while ago. So
okay, we'll continue.
Yeah. If they do exist, we'll pop them in over on the hero page in our show notes if anyone's to access those. I will add those later on.
I just want to say that Diane Wiest in this screenshot at this garden table is so beautiful. Her skin is just so buttery and beautiful and soft, and she just has those smiling eyes all the time. And right, you can make this look. She's got the straw hat and then just any white gauzy or lacy longer scarf or wrap, and just throw that over your hat, crisscross it around your chin, throw it over your shoulders, bada bing, bada boom, pour yourself a drink.
Glass of port, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And then just give your nieces some unsolicited advice.
Be a real downer.
And it's funny, like the juxtaposition between her and Franny. Like Jet is just this very like muted, neutral color palette, color tones, right? And then you go to Franny, and she's just like Franny's wearing all the things, like all the colors, all the earrings, all the eyeliner, all the scarves, all the necklaces. Like Franny, okay,
He is you.
it's Franny is me, and Jet is you. That's why when we did our aunt's photo shoot, that's why we picked who we picked.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Kind of fits the bill, right?
But this hat is so unforgettable that Franny is wearing, isn't it?
Right? Because I mean, look how freaking big it is.
Mhm.
Yeah. So we just talked about Jet. Let's talk about Franny now. Franny's hat in the scene is a little more extravagant, very demure.
Very demure.
Very demure. Not so cutesy, but just like very. It's making a statement, right? So this is one of those oversized floppy garden hats that I think only Franny has. One of these hats. It's just that don't give a fuck attitude, and to look so badass as to be sipping a glass of port in the middle of the day. So let's talk about it. So I actually found a designer that makes these Aunt Franny straw garden hat replicas called Baron hats. And they are for sale, I think, on baronhats.com for $950. Talk about high design.
High. Yeah. That's out of my price.
That's a little out of my price range too. I don't know if I have that kind of money to be dishing out on something I'm just going to be sitting in my garden just drinking port.
Right.
But the website says, inspired by Stockard Channing's gorgeous hat in the movie Practical Magic, this wide brim hat is available in two types of straw, cuenca and paglina. Our cuenca hat is hand woven in Ecuador, while our paglina straw is a special single braided straw that is sewn together to create this unique style. So it says, for more information about our material, please email us at mail@baronhats.com. So it says our Aunt Fran replica begins as a single piece of braided straw and then sewn together on our special antique sewing machine. Please allow 4 to 6 months for completion of your order. These hats take them a significant amount of time. Like, you're not going to be able to exchange, like, these are custom made.
100%. Yeah. You gotta really want it.
Gotta commit.
Yeah.
Commit to the bit. Yeah. So the Aunt Fran hat, they say, is made in the style of classic women's hats, and they are standard in the costume industry. Baron Hats Inc. is not affiliated in any way, nor do they, by fact or inference, imply to hold any rights or authorization. They're just a fan, and they want to replicate or, supply these replicas to fans who love them and want to emulate the aunt's style. So the two different types of straws. So let's get into those. So they make the cuenca straw hat, which is the more like, I guess it's like more of like a reddish color. I want to say, would you say that's closer to the one Franny has, or do you think it's the one below that, the paglina straw?
I would say more yellow. I would probably lean more yellow than red for Franny. Yeah.
Yeah, so the paglina straw one looks more accurate as to what Franny is using in the movie. So the cuenca straw hat, it's more of like a reddish kind of straw. So this says, the cuenca straw is a type of straw used to make the Panama hats in the city of Cuenca, Ecuador. On the origin, the straw comes from the leaves of the toquilla palm, also known as paja toquilla. The harvesting and processing of the leaves is a traditional craft that involves boiling, bleaching, and weaving. As far as the weaving goes, Cuenca hats are woven using a herringbone pattern. The fineness of the weave determines how long it takes to make the hat and how much straw is used. The finest hats can have over 1,000 weaves per square inch. The quality. Cuenca straw hats is known for its quality and eco-friendliness. The straw is naturally multicolored with cream and green tones. It can also be dyed to create other colors such as blacks, browns, blues, yellows, and pinks. And the traditional weaving of Ecuadorian straw hats was added to the UNESCO World Heritage List in 2012. The hats were originally worn by workers building the Panama Canal to protect them from the sun. The next one is the paglina straw hat, the one that we think looks a little more close to what Franny has on in the film. And these straw hats, this material is more of an artificial straw material made from viscose that is often used for hat making and other headwear. It's more durable, so it's stronger and more resistant than many natural straws, and is also weather resistant and is a good choice for hats in the rain, whereas the Cuenca straw hat might not be so resistant because it's...
If you're spending $950, you fucking better not be wearing this hat in the rain.
Right? Or if you are planning on wearing it in the rain, maybe go for the paglina one and not the Cuenca one, Just choices. The paglina one is versatile, can be dyed in many different colors. It's got a fine weave and creates a visually attractive look for hats, headdress, bases, and pomalas. I guess that's another type of hat. It says it's easy to work with, so the Piccolina can be manipulated in many ways to achieve the desired shape, and the Piccolina straw is available in a range of colors and can be purchased by the meter or in full bundles. Piccolina braid is a fine straw braid that can be used for trimming, embellishment, or constructing hat brims. I was looking for like an actual replica of what Jet has, but it seems kind of more of like a DIY. Like Jet kind of just threw this together, right?
Yeah, I feel like
Franny.
Jet and Franny shop in different sections of the same store.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. They have completely different styles, and that's what makes them so individually unique, right?
Yeah. And I didn't realize that this hat that Franny is wearing shows up more than once.
Yes.
Not just in the garden.
A couple times, yeah. So let's talk about the post office scene now. And you know what I never noticed before? Like, not even just the hats. Look at what the aunts are wearing.
Very structured, very tailored, very demure.
But they're also wearing pretty much the same exact thing that they were wearing in the previous garden scene when Sally was a child. Jet is wearing
Almost. Yeah, almost.
Jet is wearing the wraparound hat with the scarf again, and the tan outfit, right? All neutral, no other colors really. And Franny is still in that kind of like orange brown tones, mute, like, you know, the oranges, more orange tones.
Yeah.
They're both very neutral, but different neutral palettes, right?
Exactly. Yes. And this is probably the most structure like in an outfit because it looks like a buttoned up jacket almost, but they have like matching skirt that goes with it.
Their outfits look like they could be slightly different, but the color scheme are pretty much the same from the garden scene previously. They're both wearing the same exact hats though, so the outfit
are they though? Is Jet's hat the same? It looks a little different. It looks like the brim is a little softer and flat.
Okay, so
but same style. She's rocking the same style.
Yeah, so Franny's outfit looks like it could be slightly different, but the color scheme is the same, and they are both wearing what looks like they could be either the same exact hat or styled the same, more specifically Jet, right? Because she likes to put that scarf over her little brimmed hat. So the outfits look pretty much the same with the exception of the teeny orange parasol that Franny is carrying. And you know what cracks me up about this? Is that it's almost as if the writers of the film are trying to subliminally tell us that Sally has been in this never-ending loop that the aunts have been complaining and giving her their unsolicited advice since she was a kid, little, right? And she's still kind of like sulking around behind them and like still kind of doing that whole mopey mope thing that she's been doing since she was a child. Because if you remember that garden scene, Sally, what is she doing at the table? She's sulking. So that's another thing that I want to point out, using the wardrobe and the hats to kind of draw parallels in both scenes. So in both instances, the aunts try to distract Sally from her sadness with the whole, hey, look at this shiny thing over there, right?
Yeah.
Like, so as a child, Jet goes, hey, little witch, let's go inside and do some spells. But in this scene, in the post office scene, when Sally is an adult, they show her that not everything is what it seems, and they spill the tea on everyone they walk past in this perfect little town, saying that guy's having an affair with the babysitter, and that person is doing this, and like, you know. And then they see a glimmer of hope when she walks past Michael, and they see Michael and Sally exchange that look, and Jet gives a look like, okay, well, maybe this can be the next shiny thing to divert her attention. Divert her attention away from being all up in her sads. So I don't know, I was just seeing a parallel between the hats and the color schemes and the outfits in this scene with in parallel with the intro garden scene, and kind of like Sally's in that never ending loop, like the aunts never get changed out of this outfit.
Right. It's showing that they're a constant, maybe not always a good constant to be stuck in, but also I wanted to note, like, we've seen this movie so much, but until you're sitting here looking at a fucking screen still, it doesn't register that the parasol, we see it here as well as at the end of the movie. And I'm trying to figure out, is there a symbolism between seeing it here of them walking down the street? Okay, first of all, Franny has a huge hat and an umbrella. Is she wearing sunglasses too? I think she's got sunglasses on.
Yes, she does.
Skincare, that's why they're so young, is they got the black soap, they cover up when they go outside, they bet she's got SPF on. But anyway, she's not really using the parasol to block the sun.
Right.
It's an accessory, and I love it. And I feel like it's another way for her to show off her gloved hand and maybe the bling bling on her wrist. So could be her hands are full. She's got her purse on one side and her umbrella on the other side.
Yeah,
But
I think that's interesting that you brought that up, that you pointed out the parasol in this scene as well as at the end of the scene, because if you think about the scene, the post office scene, they're walking through town, people are covering their children's eyes, like we really see here what the town thinks of them, and they're playing into this stereotype, like, oh, you want a witch? I'll give you a witch. And then at the end, that parasol that comes back to
with the community.
with the
How about
community.
that?
So that is just so brilliant. I like how you pointed out.
I like where you went with that. Absolutely. Yeah, the complete opposite. The neighborhood doesn't want anything to do with them, and at the end when the parasol comes back, it's more in there I'm a witch stereotype, and the neighborhood's all for it.
Yeah. You know, I had a parasol. I bought a parasol for my wedding day, a black lace parasol, and I fucking forgot it. I forgot all about it. It stayed in its box, and I was like, one day when I'm an old granny, I'm gonna just
wear a red hat and purple.
Walk down the street with that shit, and
Yes.
people are gonna be covering their children's eyes. Oh, it's amazing. All right, so the next hat on this list, it's also not a witch hat. It's Kylie in a beret.
Okay.
You know that scene where Kylie comes in like, "Mommy, I'm going to school." Like, she's got on a beret.
Her little her fashion is like not out there, but not. I don't know if I've ever seen a kid wear a beret outside this movie, but she is the redhead in the film, and Jillian, when she's younger, also has kind of like a fun fashion. Like we see her in that little kimono, you know. So I think they're playing into like redheads are fun, and you know they're more adventurous with their fashion.
Very fashion forward, as opposed to Antonia, who's just running around town all liquored up with her mouse ears.
Right.
That's Antonia's hat of choice, is mouse ears. But Kylie in this scene, she's got on a little black beret, and beret hats themselves, I did a little digging just to see, they don't have any specific or traditional connection to witchcraft or magic. However, in recent years, berets and other styles of hats have been adopted by modern witches and occult enthusiasts as a part of a personal or aesthetic expression. In many cases, clothing choices, including accessories like berets, serve as a reflection of personal style, empowerment, or connection to particular symbols. But there's no deep-rooted historical or cultural link between berets and witchcraft. Witches, or practitioners of magic, have historically been associated with wide-brimmed or pointed hats, which come from medieval and Renaissance era depictions of witches, which we'll get into in a little bit. The image of a witch's hat has evolved and has become iconic over time, but berets do not share this symbolic history. However, fashion and personal style in modern witchcraft often emphasizes individuality, creativity, and intentional symbolism. Let's just look at the aunts. They're very intentional with their hat wearing, right? So while berets aren't inherently linked to witchcraft, someone might choose to wear one as a form of self-expression within their magical practice, especially in modern witch or alternative fashion aesthetics. So if we're sticking with 90s witchy aesthetic in reference to the beret, this made me think of the other movie scene that contains a witch wearing a beret in the 1997 cult classic The Craft, where Robin Tunney, playing the character Sarah, she's wearing a beret in that scene when they're walking to Nancy's new high-rise apartment.
That's right.
Remember that?
That is so funny. Yeah. How about that?
So that just made me think of that. So I guess in the 90s, berets were in for the witchy scene, right? And if we're talking more recent, nothing says hex the patriarchy like Margot Robbie's pink beret in this Barbie movie.
I didn't see it. Did you see this movie?
I did. It's cute. I
want to see it.
It's very definitely hex the patriarchy a little bit.
Right on.
Like,
okay.
Like Ken and his bros just want to take over everything and make it all about the bros, and like, you know, Barbie's trying to take her shit back.
Yeah.
Barbie land. It's not Ken land.
Ken, you're a side quest.
Ken, get your own land, right? So, you know, the Barbie is very all about female empowerment. So maybe she wore the beret as a statement to say that. So, yeah, I just thought it was interesting. I was like, why would she be wearing a beret in that scene? I don't know. But the next hat that I found in this film was Jet's summer solstice bucket hat. So do you remember the scene when, you know, she comes back and she touches Jillian's face? She's like, a little mugwort will fix that right up, right? I can't find a recreation of this hat anywhere. I looked like maybe on Etsy, maybe someone on YouTube recreated it, but I couldn't find anything, not even like any replicas or anything like that. This looks like something that Jet probably could have thrifted.
100%. The amount
Right?
of times I've walked into a thrift store and seen
Yeah.
something almost identical to this.
Yeah.
It's
So
amazing.
it's not as like wide brimmed as the straw hat she had on in the garden and the post office scene. It's a little more of a bucket hat shape, right? So it's like a little bell sitting on her head with a little black brim, and I guess
A
is
blue
it it's
flower with
like a blue
blue.
flower made of straw or something? What do you think that's made of?
This hat is definitely keeping the sun off of her face, much more so than her other two choices that we've seen so far. It comes down much lower, closer to her eyebrows, and almost like it would probably cover the back of her neck, if her hair was not there. But yeah, this looks like it's totally made out of straw. Even the blue, straw can be dyed, but it does have that black ribbon. It's around the brim. But
Yeah.
this is like the most color we see Jet in.
Yes, she's very muted through the film, right?
Yeah.
Very muted tones and color palette on her wardrobe.
Mhm.
Yeah, which I think this hat, excellent choice, especially if she's celebrating that solstice. She's got to keep the sun's rays off that beautiful little pristine face, in March 8th, right?
March 8th, March solstice.
The summer solstice of March 8th. Right. Oh my
T-shirt,
God.
T-shirt called it.
Never gets old. All right, so moving right along to the final scene in the garden. And this is the scene where Sally's going to meet Gary and he plants that big kiss on her, right? And the aunts are just standing there watching this all go down. And Jillian's there as well with her, what'd she have in her hand? Beets or
Radishes or something?
radishes? Yeah, radishes. So again, look at what they're wearing. They're wearing the exact same outfits and same style hats, like maybe not the same outfit, but the same color palette. Jet is in her muted tones, Franny's in her orange tones, right? Same style hats, kind of, except Jet's doesn't have the scarf over it this time because it looks like more at dusk, this scene. Right? The scene looks like it could be around dusk, and maybe she uses a scarf in the summer heat more to keep the sun out of her face, since she wouldn't really need that in the scene if it was dusk. So this scene is approaching as Halloween approaches, so the weather looks like it's starting to get a little cooler here. So maybe the scarf covering is unnecessary during this scene, and this season, rather.
It could be also that as her more dressed up attire or her more leisure attire, they are working away in the garden. Maybe she doesn't want to get that nice white sheer lacy bit dirty, because that is what will happen.
Right. So for the most part, both aunts are wearing the same garden outfits as they did in the very first scene, if not the same exact outfits and the same color palette anyway, kind of mirror both scenes, I think. It's almost as if things have come full circle. They're finally confident that they have raised Sally to the best of their abilities with all their advice, solicited or not. Sally's finally happy, and I think this is a full circle moment for them. They're finally able to kind of see her off into the sunset, because all Sally ever wanted to be is happy ever since she was a child. She's been sulking at that table since she was a child, and now they're finally like, oh, she's finally happy.
My God.
Yeah. So let's talk about Jillian in this scene. So on the opposite end of the spectrum, we have Jillian kind of embodying that energy of the aunts with her own floppy garden hat. And this is the first time we've seen Jillian wear a hat in the entire film, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so I think Jillian is in her auntie era. Maybe she's practicing for when Kylie and Antonia growing up, ready to give them her unsolicited advice. And then if you kind of think about it, she kind of already did that in the pantry scene when,
Absolutely.
when Kylie was asking her,
I can't wait to fall in love. That's what she said. She didn't really even ask her aunt anything. She's like, just can't wait to fall in love.
Yeah, and then Jillian kind of unloaded on
She's like, listen to me.
That's absolutely true.
It will fuck you up.
So, I mean, maybe that is foreshadowing kind of like Jillian heading into her auntie era. We talked about this on the cats, I think the cat episode, right? Where we were saying like on that blood oath scene where her and Sally, she tells Sally, we're going to grow old together. We're going to die these two old biddies with all these cats. And like Sally's like, haha, kind of funny. Like I kind of want to settle down and have kids. And Jillian's like ready to be alone with cats. Like she's fine. She's always been fine with that.
She wants that independence for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of like a cat. A cat wants independence. So I just thought that was so funny. So Jillian kind of predetermined her life path of being that old biddy with all the cats, no children, floppy hat in the garden, pulling her radishes. So yeah, so she declared that in that blood oath scene, and she kept subliminally reiterating this to us, that she was the only one holding the cat as a child earlier on in the film, as Sally was busy working her Amos Peditas love spell, already trying to figure out how she was gonna manifest her mans. And then again at the end of the film, when Sally was trying to seal the deal on getting her mans, throughout all of this, Sally is finding her man, and Jillian continues to play into the spinster stereotype, holding the cats. Now she's dressing like the aunts, wearing their hat, and I think she's just reveling in finally being single after years of exhausting relationships and disappointing men.
Girl, the feeling of, oh my God. I'm a serial monogamous throughout the years.
Oh, me too. Me too.
During college, there was finally that split of that really crazy ass boyfriend. I was like, I don't have to call and tell anybody where I'm at. I mean, be safe, like tell your parents, but I don't have to like check in. I don't have to make sure like I'm free the next day. I don't have to deal with a jealous ass phone call. Like it was so freeing. It was amazing.
Yeah. I think in our 20s, like, you know, I also was a serial monogamist. I dated from the time I was 18 until I want to say 24. When I turned 21, I did not go out to a bar. I stayed in a basement and partied with my friends.
Yeah.
And, you know, I pretty much had a boyfriend. There was like a stint that I didn't have a boyfriend in between then. And then when I turned 24, I broke off that long-term relationship. And then, you know, we all have that little hoe phase before we settle down.
Yeah.
You know, we've all been there. So I think Jillian is just over that phase, and she's like, oh, finally, I can settle down, like whether it's by myself or a stable man comes into my life. But for now, I think I'm happy wearing the aunt's hats and holding my radishes.
There you go. Yeah, agreed.
That's it. Yeah. So she's fully embracing her auntie phase at the end of this film. And the hat, I think, contributes a lot to that. But then that's not the last hat, right? We have the iconic film finale where we finally get that stereotypical pointy witch hat with the wide brim, the black hat.
These are massive looking hats. Y'all, this is like the flying nun size kind of hat. It's perfect. They're so pretty.
They're so big that they actually need ties to hold it around their
around their chins. Yes.
So if you think about it, if you think about logistically, right, they were on wiring and floating in these scenes. So they were moving around a lot. So it would make sense why the costume designers thought that they needed to tie these hats around.
Tie those suckers on your and you're jumping, quote unquote, jumping off of this roof, floating down. Yes. How's that hat going to stay on? If you're floating down, it's going to pop right off. Tie that sucker under your chin.
Practical magic can't fix everything, right?
Right.
They need some practical ways to keep the hats on their head. And I don't think witchcraft is going to be the answer there.
Bobby pins, we're not going to cut it.
Yeah. So let's talk about the inclusion of the Halloween scene with the witch hat trope in this film, okay? It differs a little bit from the book, like we've talked about before. The film ended on Halloween with the stereotypical witch persona, and the book ended on Thanksgiving. It gave us nothing.
Yeah. It wasn't serving. Nothing. It was serving turkey, and that was it.
Serving turkey. Turkey and gravy. No witch trope here.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So this says it likely serves both thematic and cinematic purposes, the inclusion of the witch hat in the film, okay? So first of all, Hollywood appeal and iconography. Movies often add visual elements that reinforce popular perceptions to make the story more immediately recognizable or entertaining for a broader audience. The witch hat, often associated with stereotypical witch imagery, helps visually signal the acceptance and celebration of the Owen sisters' magical heritage, and it ties into the playful, mystical, whimsical Halloween atmosphere that we love so much about that finale scene. Also, the hats at the end of the film provide closure and resolution. The film ends with the Owens family fully embraced by the town as witches, signified by the public Halloween celebration. And you know what I'm wondering? Okay, I'll just finish reading this first and then I'll tell you what I'm thinking. So it says this contrasts with the book where the focus is more on personal acceptance and the family bonds without overt communal resolution. So not with their community, just within the family. The Halloween scene in the film adds a sense of triumph, which is kind of like the word that me and you focused on when we were writing the song All Hallows Eve, based on that finale. It adds a sense of triumph and community acceptance, a feel-good ending that resonates with the idea of overcoming ostracization. So what I was thinking, so it's saying that the town at the end fully embraces the witches signified by the public Halloween celebration. So thinking back to when Sally tells Gary in the greenhouse scene, oh, you should come around on Halloween. We jump off the roof and fly. So if the town never accepted them before, who was coming to their roof jumping celebrations before? It wasn't just them doing it for themselves for fun.
Private event. Gary was going to be the first guest.
Like, what? So, or do you think this was like a scene that Sally like played in her head, like how people saw them, and then maybe at the end they were like, she was like, now that we're finally accepted in this town, we should jump off the roof and fly.
Well, no, because that little boy with the chicken pox. Remember, he says it when he's eating ice cream. Come out, Halloween, they all jump off the roof and fly.
That's right.
So somebody has seen them do this, or it's them perpetuating that rumor, because Sally was snooping around. She probably, with her witch hearing, heard them and was like, I'm going to play into this, tell Gary in not so many words that I know what you've been hearing around town. Come and check it out. We'll do it for you.
Yes, that's a good point, because that little boy says it, and then maybe Sally caught wind, maybe somebody in the town was like, little kids are saying that you guys jump off the roof.
Carlos probably.
And then maybe that's why she said that to Gary. I never thought of that before. Yeah. That's a good point. Maybe they never actually jumped off the roof and fly. Maybe they're just, perpetuating those myths, and they're like, yeah, all right, you want to come see something? Come around on Halloween. Yep. And then they, once they were accepted, they're like, all right, we'll give the town we'll just we'll do it one time. We're not doing this next year. So just get it out of your system now.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, that's so funny. So then the last thing on this list is that the hats provide symbolic transformation. So the witch hat trope, although absent in the book, helps symbolize the character's transformation. In the movie, Sally and Jillian transition from being outcasts who hide their magic to fully embracing it, which aligns with the movie's more visual medium of the film. The costume reinforces the idea that they no longer need to hide who they are, something the book explores more internally and subtly. In contrast, the book by Alice Hoffman leans more into the deep emotional, familial, and generational complexities of the Owens family relationships with magic, without really needing these more playful, whimsical, Hollywood-esque moments to communicate those resolutions.
Yes.
So why don't you, Christina, tell us, why is the witch hat trope absent in the books? Why would Alice choose to not include that in the book?
Right. Yeah, it's likely intentional and reflects the more nuanced or grounded approach that the book takes towards witchcraft identity and the Owens family relationships with magic. There are several reasons why the trope might not be present in the books. Number one, it's keeping that subtle approach to witchcraft. The book's description of magic is more subtle, and it's focused on the emotional and psychological aspects of being, quote, different rather than relying on visual or stereotypical imagery. And Hoffman's witches don't conform to common pop culture depictions like pointy hats, broomsticks, or cauldrons, not until like the other books, at least. Instead, the magic in the book is more about intuition, herbal remedies, and the inherited connection to the natural world and each other as women, which feels more authentic and less theatrical.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's a more realistic depiction of an outcast. Hoffman is more interested in the Owens family as societal outcasts in their struggle to balance their magical heritage with a desire to live normal lives, and that witch hat trope, being a recognizable but exaggerated symbol, would have clashed with the book's grounded narrative. And the Owens women are witches, but their magic is part of their daily life, not something that is externalized into flashy symbols or costumes. Very bright, very like cottage core. I mean, talked about Griffin Dunn, and he wanted these witches to be very posh, very fashionable.
Whimsigoth.
Alice Hoffman probably also wanted to avoid stereotypes. The witch hat trope often represents a simplified, more cartoonish view of witchcraft that has roots in folklore and fairy tales. We're going to tell you all about the witch hat. Hoffman's novel delves into the complex emotional experiences of the Owens sisters and the aunts and the daughters, the isolation, the longing for love, and how their magical legacy affects their relationships, not just with each other. Using a witch hat in the book might have undermined these deeper themes by reducing their magical identity to a stereotype. And lastly, it probably helps focus on the feminine power and individuality without the hats. And in the book, the magic of the Owens women is tied to their emotional resilience, family bonds, and personal strength. It doesn't rely on external markers like witch hats or traditional symbols. The story is more focused on the internal struggles of the women, how they can come to terms with their magic and each other, rather than protecting their identity through easily recognized symbols. And by excluding the witch hat trope, Hoffman keeps the narrative focused on the characters, complex relationship between their magic and their family, and the societal expectations, without falling into the cliched representations of witches. And I love that. I absolutely, my feelings about this very first book, how it was so perfect.
Yeah. It really did depict the more grounding nature of like magic in the mundane. You know, what you have access to around you in your daily lives. It doesn't have to be this big to do. And ancestry. I feel like the ancestry was a big part of their magic too, and just connected to their roots.
The most like magically thing I think we experience is through Kylie, who is able to see auras, but that's not her pointing a finger and like boom, like
Chickenpox.
abracadabra. Yeah, other people. This is a realistic topic we're going to cover at some point. Auras, people being able to see auras. Justina and I had our auras read while we were in Salem last time. So that to me is rooted in practicality in everyday life, you know?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So I think that just about covers the witch, or not just witch hats, but the hats in general. But I guess we can call all the hats that the aunts wear throughout the film witch hats, because they're witches and they're hats.
Exactly. Yeah. What was that Granny Weatherwick's that we said at the very beginning? What the hell was that quote?
It's a witch's hat because you wear it, but you're a witch because you wear the hat. In essence, they are witch hats because they're wearing them.
And they're witches.
And they're witches.
We're going to take a little short break. When we come back, we are going to dive into the origins of where the witch hat came from, way back to the 4th and 2nd centuries BC. So hang tight. We have a lot to cover as far as the history is concerned. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Hey, little witches. Justina here, calling all practical magic fans and music lovers. This fall, get ready for something truly spellbinding from the Stinas. Christina and I started Magnolia Street podcast as a way to share our original music inspired by our favorite movie, Practical Magic. We've been hard at work in the recording studio since September, brewing up our 5-song debut EP, Magnolia Street Volume 1.
At the house on Magnolia Street, would you go down to Magnolia Street with the wisteria roll out? At the house of magic and mystery, so would you go down to Magnolia Street?
You want the inside scoop on our music and the stories behind each song? Join our Rose tier on Patreon for just $8 a month and dive into exclusive content from our songisodes. Plus, bonus content from our highly anticipated upcoming EP. On there, you'll find lyric sheets, original demos, behind-the-scenes videos from the studio, blog posts, production notes, and more. Don't miss out on the magic. Keep up to date with us on our Instagram at Magnolia Street Podcast for all of our music news and be a part of our musical journey. The Stinas are bringing practical magic to life, one song at a time, right here on Magnolia Street.
You didn't go down to Magnolia Street. Magnolia Street.
You're listening to Magnolia Street Podcast.
Welcome back. I feel like Joseph's deck will have a witch hat card in it.
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't think there is. Hold on, let me look.
I would be fucking surprised.
There's a witch hat on the back of the card. Look, there's witch hats on the back of the card, one on each end, and there's brooms, but I don't think there's a witch hat. Oh, there's also the practical magic card with the witch hat on the full moon with the broom. There's that one. Then there's this one, the Halloween card of them wearing the hats with the parasols on the roof.
Let's do that one.
That one. Or do we want to save that for our Samhain episode because that's Halloween?
Okay. Might have to just do a poll today.
Yeah, we might just do a poll. Okie doke. We'll find some way to make it all make sense. All right, do you want to tell me when to stop?
Stop. What's that? Spell work.
Okay, so the keyword on this card is insight, and the image on this card is a mortar and pestle with a pile of loose herbs next to it. So the keyword insight and also correspondences. So this says, it is time to create the spell you need. Create a recipe that will help you to gain clarity and insight on the situation. Gather up all the necessary ingredients for the results that you want. Spellwork asks you to tap into your inner witch and create some magic to help gain better insight and clarity in your situation. The craft is a sacred and personal practice. When it comes to spells and magic, there are many components. Every herb and flower has its connections and magical properties. Take the time to ensure you are utilizing the correct tools, items, and and surroundings to better yourself and your future. And the mantra on this card is I plant and I sow. Therefore, I know.
Oh, I like that.
That kind of goes back to our Claire's episode a little bit, right? Like, therefore, I know. Like, Claire, what
Just
is it?
know.
Claire cognizance? Yeah,
Claire
just
cognizance,
knowing.
yeah.
A knowing. Would you trust your first initial feeling?
I'm
Okay,
about
or
to talk your ear off or about these. I had that like stirring of excitement doing this episode and the Black Cat episode because this specifically, I did not know, went back this far. And I was like, oh, fuck, I'm going to be going all down this rabbit hole. And I'm going to get very confused if we don't keep it chronologically. So that's why I did it that way. Because
Okay.
so much.
I didn't-
Lots of sources.
I didn't fuck with anything that you did.
Okay.
I didn't move anything around. I only inserted certain things where I thought it made sense. So
Perfect. No, it's perfect.
yeah.
All right. America's obsession with witches is older than the country itself. And at first, it was rooted in fear, fueling false accusations of witchcraft, including those that led to the Salem witch trials. Beyond the courtrooms, witches have been a steady presence in American culture through folk legends and local lore, fairy tales, Halloween traditions, and eventually television and film. And not just American lore, globally. Each culture and country has its own witch, and probably even the witch has their own uniform. You know, it comes in all shapes and sizes. Over time, a singular witch archetype emerged in America, at least in popular culture. The pointy hat, the broomstick, black cat, and so on. And it hasn't changed much since people began dressing up as witches for Halloween more than a century ago. But where does this imagery come from? Like the characters themselves, the origins and history of witch costumes are complicated. The most instantly recognizable part of a witch costume is that black, conical, pointy-tipped hat. Like every other piece of standard witch attire, the hat likely has its roots in multiple cultures and eras. All right, here we go. We're going way back. The earliest known examples of cone-shaped hats, not originally associated with witchcraft, just the style of the hat. They were found in Chinese graves dating from the 4th to the 2nd century BC. And these hats were only just discovered in the 70s, 1978. The remains were found on female skeletons who were also wearing long black gloves.
What?
Yeah. So remember you and I were talking about Otzi, I think in our tattoo episode. What is it? 5,300-year-old perfectly preserved Iceman. This man wasn't discovered until September 1991. Just to put a timeline into place. So these Chinese mummified women wearing these hats were found in the 70s, and Otzi wasn't found until the 90s.
Oh my God, look at that. I'm looking at their pictures right now. Dude, they look like they went to the grave in style.
Oh my God, these are
Look
such
at that
beautifully
getup.
preserved women and men too.
Yeah.
Historians believe these women may have been falconers or hunters using raptors. Fucking metal. As the
What?
conical hats were already linked with witches when the graves were discovered, they became known as the witches of Subeshi. The mummified remains of these witches, wearing tall pointed hats, resembled those of medieval European witches, were found at Subeshi, located in a high gorge near the important city of Turfan. Historian and author Adrian Mayer has recently suggested that the single heavy glove worn on one of the female mummies may indicate that she hunted with a raptor, such as a golden eagle. A number of impressive male mummies have also been excavated at Shubeshi, including a man who wears a felt helmet and another man whose chest has been stitched up with horsehair, and what may be one of the oldest examples of surgery in the world, and that's during the 4th century, they believe. I really encourage you to visit the Penn Museum site. It will be linked. Check out how these human remains were preserved. It is unreal. It's incredible. Like Egypt gets a lot of credit, right?
Yeah.
But the Shubeshi mummies, the Shubeshi witches are beautiful. We're going to talk about a few specific ones here shortly. The human remains that we're going to discuss here are not actually mummies, but rather desiccated corpses. Their uncanny state of preservation is not due to any artificial means, such as we find in the mummies in Egypt, but to extreme aridity and saline soils of the environment.
Dry air. Is that what air?
Severely cold winters also played a significant role in arresting the progression of putrefaction and decomposition of the human remains. So like putting a body in a freezer, maybe it's going to stay longer. The mummies were found in cemeteries located along the southern and eastern edges of the Taklamakan. One of the world's largest and driest deserts sits in the center of the Tarim Basin. The Tarim Basin is one of the most remote, far from oceans and the sea, and where humans had traveled at that time, and last populated places on Earth during the Paleolithic and Neolithic periods in ECA, which is before 2000 BCE. There is no evidence of permanent settlements in Tarim Basin. From the Bronze Age in ECA, starting around 2000 BCE onward, however, the region has a key locus of interaction between Western and Eastern Eurasia. Hundreds of mummies have been recovered from the Tarim Basin, some of which we're going to talk about now.
The beauty of Lulan. So Lulan is the fabled city near the vanished Lapnor, also known as Lop Lake, that lay in the northeastern corner of the Tarim Basin. The beauty of Lulan is a comely woman who was among the first mummies to be discovered in the region. She has been dated to about 1800 BCE. Shortly after she was found in the late 1970s, she became a cause of celebration among the local Turkic-speaking Uyghur people, Uyghur, Uyghur, who considered her their ancestor, which they believed gave them a prior claim to the region over the Han Chinese who arrived about 2,000 years later. Unfortunately, the Uyghurs themselves did not arrive in the Tarim Basin until nearly a millennium after the Han Chinese. Thus, the beauty of Lulan embodies one of the many mysteries about the mummies, namely, if she were neither a Sinitic-speaking Chinese nor a Turkic-speaking Uyghur, what language did she speak? Evidence exists indicating she may well have spoken Tocharian, the second oldest after Hittite Indo-European language. Wow. Wow. Yeah, I'm looking at her. She's got like a feather, and it looks like she's wrapped in some kind of, maybe that's some kind of animal fur or something. I really don't
That
know.
would be so toasty.
Yeah. She looks very peaceful, right? Just kind of just
Yes. Same with this next woman. Look at I know it's a putrefied human remains.
her bone structure is amazing.
Oh my God, the cheekbones for days.
Right? Look at that. And her hat, she's got on like one of those, like, it looks like one of those furry Russian hats. Have you ever seen those hats?
But this one also is like triangular.
Yes, it's kind of like cone shaped. Yeah. So this next one is the beauty of Shiohi. One of the more recently unearthed mummies, the beauty of Shiohi, was recovered from Ordex necropolis far out in the desert of Small River Cemetery number 5 along the mostly dried up Shiohi Small River during excavations in the early 21st century. When the cover of her boat coffin, oh look, yeah, it looks like she's like in like a canoe or something, right? When the cover of her boat coffin was removed, she was found wearing a magnificent white hat. The beauty of Shiohi dates to around the same period and to a similar culture as the beauty of Lulan. Shiohi is located roughly 120 kilometers to the west-southwest of Lulan.
Yeah.
These are like perfectly preserved.
Oh my gosh. There were more pictures on this site, and we're going to have a few included bonus pictures in our notes as well that you can check out. The 2 other photos are of male mummies that were found, and just follow the links to learn all about them. But the first photo we have, that man is amazingly preserved in my opinion.
He looks like he's just sleeping.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. And the clothing, the colors of the clothes still show through.
Yeah. The one on the right, not so much. That kind of looks like a paper mache project.
Yes. Yes.
Right?
A little bit. Yes.
But it's a petrified human. It looks like it is, right?
Yeah, totally.
Wow.
Totally.
Amazing.
So we're going to scoot forward in time a little bit to 400 BC. So tall, golden conical hats embellished with star and moon symbols were worn by priests in the Bronze Age to denote their special ability to read the stars. These were early astronomers that were thought to have magical powers or divinatory abilities, as they would use their skill to predict the weather. Around 400 BC, tall hats, boktas, were worn by Mongolian warrior queens to indicate high social status. The hats were later adapted by noble women in Western Europe into the henin, the origin of today's classical princess hat, a henin. Later, the conical hat would change from a headpiece of honor to one of shame. In the Middle Ages, the conical hat was forced upon those who broke the law, committed heresy, or had religious beliefs and practices that went against the prevailing doctrine of the time. Paper conical hats of various colors, called capirote, were worn by criminals for public humiliation and punishment. The Pelias cornutus hat was imposed on Jews in the Holy Roman Empire from the 12th to the 17th century. Thereafter, the conical hat remained in use as a marker of religious outsiders. In literature, the conical hat continued to mark deceivers, tricksters, mischief makers, including heretics, sorcerers, ogres, and dwarves. And we have a picture of a massive golden conical hat here in our notes. Check that out.
That don't look like a hat to me, if you know.
No, it does not. No, ma'am.
Oh my god. Another theory posits that the witch hat has origins in the Phrygian cap, also known as the Liberty cap, which is associated with Mithraism, a Greek and then Roman mystery cult. Phrygia is now part of modern Turkey. It was in the 7th century BC that images of the Phrygian cap appear in ancient art. The original cap of liberty was the Roman pileus, the felt cap of emancipated slaves of ancient Rome, which was an attribute of Libertas, the Roman goddess of liberty. In 1215, the Holy Roman Empire's Fourth Council of the Lateran required all Jews to wear a Juden hat to visually distinguish Jews from non-Jews. The hat became a label for Jews akin to the badge Jews would later be required to wear in Nazi Germany. However, the only bit of standardization specified was the pointy top. So several types of Juden hat arose. For example, in Italy, there were, according to scholar Flora Casson, at least 5 different forms of Juden hats that appeared contemporaneously. The hat grew beyond its Jewish affiliation. People engaging in non-Christian activity were forced to wear a pointed cap. For instance, in a 1421 Hungarian law, men convicted of sorcery were forced to wear a pointed Jew's hat. The hat was donned upon fictional characters too. For example, a 1545 fountain in Bern is topped with an ogre wearing a pointed hat while eating a baby.
That's where it comes from.
I've never seen that. You've seen that?
No. I haven't seen it. But like anytime somebody stereotypical, like the Christians, are like, witches eat babies. You know, this ogre wearing the hat, eating a baby, sorcery.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. All right. So there it is. Ogre eating a baby. And in 1493, artist Hartmann Schedule sketched the magician Merlin, who was not Jewish, wearing a conical hat that looked nearly identical to Juden hats. The hat was a visible link between Jews and magic. During the Middle Ages and Renaissance, Jews were thought to possess magical powers. For instance, reports circulated around Europe claiming the Jews concocted poisons out of Christian hearts, spiders, frogs, and human flesh. There was even a persistent claim that Jews used Christian blood for magical and cathartic purposes. From these myths arose a fear around Jews and their faith. Christians feared Jews would disappear from view and then cause them harm, for example, collect blood, etc. So one reason Jews were forced to wear Judenhat was to keep tabs on them. In turn, because Jews were often affiliated with dark magic, the Judenhat became a symbol of the supernatural. These connections often led Jews and witches to be subjected to similar court proceedings and forms of persecution during the Inquisition and beyond. Thus, the Judenhat became interwoven with cultural perceptions of magic. This style may have later become associated with black magic and Satan worship due to the accusations against Jews. Many believe it is rooted in similar anti-Semitic portrayals, as Jews were often depicted wearing the traditional pileus cornatus in the Middle Ages. While the pileus cornatus was originally associated with Jews in parts of Europe, these depictions often connoted evil, potentially linking pointed hats to nefarious activities. In the 15th and 16th centuries, women who brewed ale at home were known in medieval Europe as alewives, and they did so as part of the normal routine of domestic duties. Is that why they call them like beer wenches? Like a witch, like a beer witch?
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Because wench doesn't mean witch, though, does it?
I don't know. What is a wench?
Yeah, I don't know. But apparently these alewives made beer as a domestic part of their everyday life. While in contemporary America, beer brewing is often dominated by hypermasculine stereotypes in entrepreneurship, ale brewing, much like butter churning or bread baking, was considered well within the domain of the women's sphere of work within the home. It was as much of a necessity of life as any other of those chores, given that fermented beverages were often safer to drink than water. Is that why they made beer?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. So that's why everybody in the medieval times was just drunk off their ass, because it was safer to drink than the water, because they were killing the cats, because they were working with the witches.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
And that's why the bubonic plague took out everybody.
Right.
It's
Yeah,
all
and then everybody gets ergot poisoning because of the rye, and then that's how you get hangings.
Salem the podcast begs to differ. Okay.
Okay.
They did a whole episode trying to disprove that ergot poisoning had absolutely nothing to do with the actual hysteria and like
Yeah.
what
The people are awful.
people perpetuating myths and like it was ergot poisoning. They don't think it was. But that's what, many people are led to believe in history classes and whatever they learn about the witch trials. So apparently, yeah, the witch trials, none of those people had ergot poison, or they couldn't have had ergot poisoning according to like science and research, throughout the years. But that's what many people have been led to believe.
Yeah. I wanted to read something if I can find it real quick.
Yeah.
So a friend of mine posted this, and this is about like hysteria and how it can be it's so easy. It can happen very, very easily.
Yeah.
So this says, one of my friends told me about a powerful lesson in her daughter's high school class recently. Have you heard this before? They were
Maybe.
learning about the Salem witch trials, and their teacher told them that they were going to play a game. I'm going to come around and whisper in each of your ears, whether you are a witch or whether you're a regular person. Your goal is to build the largest group possible that does not have a witch in it. And at the end, any group found to include a witch gets a failing grade. The teens dove into their grilling each other. One fairly large group formed, but most of the students broke into small exclusive groups, turning away anyone they thought gave off even a hint of guilt. Okay, the teacher said, you've got your groups, time to find out which ones fail. All witches, please raise your hands. No one raised their hand. The kids were confused and told the teacher he'd messed up the game. Did I? Was anyone in Salem an actual witch? Or did everyone just believe what they've been told? And that's how the kids were taught how easily a community can be divided. And I thought that was like such a good, like you can turn on somebody so fast, can't you?
Well, question though. So did the teacher actually tell anybody that they were a witch?
No.
Or did he tell everybody that they were a normal person?
Everybody was told that they were a normal person.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's something. That's yeah.
Mind games.
And also another thing that they were on sale in the podcast, they're trying to move away from using the word hysteria because hysteria, the origin of the word is hysterectomy. And why? Because a female has a uterus and it was all female mostly who were being persecuted.
Yeah.
Mostly. And even the men that were persecuted, there were men persecuted. There was one guy, George Burroughs. He was actually, I don't remember if he was a judge or a magistrate, but he was a higher person in power. And the community actually ended up turning on him, but they believed he was the leader of the witches. So even throughout, like, tearing down of women throughout this whole ordeal, they still think a man was in charge of all of it.
Oh my God. I hate that.
That's like,
goddamn.
That's to me.
Okay.
But
let's
anyway,
get back to Brewster's.
Going back on track. Yeah. But anyway, listen to Salem podcast. It's awesome. I'm learning so fucking much. All right. So Brewster's. Yeah. So, and like butter and cheese or any other homemade food stuff in the house, right? A woman was in charge of all of that. If a household could produce enough beyond their own immediate needs, the women of the house often took their goods to market to make a little extra money. In order to catch as many eyes as possible and to signal from a distance what they were selling, these Brewsters wore tall hats. There it is. As a cottage industry, there was very little oversight or regulation to the homegrown brewing businesses, according to Rod Phillips in the comprehensive text Alcohol, A History. But so that's the name of the book, Alcohol, a History. But there were also large-scale commercial breweries, widely owned by men, which were leveraging new technologies and making larger quantities of the product. As these operations grew and took on the appearance of a, quote, real profession, with guilds and trade associations, women were by and large excluded. So the women started this thing to like make some extra money, provide for their, household, and now this was being taken away by corporate greed, basically.
Yep.
That sounds correct, doesn't it? So in the 15th and 16th centuries, small-scale ale producers, mostly Brewsters, began to face accusations of a whole host of immoralities that caused irreparable damage to their reputations. According to Judith Bennett, the preeminent historian of women brewers in this period of England's history, both the public and male-dominated brewing industry accused Brewsters of diluting or adulterating their ale with cheaper brews, and thus of cheating customers. Brewsters were also accused of selling tainted ales that could make drinkers sick, perhaps intentionally. And generally speaking, at this time, a woman having a working knowledge of herbal concoctions and medicines was highly suspect and might face rumors that she was using her knowledge for nefarious ends. Thus, the sign of the humble alewife's hat came to be associated with all the same evil maliciousness of a poison peddling witch. Some historians deny the veracity of this association, such as Dr. Christina Wade of the blog Brachiotrix, devoted to the history of women in brewing and bartending. She argues that during the later Middle Ages, when images of Brewsters in such tall hats come into the historical record, witches weren't yet associated with them. Let alone the fact that it's unlikely that Brewsters across Europe, a ragtag assembly of homespun brewers to begin with, collectively agreed on the tall hats as a form of marketing. Again, they were in these busy markets, and that was a way that they were able to stand out, so people knew to go to them to buy the brew. So she also questions another common connection drawn between Brewsters and witches, that the broomstick leaned against the outside doorframe of a home signaled that there was a cauldron full of ale inside, ready for the customers. While the signal to that effect, called an, quote, ale stick, so not even a broom, it was an ale stick, was definitely a thing and was intentionally used to flag down passerbyers, there's little to suggest that it was unanimously agreed upon that such a stick would have to be a broom.
Interesting. That's so cool. That's so cool. Yeah. So this, of course, is the 15th and 16th century, as well as the Salem witch trials was 1692, right? So around that time, I wanted to talk about what Puritans in Massachusetts were wearing during the 1600s. What was fashionable? What was out? What colors meant what? Because Alice ties a little bit of that in with her books. So the basic items of clothing worn by women during the 17th century was an undershirt known as a shift, then a corset, and a long petticoat. Her outer clothing consisted of either a gown or a waistcoat or a fitted jacket and a skirt. Bodices, as a rule, were long and pointed, and skirts were full and long. Poorer women wore a plain frock and petticoats, although wealthy women wore silk, satin, and velvet dresses.
Wait, hold on. Sidebar. Okay, so Salem, the main character, Mary Sibley, she's like, she was a poor Puritan woman in the beginning, first episode. She wore the bonnet. She was a young girl, blah blah blah. Fast forward 7 years later, she marries like the town's like higher up, like I think a magistrate or a judge or something like that, and now she's very wealthy, and now she's got the big hats, the petticoats, like beautiful costumery. You need to watch, like, just watch her, like, get her transgression from the first episode on. Like, her costumes become so elaborate. They're so beautiful. And even the furniture in her house, I'm like, oh my God, like, did the furniture really look like that? Because, like, you think of Puritans, you think of simple, very simple, not extravagant, but the costume design and the furniture, the set design, oh my God.
Well, just from, plugging that Salem podcast again, the one episode that I listened to, Salem at the time, and we're talking about all of Massachusetts in this section, but Salem at the time money was coming in because they were so heavy in shipping and transport that, like, I guess foreigners thought that they were a small, like, state of some kind. Like, it was its own, it wasn't a tiny town, a little harbor. That other people thought it was a state because it was, a lot of wealth coming in and out of those ports.
Definitely.
Women also wore white linen caps called a coif to cover their hair. In the colder months in winter, women wore cloaks and a sleeveless outer garment that draped over their shoulders, probably like a cape. Women's shoes and stockings were much the same as men's. Laboring men wore leather or coarse fabrics. Farmers wore frocks, a large outer garment to protect their clothing or hide an untidy appearance. The farmers would take the frocks off when they went inside their house or went into the village or marketplace. The Monmouth cap, a knitted woolen hat, was frequently worn by working class men and fishermen. Men wore a long shirt, stockings, garters, doublets, breeches, points. Points is a tie used to join the doublet and hose, a waistcoat, a neckcloth, a knee-length coat, a great coat for colder months, and shoes. The broad-rimmed hat came into fashion in the 1670s. The men were all decked out, it seems like. They had more clothes on than the women.
Yeah, really?
Yeah. So with an average brim of 6 inches, one flap was usually fastened to the one side of the crown. So we're talking about hats here. Over time, the second flap was fastened probably on the other side. And then the third flap, the front, you would think the front would be fastened. Thus, the triangle cocked hat was born. Wealthier men had their clothing made of fabrics such as silks, velvets, and brocades. Massachusetts Bay Colony passed its first law limiting the excess of dress in 1634 when it prohibited citizens from wearing, quote, new fashions or long hair or anything of the like nature. That meant no silver or gold hat bands, girdles, or belts, no cloth woven from golden thread or lace. It was also forbidden to create clothes with more than 2 slashes in the sleeves. That was a whole other rabbit hole that I was not going to go down because this slashed sleeves, big, huge.
Yeah.
This style was meant to reveal one's rich and fancy undergarments. Anyone who wore such items would have to forfeit them if they were caught. Let's talk about the sumptuary laws. These were issued in early modern Europe and beyond in order to regulate dress and appearance. Although sumptuary laws were designed to limit spending and excess clothing at all social levels, including high-ranking elites, legislation was also particularly strict when it came to luxury clothing at the lower social levels. It was common that due to their low social and economic status, individuals and families at artisanal levels were forbidden to wear most expensive and prestigious garments made from silk fabrics, such as crimson red or purple silks and velvets, as well as accessories that were admired by the elites, including scented gloves, feathers in a hat, and slippers. Since sumptuary law documents were often extremely detailed, the source provides an indispensable historical record of the types of garments, textiles, and accessories that were used, worn, circulated, and desired by men and women, as well as how these garments were made, decorated, and accessorized. So sumptuary laws documentation consists of several different types of sources. Let's start with making clothes. When new laws were passed, people were required to bring any newly banned clothing item in for inspection. In Siena, officials recorded the details of each item, who owned it, the color, the fabric quality in a special book. After paying a small fee, a lead seal was attached to the garment to show it was allowed, and the owner could keep wearing it for another 3 years. These detailed records, called marcature, survive in cities like Siena and Bologna and offer information about the finest clothing owned by craftsmen and other citizens. To ensure these laws, systems were set up in Italian cities to report violations. In Siena, for example, people over 20 could report violations anonymously by submitting a secret note in a box placed outside City Hall. The notes could include an offender's name, the item of clothing, and where the violation happened. In Florence, officials would patrol public places like markets and churches, seizing illegal accessories on the spot. Some of these reports, called denunzi, as well as court cases that followed, still exist and provide great insight into how people viewed and enforced these clothing rules. Dressing is a simple manner meant to avoid the sins of pride, greed, and envy, especially for women. In the Scarlet Letter, Nathaniel Hawthorne makes it a point explicitly when he describes the scarlet A that Hester Prynne wore on the breast of her gown, made, quote, in fine red cloth, surrounded with an elaborate embroidery and fantastic flourishes of gold thread. This letter, Hawthorne writes, quote, was of a splendor in accordance with the taste of the age, but greatly beyond what was allowed by sumptuary regulations of the colony. So he did his research. For decades, the colony continued to refine these laws. In 1639, the colony instituted a stricter law against lace and forbade clothing with shorter sleeves. In 1650, the law became more class conscious. Only those who had more than 200 pounds to their estates were allowed to wear gold and silver buttons and knee points, or great boots, silk hoods, or silk scarves. Exempt from the rule were magistrates and public officers, their wives and children, as well as militia officers and soldiers. Anyone else who's with advanced education or employment, or whose estate have been considerable, though now decayed. It's worth noting that in England, images of Quakers and Jews wearing conical hats were rare by the mid-1600s. Jews have been expelled from the kingdom in 1290, and it wasn't until 1656 that Oliver Cromwell allowed Jews to return to England. I did not know that. This resettlement occurred around the same time that Quakers were also facing persecution for their radical beliefs, which included equality, radical, between men and women and allowing women to preach. Both Jews and Quakers, seen as outsiders, became targets of suspicion, and Quaker women in particular were accused of witchcraft. As fashion historian Vi explains, the demonization of witches had already borrowed anti-Jewish imagery. So when Quakers were later accused of witchcraft, the same anti-Semitic witchery imagery was was conveniently repurposed to vilify them. This connection was especially strong during the social panic over Jewish resettlement and Quaker support of it. Massachusetts and Connecticut were not the only colonies to pass such laws. In New Jersey in 1670, it was illegal for a woman to, quote, betray unto matrimony any of his majesty's male subjects by scents, paints, cosmetics, washes, artificial teeth, false hair, Spanish wool, iron stays, hoops, high heel shoes, or bolstered hips, end quote. And if they did, the marriage would be null and void. They would be punished.
Damn it. So if that rule was still here today in New Jersey, because that's where I am, I would have to get rid of my artificial teeth.
Yeah. Yep. Toothless.
Avi, I'm sorry.
Yeah. They would be convicted of witchcraft and sorcery as well. In 1676, Hannah Lyman was in trouble. She was among 36 or so young women who had been summoned to court. They had flouted the laws of the colony of Connecticut by wearing silken hoods. Among these overdressed women, Lyman was apparently the most rebellious and strong-willed. Atta girl. She appeared in court wearing the very silk hood that she had been indicted for donning.
Oh my God. I love that.
The judge was predictably not very happy. He accused her of wearing silk she's flaunting her shit. Yeah. In an offensive way, not only before, but when she stood at present in the court. She and the other young women were fined for their offenses. New England's Puritan colonies had many laws restricting how citizens, particularly women, should and could dress. Sumptuary laws that we talked about, like these, were unique to that time and place. They had governed personal behavior as far back as ancient Rome. Usually, sumptuary laws were enacted to control behavior in order to distinguish the high class from the lower ones, though sometimes they were intended to keep wealthy enough people from squandering all their resources on fashionable indulgences. Pirates' dramatic and colorful style of dressing was, for instance, a deliberate and brazen violation of these laws.
Interesting. Like, even if somebody could afford a robe or a hood like that, doesn't mean that they should, according to the law.
Yeah.
That's so fucked.
Mm-hmm.
What times these were. So in 1679, the colony also started worrying about hair, since, quote, there is a manifest pride openly appearing among us, some women wearing borders of hair, and their cutting, curling, and immodest laying out of their hair, end quote. Some trace the witch hat to a style associated with Quaker women. Throughout most of the 17th century, women of all social classes wore tall, black wool felt hats, which Abby Cox, a dress historian, says was considered normal fashion at the time. These wide-brimmed black conical hats peaked in popularity in the mid-1600s, which also happened to be when a new Christian denomination known as the Religious Society of Friends, or Quakers, was founded in New England. The Quakers' beliefs were considered radical at the time, especially the idea that women and men were spiritual equals and that women were permitted to be preachers. Because they were seen as outsiders and their vows and practices were considered a threat to the British monarchy and the Church of England, Quakers faced persecution and imprisonment, while Quaker women in particular were accused of witchcraft. In her 1901 book, The Quaker, A Study in Costume, historian Amelia Mott Gumer, herself a practicing Quaker, noted that the 17th century, quote, preaching women who faced witchcraft persecutions wore pointed hats with caps underneath, aprons, and high-heeled shoes. At a time when women outside of the monarchy were rarely in the public eye and therefore seldom represented in book illustrations and other art, this image of Quaker women and the clothes they wore stuck. Almost all of the earliest prints of the Quaker women who preach show them dressed in this cap and hat, she writes. It is impossible in examining any of these pictures to avoid the suggestion that here is the hat of the conventional witch of our childhood. The tall, wide-brimmed Quaker hat, as it was later known in America, was actually a slightly later form of the fashionable capotain or pilgrim's hat as depicted here, sported by as Guy Fawkes. We know Guy Fawkes, right? What was that movie?
Remember the 5th of November. V for Vendetta. Guy Fawkes, Unhinged.
I will keep that in mind. Good movie, great movie, by the way.
Natalie Portman.
Yes. She was young, right, during that movie. I'm thinking another movie.
She was pretty young.
Yeah,
she's not a kiddo, but like 20s.
Okay,
probably.
No, I was thinking of The Professional, where she's like a hitman with that guy.
Yeah.
A little kid, right?
Beyond the hitman. Love that.
He might have been a teenager in this one, V for Vendetta, maybe. So yeah, Guy Fawkes, probably as doctrinally distinct from a Quaker as a person could be. So I don't really know much about Guy Fawkes. What was he, a pilgrim? Was he a Quaker? Like, what the fuck? What was he?
I don't know if we can go down that side road today. He wanted All I know is like overthrow the government. I don't know.
Okay.
I could be wrong.
All right, so we're talking like 17th century. What year would that be? Like, would that be like 1600s?
17th century, yeah, 1600s.
Okay. All right, so this was the style of dress worn by those who founded the first successful godly communities in New England during the first half of the 17th century. In later centuries, the Quakers were known for being as conservative in their style of dress and speech as they were radical in their ideas, a combination which may have fed the association with tall hats and witchcraft. And radical they fucking were. The Puritans were insane. Unhinged. Okay, so now I kind of wanted to throw this bit in here since we're talking about the Puritan/Pilgrim era and the association with tall hats and witchcraft. I thought this would be a good time to chat about Roger Conant. Okay. Salem, Massachusetts, earliest settler. So if you've been to Salem, Massachusetts, you've seen that bronze statue of that big cloaked figure with the big pointy hat. It's a man right outside of the Salem Witch Museum, that church cathedral looking museum right in front of Salem Commons. That's the statue that we're talking about here. So that statue was actually a statue of Roger Conant, born April 1592. He was a New England colonist and a dry salter, credited for establishing the communities of Salem, Peabody, Beverly, and Danvers, Massachusetts. Peabody, Beverly, and Danvers were part of Salem during his lifetime. Conant arrived at Plymouth County from London in 1624, where he became associated with Puritan opposition and subsequently led the settlement to outlying areas, including the site of the ancient Native American village and trading center, which would later become Salem. So it sounds like he wasn't for the Puritan. He was associated with the oppositions. So he was against the Puritans. Yeah. So it says Conant's leadership provided the stability to survive the first 2 years in Salem. But John Endicott, if you've been in Salem, Endicott Street, that's his famous street, right? One of the new arrivals replaced him by order of the Massachusetts Bay Company. Conant graciously stepped aside and was granted 200 acres of land in compensation. Conant had quite the eventful life, and his Wikipedia page is long. It's full of golden. I don't want to get too off track here. I just kind of wanted to focus on him and,
He got shit done.
Yeah, his image, because as, in today's day and age, his statue is front and center in Salem. People think he's a witch, right?
This gives me if I've been reading too many spicy books. If you're going to write a spicy book about a male witch in that time, his stance, very I will take care of you.
Can I say he does kind of look think of Hugh Jackman in Van Helsing?
Oh God, yeah.
Right?
Yes.
That kind of cloak, that kind of get up. He looks like he would be a vampire hunter.
Ugh, love
More
that.
so than a witch, right? But I guess I could see how that would be misconstrued because he's standing right outside of the Salem Witch Museum, right? It looks like it's kind of associated in some way. So I could see how that
is suspect
would get confused. Exactly. So, I mean, if you guys want to go down the rabbit hole about Roger Conant, who he was, I'll add the link in our show notes. But the reason why I wanted to mention him here is because in 1913, the Conant Family Association approved sculptor Henry Hudson Kitson's design for a bronze sculpture of Roger Conant. Kitson's dramatic design features Conant overlooking Salem Common, right outside the Salem Witch Museum, shrouded in this billowing heavy cloak. The sculpture was installed atop a boulder taken from nearby Lynn, Massachusetts. And because of the cloak, wide-brimmed hat, and its location directly outside of the Salem Witch Museum, many visitors to the area often mistaken Conant for a witch. And though we know that there were no witches of the Salem witch trials, and all of those that were convicted were in fact innocent people, Conant doesn't even have anything to do with the Salem witch trials at all.
It was just the fashion.
Conant actually died in Beverly, Massachusetts Bay on November 19th, 1679, a whole 13 years prior to the Salem witch trials of 1692.
Yeah.
So he had nothing to do with even the witch trials.
Interesting. Okay.
So he's just the earliest settler. His statue is in bronze right there on the common, right in front of the witch museum. So, I mean, I guess that's why people get him confused. And now looking at his statue, it always makes me think of that booze cruise that we went on in Salem when that lady, she was telling a story about this statue, right? And how under his large cloak, you can see
it's a little chilly.
Something maybe a little inappropriate. But I didn't see it either. I think she was just making that up for entertainment value, which was very funny, very comical. Yeah. But then she points to my husband Avi, and she's referring to him now as Raj.
The picture of Avi just holding his little warm cider, just innocent bystander. He was reeled into the whole charade by the end of that trip.
He was humoring her. It was so cute. She was cute.
Good
but
man.
yeah. Anyway, so yeah, Roger Conant was not a witch. Moving along.
All right, although the classical pointy hat certainly existed in the latter 17th century in England, we have two pictures here of two fine ladies. The miniaturist Esther Inglis is 1624, and the matriarchal widow Mrs. Elizabeth Salisbury, 1693, would have certainly seen you whipped for making any snide remarks about their headgear. Both very, oh my God, the very first photo,
Yeah.
quintessential witch hat.
Love it.
1624. So this was before Roger's time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Not only were these women forces to be reckoned with, even in the patriarchal nightmare of their times, but these portraits were deliberately posed and dressed to emphasize their unassailable respectability, wealth, and status. The existence of the pointy hats does not point to it as a, quote, witch's hat. It had to be made into one by association over the course of the 18th century. The pointy black hat rose to prominence in children's literature, pamphlets, and books, in which a person, usually a woman, sometimes elderly, check out our spinsters episode, sometimes wearing a black peaked hat, was depicted brewing up storms, brewsters, conversing with diamonds, or riding broomsticks or other implements, as in the woodcut depiction of Mother Shipton from 1720. These individual aspects did not always appear, and certainly not necessarily together. Witches kept their bonnets on and let their hair down in print for a very long time. But with representation of these individual signs, each began to symbolize the, quote, evil of their subject matter. Thus, the hat became a witch's hat for a signifier for a witch. In these texts, the turbulence of the previous 2 centuries were viewed through a distancing mechanism, a tone of rational superiority. The increasingly fashionable skepticism of the 18th century drew on earlier works such as Reynolds Scott's Discovery of Witches, which describes those executed as witches as poor, deluded old women to disassociate themselves from the superstitious irrationality and violence of the recent past. This developing discourse was what a witch was, developed further into what the accepted image of a witch came to be.
Eventually, even Puritan New England relaxed, kind of, about the way its people were allowed to dress. Although the laws remained on the books, they weren't always enforced with vigor. This is in part because the punishments didn't provide much deterrent. 6 years later, after Hannah Lyman flouted the court in her silk hood, another magistrate went after a different group of women for the same offense. But that second time, no one else in the community was interested in indicting them. Law or no law, Puritan women were going to indulge in sinful extravagance at least every once in a while. Good for them, right?
Good for her.
Yeah. Puritans were not entirely stodgy in their manner and sober in their dress, and the wealthier Puritans among them wanted the finer things in life just as we do today. As time passed, the fashion police... Oh, is that where the term fashion police comes from?
Because you could literally be taken to court.
Because literally.
Sumptuary laws.
Holy shit. I had no idea. So as time passed, the fashion police, literally in the Massachusetts Bay Colony, loosened its grip and people were brought to court less often for their clothing.
Cool.
The earliest image of a witch wearing a pointy hat appears to be this illustration from Cotton Mather's account of the diabolical goings on at Salem in the 1691 I guess this was a book, Wonders of the Invisible World, published in England in 1693. One witch out of the 3 wears a conical hat, but there are other signs which indicate witchery both to the early modern and the modern mind. Not least the large demon and flying on the broomsticks. Yeah, there's like a demon flying with them, you see?
I love this print.
Yeah, it's cute. Nevertheless, like, oh, it's a demon, that's so cute. Nevertheless, in the context of 1693, the hat may carry a symbolic load of a different sort, that of Quakerism, an evil which Mather listed alongside the diabolical sorceries and murderous raids of Native Americans, royal officials, and drunkenness as presenting the gravest threat to the New England congregational community. Going back, I'm going to keep saying Salem the podcast again and again and again, because they really kind of like dive deep into, like, they always reiterate that the Salem witch trial, Salem was not living in a vacuum. That's what they, try to make a point of, because Salem on the outskirts, there were Native American battles, there was a lot of bloodshed and a lot of fear mongering, with the public officials trying to get the people in Salem all scared and all riled up and like thinking that, you know, their souls are going to be stolen by the Native Americans and savages and blah, 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 blah. It wasn't just like somebody in their community like, oh my God, you're a witch, you did this to me, or I have this personal vendetta against you. Like there was a lot of other stuff going on at the time.
Wow.
So that all contributed to this mass hysteria.
What chaos. Oh my God.
It was complete chaos. Like every single, it's so funny watching Salem, the TV show, like me and Avi are watching it. That's our dinner show right now.
Nice.
And we were watching last night and there was a scene, Increase Mather shows up and he like persecutes the leader of the brothel. Okay. He finds crystals in like her wall or something like that. And he's like, he throws her in jail, but she ends up like offing herself in jail. So then he hangs her dead body. Oh, she's already dead, but he hangs her just to prove a point. Like, this is what's going to happen to all you, like, you know.
Wow.
And Avi goes to me while he's sitting there making his witch sticks.
Witch sticks? Blair Witch sticks.
Making his Blair Witch sticks with a cat on his lap, and he's looking at me and he's like, can you believe this shit? Imagine living in those times, waking up, looking out your window and seeing the same
bodies.
shit every fucking day. He was like, can you imagine living through this?
The mental state you would have to put yourself in to like put this in that little box, just store that away. What compartmentalize, as they say.
Yeah, it's just unimaginable. Horrible. But anyway, so going back to the dunce hats. The dunce hats in the later 19th century, dunce hats came into play as tools for humiliation and punishment in public schools in England. The origin of the dunce cap style is thought to come from the followers of a 13th century magician called John Duns Scotus. So his name was, I guess, Duns. So Duns came from
Dun. Okay.
Yeah, who believed humans act as a funnel for wisdom. The tall conical hat would act as a receiver and focusing point for wisdom, drawing down power.
My God.
So very
wow. I should have looked into him a little more.
Yeah.
Scottish Catholic priest and Franciscan friar, university professor, philosopher, and theologian. He's a Renaissance man. One of the four most important Christian philosopher theologians in Western Europe in the High Middle Ages. That is amazing because we're going to talk about the cone of power later on and receiving knowledge that way. That makes so much sense. That's so cool.
Yeah, man. History is a fucking bag of just endless bag of knowledge. So these days when one thinks of a witch, there are few more accessories that come along with the image, such as the black dress, right? Though Glinda the Good Witch from The Wizard of Oz and the Sanderson sisters in Hocus Pocus had colorful wardrobes, the base of the standard witch costume is typically a black dress, cloak, or robe. Historically, healing women and others who will later be called witches would wear what everyone else in their village community did. Homemade clothes that were made to be functional, says Catherine Walker, an assistant professor of English specializing in the history of magic and 16th and 17th century cultures at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas.
Like, when they ask you in school, what do you want to be when you grow up? A professor of English specializing in history of magic in 16th and 17th century culture was not on the radar.
I'm curious,
how does one could become that?
Exactly. How does one find that niche?
I don't know.
How do you just roll into that field? Can you please tell us? Because I think we
want to do over.
Probably good at that.
Yeah, totally.
So in the medieval period and beyond, these clothes would feature cloaks or hoods. So it's very likely that in terms of dress, witches at first were not visually distinct from their neighbors. It didn't take long, however, for these once common garments to be affiliated with witches. The connection with a black dress in particular is probably the result of the association of the color black with the devil, and black magic through the Renaissance, Walker explains. So now let's talk about the prominent nose. Similar to the way black conical hats immediately communicate that a character or costume person is supposed to be a witch, prominent, pointy, crooked, or hooked noses traditionally have been used to convey that a witch is meant to be seen as, quote, evil or wicked. This visual shorthand began long before Margaret Hamilton donned a sponge rubber prosthetic nose and chin to play the Wicked Witch of the West in the 1939 film version of The Wizard of Oz. In medieval Europe, witches and Jews were both seen seen as threats to, quote, good Christian society and the existing power structure, and therefore were persecuted when the opportunity arose, says Vi. There was some overlap in the imagery of Jews and witches because you see a lot of physical characteristics associated with witches that were also stereotypes applied to Jews before, during, and after the medieval period, she says. This was the case with the aquiline, or hooked noses, which were used to depict both Jews and witches, Vi explains. This nose, which has been found to be a more broadly Mediterranean trait, was something that was used to signify differences between Jews living in Western or Eastern Europe. When witches, Jews, and other groups like the Romani were portrayed with these noses, it was far from a neutral representation. A huge amount of anti-Semitic imagery uses exaggerated aquiline noses as a visual identifier for Jews, connecting Jewishness with ugliness, greed, and all sorts of other undesirable characteristics, Vi explains. In Western European beauty standards, prominent or curved noses have long been considered ugly at best. In addition to long pointy noses, witch costumes often include other signature facial features like green skin, and green is another color that has historically been associated with the devil and other forms of evil, says Walker, but the specific association of green skin and witches didn't actually come about until the 1939 film The Wizard of Oz. So in L. Frank Baum's book The Wonderful Wizard of Oz, published in September 1900, the illustrations of the Wicked Witch of the West were in black and white, and the color of her skin wasn't even mentioned. However, when Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer decided to film The Wizard of Oz in Technicolor, studio executives encouraged set designers, makeup artists, and costume designers to use as much color as possible, not only to take advantage of the technology, but also to help differentiate between the sepia-toned scenes in Kansas and the highly saturated scenes of the land of Oz. This included giving the Wicked Witch of the West green skin. At the beginning of the production, Hamilton participated in multiple screen tests to determine which shades of green makeup were most visible in Technicolor. Prior to the 1939 film, most pop culture witches had pale Caucasian skin, though some associated with Halloween, including those featured on postcards and decorations for the holiday, were depicted with red, orange, or even yellow faces. Very interesting. I don't remember, was Wizard of Oz, was that the first Technicolor film done?
Oh, I'm not sure if it
Is that
first,
why they were
first.
like so
Yeah.
adamant about using all this color, because it was a new technology and they like wanted to indulge in it, you know?
It's very memorable in that way. Yeah, colorful.
Definitely. Yeah. Let's talk about that wrinkled face. So, according to 15th and 16th century texts about witchcraft, technically anyone could be a witch, but most were women, as they were considered far more impressionable and therefore susceptible to the devil's influence than men. This was thought to be especially true of older women, who were seen as particularly vulnerable to demonic attacks. Of course, it's true that witches were thought to be a range of different ages, but eventually the stereotype of the old witch or hag who would have warts and wrinkles developed, says Walker, noting that this can be seen in art like Albrecht Dürer's The Witch, an engraving form from around 1500. Similarly, an illustration from the August 1888 issue of Harper's Young People portrays a witch of advanced age along with other now standard traits, like unruly hair, a black conical hat, and a long pointy nose. What's perhaps the most influential image of a witch as an older woman came nearly 50 years later in Disney's 1937 animated film Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, when the striking evil queen was transformed into a saucer-eyed, white-haired crone with missing teeth and a long hooked nose with a massive wart. You know what's interesting? Like, she's like this like demure like queen, right? And then like when she like does, I don't remember the logistics of the movie, but at some point she turns it, like you see that she's really the hag, right?
Yeah.
They do the same type of thing in Salem in like the show.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, like
Like-
the true form is like the ugly form.
Yeah, Mary Sibley's like this young, beautiful, like
Mhm.
temptress or whatever. But then when she looks in the mirror, she looks like that, and then she appears to the other girls who she's bewitching. She appears like the hag.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes
So
sense.
it's really interesting how they kind of like played on those old fairy tale tropes in that show.
Yeah, interesting.
So then also warts, right?
Mhm.
According to Walker, the idea that witches have warts and other marks on their bodies arises from the concept of the, quote, witch's mark, or the spot on a witch's body where she would feed her demonic familiar, likely a cat, toad, or other small pet. In the infamous 1487 manual for how to identify witches, titled the Malleus Maleficarum, the authors specify that a suspected witch's body should be searched to find any unusual mark, which could then serve as evidence, she says. Like green skin, this is another example of how the 1939 film version of The Wizard of Oz solidified the stereotypical image of a witch. A wart sprouting horse hairs was built into Hamilton's prosthetic chin.
Ew.
Yeah.
Gross.
Yeah. And then also the pointed toe shoes or boots. If a witch costume includes footwear, there's a good chance that it's a pair of black shoes or boots with a pointed tip. Or some of them have those like curly tips, right?
Cute. Very cute.
Yeah, the more whimsical ones. Officially known as poulains, word that evolved from the French term for from Poland. These sharp shoes were all the rage in Europe from the 14th to 16th centuries. However, like many fashion trends, poulains weren't without controversy. According to Andrew Millar of the Museum of London, the Catholic and later Anglican Church regarded the pointed toes of the shoes as phallic.
Of course they did.
And contributing directly to people's sexual proclivities. End quote. The church also thought that poulains' long points made it impossible for the wearer to kneel, and as a result prevented them from praying, earning them the nickname Satan's Claws among priests.
Satan's claws. I love that.
Yeah. It's unclear when exactly pointy shoes were designated as witches' footwear. However, the link is unsurprising given their association with the devil in medieval Europe, and the fact that dressing up in a Halloween costume started to take off in the United States in the early 20th century when it was common for women to wear black, block-heeled, lace-up boots with an elongated toe. But, like, didn't the pilgrims also wear, like, the pointy buckled shoes? Like, they were, like, some kind of...
That I would have to look closely at. Like, when I think of a Puritan shoe, at least the guys, I think of a flat front.
Right,
Maybe
yeah,
the ones that
yeah.
have pointy ones.
Not as pointy, more flat, but I feel like those, they're very similar looking, probably.
Like you got the ankle support.
Yeah, the black buckle, or like the buckle on the front part of the shoe.
What did that? So we have to do a Puritans episode.
We're gonna do a Puritans episode, and then I think we should do an episode all on the boots because Maria had those red boots.
Yes.
And I think we should definitely do a whole focus on that too.
Yes.
But yeah, there's so many little wormholes to go down, right?
Two things. Guys, we're recording this on 2 different days. I went to that book sale and there was a book on Puritans and I picked it up. $1 for hardbacks, 50 cents for softbacks, and I did not buy it.
Why?
I was like, what are the odds I'm going to actually need this? And secondly, if y'all remember, was it the last episode? No, it was just a few minutes ago. We were talking about Roger and then we were talking about Van Helsing. 2 other occasions Van Helsing has shown up in the last week.
Right.
I'm not complaining. I love Hugh Jackman, as you know.
Yeah.
But it's just so funny.
It is weird.
How that happens.
Yeah, I guess after our conversation in the last few minutes, which was what, 3-4 days ago, when we were talking about Van Helsing, I was like, I haven't seen the movie in a while. So I put it on Friday night, and his outfit, Hugh Jackman's outfit, is like to the T, looks exactly like what Roger Conan is wearing in that bronze statue.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do they specify a date, like what year that takes place in?
Van Helsing?
Yeah.
I want to say maybe the 15 or 1600s. I don't remember what they said in the movie, but
okay. The Frankenstein book, I highly recommend because Van Helsing is Dracula. Van Helsing is not Frankenstein. Dracula, y'all can skip, but Van Helsing is like the only person in that whole freaking book who has his shit together. Really. Yeah. It's just really funny.
Actually, no, so the Wikipedia page says it took place in 1887 Transylvania. So way more recent than what we were thinking, like 1600s. Yes. So Industrial Revolution, which makes sense because that was like, when they started discovering electricity, because that's how they would do the whole Frankenstein bit, right?
Right.
You need electricity to bring this monster to life. So 1887 Transylvania, it says Dr. Victor Frankenstein, aided by his assistant Igor and Count Dracula. So it meshes the two.
Oh, that's so weird.
Together. Yeah.
Okay. Then back to my point about Frankenstein. Hollywood did it dirty. Igor is not even in the story at all. It's probably the one of the saddest books I've ever read. I actually bought a copy just so I could like highlight shit, like really poignant stuff. Please read it. It's not that long. It's like 250 pages something.
Did I tell you Avi downloaded it on audiobook and we started listening to it in the car, like on our errands and stuff like that?
Okay, yeah.
But like it's so soothing that it actually like lulls me to like I just want to go to sleep. I want to go to sleep.
You gotta play that shit on times 2.
Yeah. But then it goes so fast and I'm like I can't keep up. What did he just say? Like I gotta rewind it.
I, to be honest, kind of blacked out. Like I know it starts with like letters, like letter number 1, 2, 3, 4. It doesn't really pick up until like chapter 9.
Okay.
So stick with it.
Yeah. Yeah. Because after like we got through all the letters, we were like, oh, those were just letters.
I know. You're like, that was a waste of my time.
Yeah, now the story is starting. Okay. All right. Here we go. Yeah.
Okay. So the movie with Hugh Jackman melds Frankenstein and Dracula together.
Yes. And his outfit looks like what Roger Conan is wearing on the bronze statue.
That's
like,
wild.
To the T. Yeah. Which is weird because Roger Conan, first settler of Salem, that was like 1600s.
Right.
And then Von Helsing was like...
He's very out of place.
Yeah, exactly.
But are the other characters... This is a side quest. Are the other characters dressed kind of the same or are they more Victorian time, turn of the century?
Kate Beckinsale, she looks a little Victorian.
Okay.
She looks a little more Victorian.
Okay.
Yeah, she definitely is not wearing no Puritan wear, I'm telling you that. Like she's like very form-fitting corset, frilly shirt with a bolero over on top and like very, very tight pants.
Both you and Avi enjoyed this film.
Exactly. So, you know, not a hard watch. It's, you know, very entertaining.
That's funny. Okay, good to know.
Yeah, give it another watch.
Let's keep go. Speaking of pop culture, as we mentioned, their pointy hats had started to be depicted in art and propaganda as early as 1720. And we all know it hasn't stopped there. So we want to talk about more witch and pop culture and just discuss maybe some finer art where the witch shows up, the pointy hat shows up. How did classical artists portray the witch? So let's start with Hans Boldung Grain. And he has a woodcut from 1510. This woodcut. None of the witches in this have any head covering that I can see.
No, their hair is like long and flowy.
Yes. So that's, I think, the pictures that we're going to be talking about. The pointy hat doesn't really have a place in a lot of the romanticized, maybe, versions of witches, is what I think I wanted to get at. So this is just an example of the more salacious Sabbat image, which were developed as the new iconography of witchcraft through the course of the 16th century in Germany, at least. And it pictures 3 witches sitting on the ground. There's actually a 4th witch and a goat behind them. There's what looks to be like a witch flying on another goat in the air, but all their hair is just long and luscious and flowing.
Yeah.
These were images specifically crafted to suggest the witch as inverting all the forms of behavior proper to the pious Christian woman. As such, their unbound flowing locks are much as a sign that the ladies were up to no good as their nakedness in the presence of the skull and cauldrons. It is very important to remember that no decent or indeed indecent woman would be seen dead beyond their own front door without a head covering. It would be tempting to blame St. Paul for this state of affair, but really, he was simply reflecting the cultural norms of his time. Across the world, head coverings for married women is a staple of status fashion. This person says, my own grandmother, born in 1916, never left the house without a hat and gloves. It wasn't the done thing until the 1960s.
Interesting. So yeah, like the Puritans, I guess it was mandatory for them to wear those very modest head coverings, maybe showing their hair or letting their hair down and flowy was like, that's no, like, you know.
Keep that shit controlled.
Exactly. And then them depicting, these artists of the time depicting these, quote, witches or women with their hair just long and flowing, like they're women of sin.
Salacious.
Like, yeah, exactly.
It's like
And,
showing that ankle.
And that's not too far off from like, this is still happening in other countries. Like women
Yeah.
in the Middle East aren't not allowed to show their hair.
Yep. Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
this is still going on. Women are still vilified for being
Their
a
sexuality.
woman. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So still
yeah.
going on.
The next image that I wanted to talk about was The Witch by Albert Dürer. And this one, again, no hat. I don't know what episode it was, but we discussed this recently. In this print, the witch is riding backwards on a goat in this image. This dates 1501, 1502. Albert Dürer depicts a barely clothed woman, a witch, sitting astride a leaping goat. Contrary to the goat's forward motion, the woman's hair streams unnaturally in the opposite direction. The incongruous situation indicates the presence of the supernatural and the devil, which the goat was understood to visually represent. For putti, cherubs, surround the female figure, brandishing symbols of witchcraft, such as an alchemist's pot and a thorn apple plant.
What?
Was that? Maybe that's where she showed up. I don't get.
Oh, yeah, I don't remember it on that episode, but that's interesting.
Dürer's influence on the portrayal of witches and witch iconography was dramatic. The visual of the witch riding backwards, the malevolent crone, the continually reimagined and treated as a firm precedence for the enduring image of the female witch today. In this and other works by Dürer, the witch is powerfully reinforced as a catalyst for misfortune. The female figure, particularly when seen with broomstick in hand, is said to conjure storms and grave occurrences, which Dürer alludes to in the upper left of the picture we have in front of us. As one author suggests, she is, quote, naked, unabashed, a stylized negation of idolized womanhood. This next artist we both, I think, are fans of.
Goya.
We're going to talk about
The Witch's
Goya.
Flight. Yes.
Yes. Goya has a few pictures that I wanted to talk about. He does portray the conical hat in a few of them. So let's start with the Witch's Flight. This is also known as the Witches in the Air.
Vuelo de Brujas.
Vuelo de Brujas. And this is an oil on canvas painting completed in 1798 by the Spanish painter Francisco Goya. It was part of a series of 6 paintings relating to witchcraft acquired by the Duke and Duchess of Osuna in 1798. It has been described as, quote, the most beautiful and powerful of Goya's Osuna witch paintings. The painting was sold to the Duke and Duchess of Osuna on the 27th of June, 1798 to decorate their villa, Alameda, on the outskirts of Madrid. It was then sold in 1896 at a public auction. At the center point are the 3 semi-nude witches wearing corozas, which we're going to talk about more later. We'll also be referring to these as the capotes. We used that word before. And this is the pointed hat on top of their heads. So they're bearing aloft a writhing nude figure, their mouths closed on their victims as if to devour him or to suck his blood. Below, 2 figures in peasant garb recoil from the spectacle. One has thrown himself to the ground, covering his ears. He attempts to escape by covering himself with a blanket, making the fig in hand gesture to ward off the evil eye.
Is it this one? He's going like this.
Oh, okay.
Got his
Oh, yeah, he's got the blanket
clenched.
on
Yeah.
his hand out.
Yeah.
The general scholarly consensus is that the painting represents a rationalist critique of superstition and ignorance, particularly in religious matters. The witches' corozas are not only emblematic of the violence of the Spanish Inquisition. The upward flames indicate that they have been condemned as unrepentant heretics and will be burned at the stake, but also as reminiscent of the episcopal mitres bearing the characteristic double points, like a bishop, I guess. The accusations of religious tribunals are thus reflected back on themselves, whose actions are implicitly equated with superstition and ritualized sacrifice. The bystanders can then be understood either as appalled but unable to do anything, or willfully ignorant and unwilling to intervene. The donkey, finally, is the traditional symbol of ignorance. But this painting is generally understood to be a critical judgment or on the ritual violence and superstition of an earlier period. It was not intended to be a portrait of reality. In a similar vein, the produce of the popular press in the 18th century was probably just as important a contribution to the image of the witch hats as that of the 17th century was to the witch hunts themselves. The expansion of the printing press fed the popular appetite for news and sensation, written in tones from extreme skepticism to a National Enquirer, which covered all matters of strange occurrences, monstrous births, and aberrant crimes. Sandra Clark argues in her book on Elizabeth pamphleteers that witchcraft made particularly good pamphlet fodder since the accounts could be once informative, entertaining, and sensational. There were many illustrations of witches and their nefarious goings on with the devil, their familiars, and the acts of maleficia, and can be seen from the images from 1493, 1612, and 1643.
You want to hear something funny? Okay, so there's a scene in Salem. I think it was like maybe the very first episode. This dude is trying to like exorcise the demon from this girl. I think her character's name is Mercy. He's trying to exorcise the demon. And he's like, I think he was like bloodletting and he was like doing some other stuff. And then he goes like, he's like throwing like holy water on or something like that. And then he's like, Malleus Maleficarum. And Avi looks at me. He's like, what the hell does that mean? I was like, the Malleus Maleficarum is a book.
Yeah.
He's like, so why would he just say that? Does that translate to something? And then I looked it up because like I forgot what it meant. But it means the hammer of witches, right?
Yeah.
But like still, like why would he be like hammer of witches? Why would he just declare that?
Twilight! Harry Potter!
Twilight! Oh my god, it's so funny. Yeah, I was like, that didn't even make any sense. It's so funny. But I guess they just said it for like woo, the woo factor of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this next one is the Witch's Sabbath, another painting. And this shows the devil, just sidebar, that none of the witches or women in this photo have a hat on. But it's kind of like a bunch of women sitting in a circle around a horned figure, a goat. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Got some twigs in his hair. There is an old woman holding a skeleton baby.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, that's weird. I just noticed that. I just noticed that. Yeah, the moon's not full. It looks like it's, what is that, waning or waxing? I can't tell.
And the ones that get bigger, waxing.
Waxing, yes, waxing. And yeah, the goat kind of has like Black Phillip vibes, right?
Yeah.
So this painting is called The Witch's Sabbath, and this is also by Goya. So The Witch's Sabbath shows the devil in the form of a garlanded goat surrounded by a coven of disfigured young and aging witches in the moonlit barren landscape. The goat possesses large horns and is crowned by a wreath of oak leaves. An old witch holds an emaciated infant in her hands. That might be the little skeleton baby that you were talking about. The devil seems to be acting as a priest at an initiation ceremony for the child. So I guess like a baptism, like a dark baptism.
Oh.
Okay, so though popular superstition at the time believed the devil often fed on children and human fetuses.
Okay, makes sense.
It makes perfect sense.
Correct.
The skeletons of two infants can be seen, one discarded to the left and the other held by a crone in the center foreground. Is that why they started baptizing babies? Because
for God.
Yeah, so when you
for the devil.
come into the world, you come into the world with original sin, right?
And the Christian, yeah.
Is that because they think that you're vulnerable to the devil feeding off of your spirit when you're that like an infant?
I think we're born with original sin in their view because of Adam and Eve. Eve fucked it up.
Trying to make a connection here.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to make it make sense in my head.
Christianity has so many loopholes as well. You know, they kind of just make it up as they go.
Right. So typical of the imagery of witchcraft, many of the symbols used are inverted. The goat extends his left rather than his right hoof towards the child, while the quarter moon faces out of the canvas at the top left corner. In the middle high ground, a number of bats can be seen flying overhead, their flocking motion echoing the curve of the crescent moon. I didn't even notice the bats because it's
little bats
tiny. Yeah. I have to blow this up to see a little better, but there's so much little detail going on in this. Interesting. So interest in the supernatural was a feature of Romanticism and is to be found, for example, in Weber's opera Der Freischütz. Is that how you say that? However, in Spanish context, Goya's paintings have been seen as a protest against those who upheld and enforced the values of the Spanish Inquisition, which had been active in witch hunting during the 17th century Basque witch trials. The later Witch's Sabbath was painted as a bitter struggle raged between liberals and those in favor of a church and a royalist-led state, which culminated in the so-called ominous decade, the years between 1823 and 1833. Both paintings can be seen as an attack on the superstitious beliefs rife in Spain during a period when tales of midnight gatherings of witches and the appearance of the devil were commonplace among the rural populace. They reflect the artist's disdain for the popular tendency towards superstition and the church-led return to medieval fears. Goya's depictions of such scenes mocked what he saw as medieval fears exploited by the established order for political capital skill and gain. In the 20th century, the painting was purchased by the financier Jose Lazaro Galdiano and donated to the Spanish state on his death.
It sounds like Goya was like, do you see how stupid y'all look for believing this?
Right.
Y'all are idiots.
Yeah, I love that. All right, so the next painting, this is another Goya painting, and if you look at the picture, you can see the capirote or carroza, which is the cone-shaped hat. It makes a return in this painting called the Inquisition Tribunal. This was also known as the Court of the Inquisition or the Inquisition Scene, or in Spanish, Escena de Inquisición. It's a 46 by 73 centimeter oil on panel painting produced by the Spanish artist Francisco Goya between 1812 and 1819. The painting belongs to a series which also includes Bullfight, the Madhouse, and a procession of flagellants. Flatulence?
Yeah, it does look like that. Yeah.
The possession of flatulence, which we'll talk about next, all reflecting customs which liberals, of whom Goya was then one, objected to and wished were abandoned, but their reform was opposed by the absolutist, autocratic policy of Ferdinand VII of Spain. The painting depicts an auto da fe, from Portuguese, meaning the act of faith, by a tribunal of the Spanish Inquisition being held inside a church. The officials in the scene are predominantly monks with only a single secular judge present. The four accused people are wearing tall pointed carroza or capirote, a white pointed hat, on their heads and clad in sanbenitos describing their offenses. Ringed around the accused are the clerics and the inquisitors, and farther back, a sea of invited guests fill the church interior, witnessing the drama. Every figure in the foreground is in the light, individualized and well characterized, whereas the background is occupied by an anonymous mass of people shut in by darkness and claustrophobic Gothic architecture.
What is autocratic? It's the second time I've heard that today.
No. Relating to a ruler who has absolute power,
Oh,
taking
shit.
no account of other people's wishes or opinions. Okay, so yeah, you could see in this picture, like, it kind of has like a Salem witch trials kind of vibe.
Yes. Shame. Put that
Yeah.
person on a pedestal and shame them.
But I'm sure, like, they wouldn't have been hanged. They probably would have been burnt at the stake, because this is, like, Europe, right?
Inquisition times? Or
Yeah,
bef-
be
afterward.
more burnings than hangings, probably, right?
I don't know. In the well, okay, so this is Goya completing this or doing this in the early 1800s.
Mm-hmm.
In relation to when was the Spanish Inquisition? That was way before, much, much earlier, 1500s?
The burning times were between 1450 to 1750, so
Okay.
a long time.
Okay, so he's depicting a historical representation here.
The next painting, this is the last one by Goya. So this one is called A Procession of Flatulence.
It's spelled with a G, y'all.
Flagellance. FLAG, like flag, like flagellants. This is an oil on panel painting produced by Francisco de Goya between 1812 and 1819. In the foreground is a procession of Roman Catholic men dressed in white, wearing pointed hats, and whipping their bared backs in penitence. Their backs are bleeding, and they pull over life-size statues of Nuestra Señora de la Soledad, the Ecce Homo, and the Crucifixion of Christ. Other devotees who are kneeling and wearing black hoods line the route. On the right, a man is impaled, and all are carrying banners, crosses, and lamps. The painting belongs to a series which also includes the Inquisition Tribunal, the previous one that we were just talking about in the courtroom. Now it seems as though, like, maybe those people in the coned hats were now, maybe they stood their trial, now they have been found guilty, and now they're in the square getting punished for, I guess, their bad deeds. If we're going, like, if we're looking at the series of paintings as like a chronological order.
Yeah. You could see that way. I think this flagellance process is self-inflicted.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's rough. If that's not your thing and you're like, this is your punishment, you have to do this in the street, that's fucking rough.
Yeah.
But I didn't know it was like a Roman Catholic thing.
Also, it could have been a Puritan thing. I don't know how based in fact that is, because in the show, I'm going to say Salem, the show again.
It seems to be lending itself quite nicely to this episode.
Yeah, so in the show Salem, I know most of that show is fictionalized, but it's based in a lot of history, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how much of it is fabricated, how much of it is true. Increase Mather, he's a witch hunter, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's portrayed in this show as somebody who practices flagellance.
Okay.
He wears a thing around his chest that has like claws in it and it makes him bleed.
Ouch.
And there were also some scenes where he's like, hitting himself on the back
Okay.
as like punishment for to absolve him from his sin or whatever like that.
Wow.
Increase Mather was a Puritan. He was not a Catholic or a Christian, right?
Okay, so it
As far as,
transcends.
as far as I know. Yeah,
Okay.
so I guess the Puritans, as far as Salem, the show, has portrayed, it seems that portion of the show anyway is based in fact. Then I guess the Puritans did also practice the flagellants. Did Puritans practice flagellants? Okay, interesting. I just typed this into Google and this said, no, Puritans did not practice flagellation. Some Christians have practiced self-flagellation throughout history. So I guess they just did that on the show for shock value.
Yeah. Like this guy's kind of fucked up, so be prepared
Yeah.
for some shit.
Was Increase Mather a Puritan? Yeah, he was a Puritan leader, and a minister and a Harvard president. So yeah, he was a Puritan, so realistically, historically speaking, that is historically incorrect.
That's
Just
interesting.
saying.
I'm glad you looked that up because I know there are specific religions where people that's like their thing, right?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
mostly like Italianate and like Europeans.
Yeah, and now knowing what we know, we touched on this briefly in one of our last episodes, but like the Puritans hated the Catholics and Christians.
Right. Yeah.
They're
you
not
are
the
correct.
same.
Yeah.
So-
Increase.
So what the fuck?
He's playing for the other team.
But hey, okay, so here's another thing. He is what do they call it when you steal from other cultures?
Appropriating?
Yeah. He was an appropriator according to the show, okay? So there's another scene where he's trying to like protect one of the main guys, like one of the magistrates from his wife, who is one of the main witches, right?
Oh.
He doesn't know she's a witch yet, but he has him in this room and he's got all these sigils around the room, and somebody comes in the room to talk to him and they're like, what are all these markings on the wall? He was like, oh, they're symbols of protection from the witch that I stole them from before I burned her at the stake. I'm like, what? I'm like, oh, okay, so you want to condemn witches but you're stealing their practices
You don't give your secret away, guy.
for protection. Like,
Wow.
I was like, what?
Never give the recipe.
And Avi's sitting next to me. He's like, oh, so you're appropriating. Okay.
That's
died.
fucked up.
So yeah, so I guess like, nothing's off limits to him. He'll practice whatever he wants to, and
It's
he'll
like it's a little chaos magic.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Whatever works for him.
He's a piece of shit.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Like, how some villains, they like give some kind of like things about them that make you empathize with them, and you're like, okay, I can empathize with not him. No. He's 100% like a fucking dickbag.
Awesome.
Hate him.
Is he okay? Increase and Cotton, were they buried in the cemeteries that we visited?
I think Cotton Mather might have been.
Okay.
I don't remember looking for Increase the last time we were there, but I think Cotton Mather
Okay.
is.
Interesting.
Yeah, Increase was the father, Cotton was the son. And in the show, Cotton Mather is actually, you empathize with him.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
He's got
Yeah.
daddy issues, maybe trying to fit that bill.
Yes, it is a very interesting dynamic, but it's a really good show, whether it's historically based in fact or not. Like, it is pretty good, I gotta say.
I want to just go back to these paintings really quick.
Yeah.
These sound big. Like some of these sound like really big pictures. I think Goya is so metal. Like his stuff is so striking, right?
Yeah.
It's like the romantic art, like all the stuff that the other people during this time were doing. Like this is pre-Monet, I think, right? Because Monet was a little later. This is very visually almost disturbing, probably to the public.
Right.
I would think.
Yeah. Also, I know you said we're gonna talk about like the KKK hoods a little later on, but these paintings very much so remind me of like maybe that all originated from these kinds of hoods.
Nailed it. Yep.
Yeah.
You nailed it on the head.
Yeah.
But it's kind of more lame than this. You just wait.
Oh, right.
And you know what I didn't even include was like birthday hats, like
shit.
conical birthday hats. And like we talked about the dunce hat a little bit.
Yeah.
But anyway, just throw that in there.
Well, now I'm gonna look that up. You want to read all
What?
that?
Okay. Yeah, sure. So let's transition from Goya's like striking, very violent kind of depictions that include these corozas or in the conical hats to Waterhouse, this very soft, beautiful, pre-Raphaelite John William Waterhouse. The first one I wanted to talk about was his painting called The Magic Circle. very famous among witches. Again, no hat. No hat on this witch. And it's an 1886 oil painting in the pre-Raphaelite style by John William Waterhouse. 2 copies of the painting were produced. The 2 paintings and a study depict a witch or sorceress using a wand to draw a fiery magic circle on the earth to create a ritual space for her ceremonial magic. As was common in the period, Waterhouse repeated his subject on smaller scale, probably at the request of a collector. So the larger prime version of the magical circle was shown at the Royal Academy in 1886, the year after Waterhouse was elected an associate member. Coming after consulting the Oracle, another painting, and Saint Eulalia, this was Waterhouse's 3rd exhibit with a supernatural theme in as many years. The painting was well received at its exhibition and was purchased for £650 the same year by the Tate Gallery through the Chantry bequest. The painting was extremely successful with the critics and public alike. The smaller version, the 1886 version of the Magic Circle, measured 34.5 inches high by 23.5 inches across. That's the small version? A private collector holds it. Waterhouse has painted a circa 1886 study of the Magic Circle, 24.2 inches by 16.2 inches wide, also held by a private collector. He initially sketched the composition in a sepia pen and ink version in 1880-1881. The Magic Circle was on display at the National Gallery of Australia as part of the Love and Desire exhibition in 2018 and 2019. Did you find what you wanted to
Oh,
find?
yeah. So the birthday hat, it said the origins can be traced back to the dunce cap, what you said.
Cool,
A
okay.
cone-shaped hat that was used as punishment for children who misbehaved in schools in the 19th and early 20th centuries. It says the festive decoration and positive attitude toward the wearer of the dunce cap may have indicated a relaxation of social norms. The cone-shaped hat may have inspired the design of birthday party hats, which are now commonly made of thin cardboard and decorated with colorful design images, blah, blah, blah.
Sure.
There's a whole article on 1-800-Flowers.com
Oh, okay.
that tells you the origins of the birthday party hat. So I'm going to comb through this. I'll add this to our show notes.
Okay. Awesome. Let me give you a description of this magic circle. I actually have this on a little canvas back here I need to hang
Oh,
up. Yeah, I really like it's not big. It's 24 by 12 or something like that. In a style typical of Waterhouse, the main character is a lone female figure placed centrally on the canvas. The surrounding landscape is hazy, as if though not quite real. And the background figures are only discernible on close inspection. Wow, there's background figures?
Oh, yeah, I see landscape, what might be animals like down by the cauldron on the right hand side. It looks like those could be either birds or rats or I don't know. I don't see people in this.
This says it's deliberately ensuring that the witch is the only image of importance. Waterhouse paid careful attention to the angles employed in his work, balancing the circle the figure is drawing around herself by using a triangle of her right arm extended by the straight stick held out at a 25-degree to her erect body. The determined face emphasizes the witch's power, her exclusion of the ravens and frog, popular symbols representing magic, and her command over the smoke pillar. Instead of billowing outwards or being affected by the wind, it remains in a straight line. A live snake, the Ouroboros, loops around the woman's neck.
The snake that like eating its own tail, right?
Yeah, yep.
Yeah.
Which we haven't done a specific snake episode yet, but it's come up multiple times.
In a tattoo episode specifically, I
Yeah,
think, right? Yeah.
The Magic Circle is similar in composition to Waterhouse's later 1916 painting Miranda.
Miranda?
Miranda? The Tempest, which also portrays a woman
Now every time that name pops up, you gotta say it like Steve.
Oh my god. Miranda wears a dress similar to the witch in the Magic Circle, and her face can only be seen in profile. Unlike Frederick Sandy's portrayal of sorceresses, such as his 1864 Morgan Le Fay and 1868 Medea, Waterhouse chose to make his witch's face intent and intriguing, as opposed to malevolent.
Malevolent.
Miranda? Miracles, magic, and the power of prophecy are common themes in Waterhouse's art, more specifically the notion of women as enchantresses, reoccurs in images such as Circe offering the cup to Ulysses from 1891 and Hylas and the Nymphs 1896. His oeuvre also includes several Middle Eastern subjects in which he drew on the work of contemporary artists such as J.F. Lewis and Lawrence Alma Tadema, rather than on experience. This was one of Waterhouse's earlier works and reflects his fascination with the exotic. The woman in this picture appears to be a witch or princess endowed with magical powers, possibly the power of prophecy. Her dress and general appearance is highly eclectic and are derivative of several sources. She has a swarthy complexion of a woman of Middle Eastern origin. Her hairstyle is like that of early Anglo-Saxon. Her dress is decorated with a Persian or Greek warrior. She holds a crescent-shaped sickle in her left hand, linking her with the moon and Hecate. With her wand in her right hand, she draws a protective magical circle around her. Outside the circle, the landscape is bare and barren. A group of rooks and ravens and a frog, the symbols of evil associated with witchcraft, are excluded. Okay, so the typical symbols are not there. This is supposed to be like all business. Okay. But within its confines are a flower and the woman herself, objects of beauty. The picture's meaning is unclear, but its mystery and exoticism struck a chord with the contemporary observer. When the picture was exhibited at the Royal Academy in 1886, the critics for the Magazine of Art wrote, "Mr. Waterhouse in the Magic Circle is still at his best, original in conception and pictorial in his results."
Wow. So some theories about the Magic Circle, the painting. An article in the Pre-Raphaelite Society Journal, The Review, has hypothesized that Waterhouse may have painted an image of his face into the Magic Circle, and that the image is only viewable at a specific required distance from the painting. The article also suggests that it may have been possible to achieve that distance by viewing the painting through reverse binoculars or opera glasses. An accompanying documentary, Inside the Mystery of J.W. Waterhouse's The Magic Circle, presents the visual argument. There's a documentary about this painting? I want to watch that shit.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm gonna have to find that. And if we do, we'll link it in
I
the
do
show.
see a figure.
Where?
Okay. It's right here. It's like right near the tiny little burst of light in the background.
Wait,
Got like a hood on. Do you see the person with the hood and the robe?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
His face? Like a face?
No. Just like the figure. Remember, we were like, we don't
Oh.
see anybody else in this painting.
Okay. Well, this says that it was hypothesized that he may have painted an image of his face. So not figure. It's a face.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I heard that part, but you have to look at it at a specific angle.
Yeah, or be like a certain distance away from it.
What?
Kind of like, do you remember those Magic Eye paintings?
What's this guy look like?
Like, you know how like you got to start off like really close and touch your nose to it and then go cross-eyed and then
Yeah.
away, and then you like see like a fucking bird and like and a bunch of palm trees or something. It says an accompanying blog piece presents a detailed argument including evidence that the face emerging from the landscape in the painting is that of Delphus, the sorcerer's lover, whom she is attempting to summon. So perhaps it's not his face, perhaps it is her lover that she's trying to bring forward.
Okay, all right.
How presumptuous that she's doing a love spell here. Like, why can't she just be raising some energy to increase her power? Why is it gotta always be about a dude?
Yeah, Waterhouse.
Right?
Also, I do appreciate that he gave her like a prominent nose, because typically like that's not usually seen as beautiful, but in this she's very strong features.
Yeah, it almost gives me like a Joan of Arc kind of vibe. Like that's what I always thought this painting was about. Like I know Joan of Arc has like the suit of armor or whatever, but like she's got like this very warrior type stance, and
She does, yes.
she's just kind of a badass.
She is. This is awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, very beautiful.
Also in popular culture, a reproduction of the Magic Circle is one of the paintings featured in the Great Hall at Miss Cackle's Academy for Witches in the set dressing of the 2005 children's TV series The New Worst Witch.
Oh.
The original had Firuza Balk in it.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Love that.
Remember?
Yep.
And Tim Curry.
That's so cool. Okay.
Did you ever watch that? The older one?
No, I want.
They did a newer one. No, I think the
Oh.
newest one is specifically made for Netflix. So I've never seen the 2005 one.
I haven't either.
Never even heard of that one.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay. It also says the Magic Circle was part of the Harry Potter A History of Magic exhibition at the British Library in 2017. Another reproduction of the Magic Circle is one of the paintings with an occult theme featuring in the set dressing of the 2018 to 2020 TV series The Chilling Adventures of Sabrina. Oh,
There you go.
I never noticed it in that show, but I'll have to go back and comb through that. That'll be fun to, maybe it'll give me a reason to rewatch the series and try to spot it.
Witch spotting.
Yeah. And other later 19th century images of ceremonial magic and witches as occultists too excluded the hat. None of these paintings have the hat, but they are all of sorceresses, right?
Yes, all different artists.
Yeah, we have Morgan
Styles.
Le Fay in an 1864 oil on wood painting by British pre-Raphaelite painter Frederick Sandys. Then we have The Sorceress by Henry Maynell Rham. They're all kind of pictured as these beautiful medieval women with these long flowing hair, long robes, very rich colors, right?
So beautiful. Yes. They all, except for the very last one, which that's the only reason I thought to put any of this in, is because there was a so striking image that Justina and I saw at the Black Veil when we were there, like a big tapestry that was hanging overhead of all these nude witches by Louis Ricardo Falero, and it's called Witches Going to Their Sabbath. But what I wanted to say was all the other ones that they are clothed, they're all wearing some kind of red piece in their outfit, and I was like, oh, that's the power color.
Right.
Yeah.
This first one, she's got a red cloak or hood or something like that, but her dress is more green and yellow, and she's got the Carol Baskin.
Carol Baskin killed her husband, whacked him.
She's got the little cheetah print over her.
She does.
Or her,
Yeah.
like, her, like, what do they call that area where the apron? It's like
Her
an apron.
waist.
Her waist, yeah. It looks
But
like
it looks
a,
like there's red on the inside of her sleeves, her green sleeves.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Green sleeves. Yes.
So she does have some red going on there. And then we have Medea the Sorceress by Valentine Cameron Prinsep. And then this next one is The Crystal Ball, which is a painting by John William Waterhouse, completed in 1902. And hers looks more Shakespearean, I want to say, like her dress, right? It's
Yeah.
very,
Yeah. Very Juliet. Yeah.
right.
Or
It looks like she's
Camelot.
also holding a, oh yeah, it's called Crystal Ball. She's holding a crystal ball, and she's got some skulls behind her, so perhaps she practices some necromancy.
Ooh.
And the next one is The Lady of Shalott, which is an oil painting by the English artist William Holman Hunt between 1888 and 1905. And then the one that you mentioned, The Witches Going to Their Sabbath, which, yeah, I totally forgot that the Black Veil had that. That was on the ceiling.
It was. This is so beautiful to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's very, very cool. Because it's almost like a trick of the eye. You look, it kind of feels like you're looking down in space. I don't know how to explain.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of cool that they had it on the ceiling because all of these witches, they're kind of floating around in the sky with these demons and daemons, and like maybe on are they on broomsticks? And they're in this like really smoky kind of looking sky. So for them to have it on the ceiling and then you look up, it's kind of almost like you're looking up into the sky and seeing these witches
Exactly. Yeah.
flying above you, right? It's so
Yeah.
cool.
That's where it's supposed to be hung. And there's a man in here. I never noticed that man in the
Where?
bottom left with a beard.
Oh, what? With a beard.
He's got a lady sitting on his shoulder.
What's he doing
man.
there?
What's he doing there?
Yeah.
So funny.
So we're gonna return to the carosa or the capirote or simply the pointed hat. A capirote is a Catholic pointed hat of conical form that is used in Spain and Hispanic countries by members of a confraternity of penitents. It is part of the uniform of such brotherhoods, including the Nazarenos and the Fariseos during Easter observances and reenactments in some areas during Holy Week in Spain and its former colonies, though similar hoods are common in other Christian countries, such as Italy. Capirote are worn by penitents so that attention is not drawn toward themselves as they repent, but instead to God. What do you think wearing a hat like that would call more attention to?
That's why they say the higher the hair, the closer to God. So maybe they're like, I gotta extend my height to be closer to him.
Interesting.
Yep.
Oh, we're going to talk about the flatulence again. Historically, the flagellants are the origin of the current traditions, as they flogged themselves with a discipline to do penance. Pope Clement VI ordered that flagellants could perform penance only under control of the church. He decreed inter sollicitudinis, inner concerns, oppression. This is considered one of the reasons why flagellants often hid their faces. The use of the capirote or carosa was prescribed in Spain by the Holy Office of Inquisition. Men and women who were arrested had to wear a paper capirote in public as a sign of public humiliation, kind of like the dunce cap. The capirote was worn during the session of an auto da fe. The color was different, conforming to the judgment of the office. People who were condemned to be executed wore a red carosa. Other punishments used different colors. When the Inquisition was abolished, the symbol of punishment and penitence was kept in the Catholic Catholic Brotherhood. However, the capirotes used today are different. They are covered in fine fabric as prescribed by the Brotherhood. To this day, they are still worn during the celebration of the Holy Week of Easter, most notably in Andalusia, by penitentes who perform public penance for their sins, who walk through streets with the capirote. I'm hoping they're not like doing the flagellants in public too. Like that's got to be hard to watch. Do they?
Yeah, I think
Ooh.
so.
I don't think I watched that. That's watching somebody inflict pain on themselves. Like that's.
I mean, I've seen videos circulating. Like it's not just in paintings. Like I know I've seen people walking through the streets. This kind of also reminds me of that scene in Twilight where they're all wearing red. You know that?
Oh yeah.
That second Twilight when they're in Italy or where the fuck they are.
Right.
But that's a different holiday. Catholics are unhinged.
Yeah. Did you ever see the Da Vinci Code?
I haven't. I
What?
want to see it. I know. I tried
Girl.
reading the book when I was in college, but I was distracted.
Read the book again.
Okay.
Oh God, I
will.
was so in that book. I was like,
Okay.
and it had like, if you're into like puzzles and stuff and like
Yes.
secret codes and the Illuminati, like it's right up your alley.
Oh, I love that.
But there's a guy in the movie, of character, who practices the flagellants, and there's some scenes of like him whipping himself and stuff. I read this book when I was probably like 22, 23. I was young, so I was like, what the fuck? Why would you? What? Like I had no idea what that even was.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'll put it back on my list. I'll read it again.
And then there was Angel and Demons. That one was okay, but the Da Vinci Code, it was so good. I was like sucked into that book.
Cool.
Yeah. Good read. The usage of the capirote during the Holy Week was once common throughout Spain's colonies, but this custom has died out in most of them by the late 19th century. Notable exceptions to this are some parts of Mexico and Guatemala. In the Philippines, a former Spanish colony, male Catholic penitents of the Taistupo confraternity wear capirotes during Holy Week in Palo Late. The group's name comes from Ware Tais, meaning pointed, and dupo, meaning blunt, referring to the shape of the hood. The tradition has been followed since the late 1800s when the group was organized by the Franciscan friar Pantaleon. That's my friend. I told you I grew up with Filipinos, right? My friend's last name is Pantaleon. That's his last. Yeah. Pantaleon de la Fuente. The wearing of the hood is based on Matthew 6:16-18, which advocates for anonymity during fasting. The capirote is today the symbol of the Catholic penitent. Only members of confraternity of penance are allowed to wear them during solemn processions. Children can receive the capirote after their first Holy Communion when they enter the Brotherhood. Similar hoods are common in other Christian countries such as Italy. The status which a hat marks can vary, however. The alleged heretics prosecuted by the Spanish Inquisition were made to wear paper capirotes at the highly public ceremonies, the auto de fe, which sealed their fate, as in Goya's painting. Red hats were worn by those sentenced to death, whereas penitents and other criminals wore hats of different colors. In an interesting twist, silk versions of these hats are still worn by the penitent orders in Catholic countries.
My question is, you read, children can receive the capirote after their first Holy Communion. Is this something that all right, I have sins I need to acknowledge, I'm going to wear the hat? Or is it like your parents make you wear the hat? It sounds like it's almost you want to wear the hat. Like you want to be seen repenting for your sins.
Right. And also you want to be seen, like it looks like there's like a hierarchy of sin, right? Like only the people who, are being sentenced to death are wearing the red ones. So now you can tell who's done what crimes. Like, you can tell who's kind of like a mild sinner telling white lies and like some of that, maybe a little theft. And then you can tell who's like murdering people and the big difference. So like, I guess it's just a way for them to weed out like who's really a sinner and who's like, okay, just a little smack on the wrist and, just wear a dunce hat for a week and then you'll be off from your sin, whatever. So historically, the design is called the capirote, but the brotherhoods cover it with fabric together with their face and the metal of the brotherhood that is worn underneath. So when they say brotherhood, are they talking like secret society, like Illuminati type deal?
I think so. Yeah. Secret handshakes and shit.
Got it. So the cloth has 2 holes for the penitent to see through. The insignia or crest of the Brotherhood is usually embroidered on the capirote in fine gold. So does this sound familiar? Well, it should, because it was appropriated by the KKK and other white supremacist groups.
We're not going to give these motherfuckers too much of a spotlight because these fucking idiots are so lame. They didn't even wear their distinctive white uniform until Hollywood and a mail order catalog intervened. In 1921, the Klan opened the Gates City city manufacturing company in Atlanta to mass produce regalia imitating, okay, get this, the birth of the nation's design. The Birth of the Nation was originally called The Klansman. It's a book, then a silent film. The Klansman was a 1915 silent film. The screenplay was adapted from Thomas Dixon Jr.'s 1905 novel and play, The Klansman. Dixon's description is slightly different, writing that from the top of each cap rose 18 inches high, a single spike, head erect by twisted wire. Maybe it was just the designer's preference for the aesthetic of the wider cone to a sharper point, but at the very least, it is agreed he likely had the mass manufacturer of the uniforms in mind, with the cones made of stiffened buckram being easier to produce en masse than twisted wire spikes in Dixon's epic. The full mail order catalog was called Catalog of Official Robes and Banners, advertised all the standardized factory-made hoods for the new hierarchy. Klan's white cotton denim hood, red tassel, terror, same hood, along with red waist cord, and special terror, white satin hood, and 3 red silk tassels. So my question is, are they cosplaying the characters from a book?
I was 10 years old when I learned that the Ku Klux Klan ordered their robes from a mail order catalog.
They're a bunch of nerds.
What the fuck? What? Oh my god. That is something else.
I wanted to just put a little blip in there, but I don't want to give them any more spotlight. Enough of them. So, all right, coming off the heels of individuals who think they are divine, let's go into actual divinity, magic practices.
Divinity.
Yeah. Let's get into the conical hat shape along with the triangle, because this shape is very powerful. We're going to start with the triangle and cone in mysticism. Triangles are just about everywhere, from the dollar bill to car dashboards. While many triangle symbols are linked to religious beliefs like the Holy Trinity, there's lots more to these sharp shapes than what meets the eye. So we're going to break down exactly what these different triangles represent, including alchemic and spiritual symbols. In alchemical symbolism, the triangle represents the 3 planes of existence, which we experience in our journey of human consciousness. There is the physical plane, which is your body, the mental plane of the mind, and the astral plane, the spirit or the soul. The power of 3 is considered the magic number because it is the number of manifestations. That's my number. The 3 represents thoughts, emotions, and actions. Each has a knock-on effect to the other. Your thoughts and emotions ultimately control your actions and the amount and type of energy you put into them, positive or negative, determine the outcome. So we're going to talk about a few different triangles, and this is going to sound like math, but I promise it's not. So the equilateral triangle in math is a triangle where all 3 sides are exactly 60 degrees. This shape is thought by some to represent perfection, and some Christians even treat the triangle as a symbol of God and the Holy Trinity. Some also associate triangles with groups of 3, like a father, mother, and child, past, present, future, mind, body, spirit, the beginning, middle, and end, birth, life, and death.
Made in Mother Crone.
Exactly. Yes. There's the upside down triangle. Inverted triangles are thought to symbolize womanhood, that V, that yoni, motherhood, and the moon. This contrasts directly with the upright triangle, which represents the sun and masculinity. Then we have the double triangle, where 2 triangles are overlapping opposite directions. This carries unique meanings to different people, such as like the Jewish star. That's the shape we're talking about. For some, the double triangle represents God and the Trinity in Christianity, the transition through life, past, present, and future, and the phases of the moon. The Eye of Providence, the iconic equilateral triangle, features an all-seeing eye in the center. It's best known for its appearance on the American dollar bill, but its symbolic roots are actually religious. Back in the Renaissance era, some artists would use the eye to symbolize God. No one is entirely sure where the Eye of Providence originated from, but there could be ties to cultures that utilize eye symbolism, like Sumerians and Egyptian civilizations. Do you say this triquetra? Triquetra. You know, the charmed symbol.
Triquetra, yeah.
This is sometimes called the Trinity knot. This ancient symbol resembles 3 eye-shaped ovals overlapping and forming a triangle shape. Some versions of the design feature a circle threaded through the center. From a spiritual standpoint, this symbol is often associated with the Holy Trinity of Christians. While the symbol is commonly associated with Ireland and Celtic history, it has been used in many different cultures. The alchemic triangles. These are the triangles you see associated with the elements, fire, water, air, and earth. Alchemic symbols represented different types of metals as well, and elements. Some were depicted using varieties of equilateral triangles. So we have the equilateral triangle facing up, that it stands for fire. Water would be the triangle that's facing down. Air is the triangle facing up, but it has a line cutting through the center. And earth is the triangle facing down with a line cutting through it. In astrology, a triangle is better known as a grand trine or a perfect triangular connection between planets on a person's birth chart. Grand trines are positive symbols that help point a person towards their talents. There are 4 different types. So you have water trines, a triangle between Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces. Fire trines are between Aries, Leo, and Sagittarius. Air trines are between Gemini, Libra, and Aquarius, and earth trines are between Taurus, Virgo, and Capricorn. Triangle symbology and numerology. Here we go. Number 3. In numerology, the triangle represents creativity, self-expression, positive thinking, and imagination. 3 is a number of higher wisdom, with 1 point representing force and the other 2 opportunity. It is tied to number 3, which signifies things that come full circle. The next is the 3 dotted triangle. So picture a triangle, but it's just the points. So historically, the dotted triangle symbol is shorthand for the word therefore. This is going to come back around later, so keep that in mind.
What?
It's sometimes seen in math problems, like x minus 3 equals 5.
Oh.
Okay, so it would be the triangle symbol, x equals 8. So therefore, x must equal 8. Let's transition talk about the cone of power. The cone of power is a method of raising energy in ritual magic, especially in Wicca. The cone of power is visualized as a cone of energy that encompasses the circumference. Thank you. Circumference encompasses the circumference of the magical circle of Wiccans and tapers off to a point above the group. As a group, the cone is formed by Wiccans standing in a circle, sometimes holding hands and focusing on a single point above the ground and in the center of the circle. Then they can dance, they drum, chant, and perform various other ritual gestures in order to raise the energy and extend it upwards. When the state that these actions create has reached its peak, the ritual leader, will signal to the group that the energy is released upward and that the cone is sent toward the goal. This is raising the cone of power. And this is used in Wicca because it's believed that through this work, Wiccans can raise the energy from their bodies that can be directed toward their magical goals. This work is most commonly due through singing, dancing, chanting, and drumming. This energy is directed upwards towards their gods and their goals to be achieved. Wiccans say that the cone of power has been utilized to end wars, but can even function on smaller levels as well. The cone of power can be used to target a specific person, that's up to you, bring good fortune, or accomplish a specific goal. The goal of one cone of power depends entirely on the group or coven. The cone itself holds significance in Wicca. The cone is most commonly linked to the chakras. The base of the cone correlates to the root chakra at the base of our spine. The root chakra forms at the base of the cone. The cone then extends upward to the crown chakra at the top of the head, forming the point of the cone. The chakras themselves deal with the flow of energy in the body, and the cone of power is created by harnessing the body's natural energy and directing it upwards. The shape of the cone can also be broken down into a circle and a triangle. Both of these shapes have significance in Wicca. The circle represents the sun, unity, and rebirth. The triangle itself is associated with the elements. Pyramids represent higher spiritual desires. Wicca is a religion that is based on nature, so these symbols hold importance. The triangle is also a symbol of the triple goddess, an important Wiccan goddess. One of the first cited examples of the cone of power comes from Gerald Gardner. Gardner, the founder of Gardnerian tradition of Wicca, who wrote in his early works that his new forest coven performed a cone of power ritual to keep Hitler's troops from invading Great Britain. Other early examples where witches have reported to use the cone of power against enemies are 1588. That's crazy. Who documented that? In 1588, the cone of power was said to have helped defeat the Spanish Armada. 1805, the cone of power raised against Napoleon's planned invasion. And 1971, California witches gathered to perform a cone of power ritual to end the Vietnam War. So there are a few ways Wiccans are taught to increase the effectiveness of the cone of power ritual. The overall success of the magic is first dependent on the intention or goal of the person performing it. The best way to increase the overall effectiveness of the ritual is to work magic in a group. The methods taught to increase the success are grounding and centering energy, creating creating a sacred space, specifically a circle, and training to focus attention on the stated goal of magical ritual. This enables the achievement of the ecstatic trance required to release the energy upward and send it to the stated goal. Go. Oh, yes. I see what you have added.
Yeah. All right. So the next thing we're going to talk about is the abracadabra triangle.
Yeah.
So the abracadabra triangle is a triangular arrangement of the word abracadabra that was used in magical incantations and amulets. The word abracadabra is believed to have originated in the 3rd century AD from the Aramaic phrase avracadabra, which means I create as I speak. The first known written mention of the word was in the 2nd century AD in the book Liber Medicinalis by Serenus Salmonicus, a physician to the Roman Emperor Caracalla. The word was used in magical incantations and amulets to ward off evil spirits and disease. As an amulet, the word was written in a triangular shape on amulets to be worn by people suffering from malaria. As an incantation, the word was written in a downward pointing triangle to form a heart shape or a grape cluster. This was a way to write down an incantation that repeated and diminished the name of an evil spirit. So you would start at the very top and you would do like a downward triangle. You would form the word as a downward triangle. So you would start at the very top with abracadabra. Then the next line would be abracadabr. Then the next line will be abracadab. Then the next line would be abracada. Then the next line would be abracad. Then abraca. Then abrac. Then abra. Then ab-r. Then ab. And then the tip, the very point of that triangle, that downward triangle, is just the letter A. So the word starts at the whole as a whole at the top, and then as you move down the triangle downward, it just diminishes to the one letter. And I guess that's what they pictured, like as you diminish the word, that draws the evil spirit's energy down.
Okay.
So that's what it sounds like.
It also says abracadabra from the very tip of the A along the one side of the triangle, which is really interesting.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Wait, hold on. Okay. At first I was like, wait, is that a palindrome? But it's not. Yeah, because a palindrome is like the same forwards and backwards. That would be cool. That would have been cool too if it was, but it's not. Backwards it looks like it says arba da carba. Arba da carba.
Arba da carba. Carbonara. Rubia.
Arbacadarba. Yeah.
How interesting.
Yeah. One of my friends in my Magical Moon Collective, she made me a little, like a little, I don't know what you call this, a little pouch, an abracadabra pouch.
Adorable.
I'm not sure what to put in here, but I guess you can make like any kind of protection poppet or,
That's so cool.
stuff this with herbs or something. It's got a little magnet on it, so I could stick it to my little magnet board up here.
Oh my God, I love that.
Yeah. Thanks, Shelly, for that.
Shout out to Shelly.
Shout out to Shelly for my abracadabra. She hand sewed that, and I think she embroidered it too. All the lettering.
That's so cool. Yeah, it's really pretty.
Very cool.
Just you saying that, I was sucked in. Like, I know you were just saying it because we're looking at it and our listeners can't see it.
Yeah.
But I was like, she's doing magic right now, guys. Everybody shut up.
Everybody shut up. Yeah. So as far as the direction of the triangle, this says that the direction was also thought to be important because when it's pointed downward, this was said to rid oneself of evil, misfortune and evil. But pointed upwards, this was said to bring good fortune. So I guess depending on like what kind of magic you're trying to work, like if you want to bring some good luck, maybe do an upward triangle with the abracadabra. But if you want to rid yourself of those more malevolent forces, you do it more of like a downward abracadabra triangle. Yeah.
I like the downward one at the very bottom is just the A, which is a triangle.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah, that's a good point. Ha ha ha. Get it? I wasn't even trying. I promise. I wasn't trying to be corny. But like, yeah, triangle got a point. All right, so the sacred geometry of the circle, sphere, cone, its sections, and the wave in Kabbalah and Gothic cathedrals. This is by N.J. Solomon. The cone represents the balance between the spiritual and material realms as it transitions from a circular base to a singular apex. In mystical terms, the cone symbolizes the descent of divine energy from highest levels of emanation to the physical world. This process involves a delicate balance between the expansive flow of divine light and the necessary contractions that maintain the order and structure of creation. As the Jewish mystical texts teach us that not only does God create man and nature, but that the actions of man impact and influence God as well. Interesting.
As above, so below.
As above, so, oh my God, there's a movie on Netflix. You need to watch it.
Is it that what it's called?
It's called As Above, So Below. Yeah. It's kind of like The Descent meets The Da Vinci Code.
Oh God. Okay.
It's bananas. Yeah. So this girl's like an archaeologist and like she's trying to find some, I think the Philosopher's Stone, something in regards to alchemy and blah, 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 which is kind of like Da Vinci Code, right?
Yeah.
She goes to these like catacombs underground in like Paris and
Oh.
it's just like, it's like, did you ever see The Descent?
No.
Where they go
Yes. Oh no, yes I
splunking?
did.
They go splunking in the caves
Yes.
and then they start getting attacked by like cave spirits and shit. It's kind of like that. But
in the
like
catacombs of Paris.
in the catacombs of Paris as she's trying to find the Philosopher's Stone.
Oh my God.
It's nuts.
That sounds
Me
like
not
it would be a good book.
Yeah, but visually, like if you're claustrophobic, maybe not watch this movie because I'm very claustrophobic and like they're like crawling through these tight ass spaces.
Ooh, I don't like that.
Yeah, but it was a really good movie, I have to say. The crone and the triple goddess. It is represented by the triple moon sign, which is a sign of the maiden, mother, and crone, which is what we mentioned before. The triple goddess is the feminine energy, psychic abilities, and mysteries. High priestess crowns and other headpieces will have this sign as a symbol of the feminine energies. The maiden represents the inception, enchantment, expansion, the promise of the new beginnings, the female principle, excitement, youth, and a carefree erotic aura. In Greek mythology, the maiden represents purity and a new beginning. The mother refers to the fertility, ripeness, stability, fulfillment, and power. In Greek mythology, the mother is associated with giving, the wellspring of life, and being compassionate. The crone is a representation of compassion, wisdom, and repose. In Greek mythology, it is a representation of Hecate, the culmination of a lifetime of experience, wise, and knowing. So to get a little bit of a deeper understanding of the crone goddess is at times referred to as the Dark Mother, and she is the last one in the triple goddess, with the mother and maiden making up the complete circle. In today's world where youth and beauty are cherished, this goddess, the crone, is misunderstood and frightens many as she represents the destruction, decay, and death. In the traditional cycle, death is part of the cycle and is viewed as a normal occurrence. In traditions, the death of winter brings the rebirth of summer. The color of the crone goddess is black and is associated with winter, autumn, waning, or the new moon. And is also because she's more associated with death, right? Because that's like the last stage of life is your crone stage.
Yeah, your mortality staring you in the face.
Right. She is depicted as the grandmother, midwife, or wise woman. It is a word which is derived from crown, which implies wisdom is her trademark. She's past her childbearing, and that makes her a wisdom keeper, a healer, a seer, a midwife. Her knowledge is sought after in order to guide the rest in the life cycle through transitions and hardships. In the Middle Ages, the crone was feared, and she was held in high esteem by communities. Many were killed during the Wise Woman Inquisition, which was thought to be a wicked witch and a hag archetype of fairy tales. Any goddess in the world is associated with old age, wisdom, death, and magic, and the underworld is associated with a crone.
I was 2 years old when I learned it's crown. That's where the word crone is rooted, in crown. Wow.
That makes perfect sense because if your crown chakra is associated with that arcane wisdom from, the heavens or wherever you get your intuitive hits from, that's the crown chakra. That would make sense that that's where that would come from, and that wisdom is most associated with the crone of the triple goddess.
I'm thinking more superficially as like she is the queen of her existence domain. She don't give a fuck.
Or that too, the high priestess of the tarot, right? Like she is the keeper of the knowledge.
Yeah.
So it's all connected.
It's all connected.
I
I wanted to throw this next bit in because this picture, I wanted to talk about Aleister Crowley a little bit. The picture of him I'm thinking of is he's sitting at a table with his elbows up on the table. He's wearing what looks like to be a triangular hat with his hands balled up into fists and pressed against his cheeks, like the pinky side pressed against his cheeks. And I always thought he was wearing a hat. I was like, what the fuck is this hat? Because we all know he's power top elite, but I'm trying to figure out what this outfit has to do with the triangle, because on the triangular quote hat is a picture of a triangle embroidered on there. So I did a little digging, and somebody on Reddit was like, no, it's their robe design, but it's pulled up to reveal his face. I was like, let me go check this shit out.
What?
This is where that 3-pointed triangle, the therefore, comes back. So this is called the therefore robe design. The robe is that which conceals and which protects the magician from the elements. It is the silence and the secrecy with which he works, the hiding of himself in the occult life of magic and meditation. meditation. This is the quote, going away into the wilderness, end quote, which we find in the lives of all men of the highest types of greatness. And it is also the withdrawing from one's self from life as such. So the black hood of the A, therefore, the initiates has 3 versions, different from each grade. So we have the neophyte. Both robe and hood are totally unadorned with no other symbols or insignia. The zealot, the hood is with the addition of an eye and a triangle. And the practicus, the hood is identical to that of the previous grade, but with the addition of a silver hexagram of a 48 ray surrounding the triangle, which is what he's wearing in this picture. It should be noted here that between the different lines of succession, there are certain differences in terms of the coloring and for which of the symbols corresponds to each degree. So in 1898, Aleister Crowley was introduced to the Golden Dawn by a man named George Cecil Jones. Crowley became an ardent supporter of the order's leader, MacGregor Mathers, but a variety of reasons, Crowley lost faith and split from Mathers. He decided to form his own replacement order that was supposed to supersede the Golden Dawn. In 1907, with the help of Jones, he founded the Astrum Argenteum, or that A, therefore. The basic design for this new order was remarkable for its originality. Unlike the previous orders that followed a lodge system, like the Masons, I guess, you were only supposed to know your immediate superior and any people you introduced into the organization. While the OTO has received most of the publicity as a group that follows the teachings of Thelma, the OTO was primarily designed to be a fraternal organization until you reach the highest degree, while the Astrum Argenteum was the primary mode for transmitting Crowley's magical, mystical techniques and beliefs. The Golden Dawn was a teaching order preparing people to do magic in its, quote, inner circle. The Astrum Argenteum was not a teaching order, but it assumed that members were already trained and received training from their immediate superiors. After Crowley's death in 1947, several individuals claimed to continue the order, with some lineage being very clear while others are open to debate.
So the OTO actually stands for Ordo Templi Orientis, which is an occult secret society and hermetic magical organization founded at the beginning of the 20th century. The origins of OTO can be traced back to the German-speaking occultists Karl Kellner, Theodor Roos, Heinrich Klein, and Franz Hartmann. In its first incarnation, OTO was intended to be modeled after and associated with European Freemasonry, and as such, in its early years, only Freemasons could seek admittance. Yeah, and then after the death of Roos, English writer and occultist Aleister Crowley assumed control of the order.
Got it. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, he had been inducted into the OTO by Roos in the early 1910s.
OTO.
Yeah. So the Brotherhood.
The Brotherhood.
The Brotherhood.
The sisterhood. We have the
traveling
sisterhood.
pants.
Magnolia Street and Brotherhood.
Do you see them? Of the traveling pants.
Oh yeah. Alexis Bledel and America Ferrera.
And Blake Lively, right?
Blake Lively. I thought there were 4 girls.
Yeah, was there another one? I don't remember.
Oh, I can see her face. I don't know her name.
Yeah, either. Oh, Ambler. Amber Tomlin.
Yes. Ambler.
Ambler Tomlin. She was in The Ring, remember? Did you ever see
little?
That? She was younger, but yeah, she was the one that her face was like in the closet. She was like
That's right.
You see her for like a split second, but it's enough to traumatize you.
Yeah, it's all contorted.
Yeah. I remember seeing that for the first time. Like, oh my God.
What were we talking about? Baneful herbs. That episode, we were talking about mushrooms.
That's
and I was
right.
like, we're going to be talking about mushrooms again in a couple weeks. Well, here it is.
And I was like, what could mushrooms possibly have to do with witch hats? So Christina's going to tell us right now.
Well, I was going to let you tell it, but we can share. We can share.
You found the info, so I want you to tell me stories, Mama.
Oh, God. Okay. All right. So there's a mushroom called witches' hats, and this information is from themeaningofwater.com. According to Frank Dugan, fungus plays a key role in many folk tales and fairy tales. And this is a quote: they appear as foods, poisons, diseases, decorations, dyes, or tinder, and even in insults, compliments, graffiti, and video games, says the author of Fungi, Folkways and Fairy Tales, Mushrooms and Mildews and Stories, Remedies, and Rituals. That sounds amazing.
I want to read that.
Onto the internet. Fungi figure in wonderfully with stories of and about witches. Witches have long used fungi in their potions in Europe. Fungal folklore tells us even fairy rings are called hexen rings in Germany. Hexe, Hexe, means witch, and this refers to, quote, the dancing of witches at Walpurgis night, the eve of May Day, when the old pagan witches were thought to hold high revelry, writes Dugan. According to Dugan, the Papianaceus petticoat modogil was used in witches' concoctions in Portugal. The entheogen, Amanita muscaria, the fly agaric, the elixir of ancient alchemists, is known as the hexen pills, witches' mushrooms, in Austria. Among German tribes, it is associated with Woden, or Odin, god of ecstasy, war, and shamanic knowledge. Puffballs were reportedly used in potions by witches in the Basque country. Witches' butter, also folklore. Stabbing, burning, or otherwise destroying these fungi were believed to harm the witches herself. The witch's hat, which we're going to talk about, is aptly named for its blackening witch style. Hat that starts bright red, orange, and then turns coal black. Ooh, that's magical.
Yeah, I thought the puffballs were like a childhood fever dream. Do you remember like stepping on those as a kid? When was the last time you've seen one of them things?
The ones that you can like touch and they just go yeah, they go in my yard. There was one, it didn't go but it started as like the crown mushroom, but then it like started growing the other way and it got all hairy and fuzzy and then died.
Oh, that's so weird. I haven't seen one of those probably since I was a kid.
Oh, this is so cool. Okay, so they start off like reddish orange and then they turn black. I guess maybe as they're dying? Don't know. We're going to find out. Many country folk through the 16th and 19th centuries perform rituals to protect their crops from devastation wrought by witches and spirits. Thelston Dyer discussed the malignant Rye-wolf of German folklore, who stole children and fed on them, and various ritual peasants used to appease these Feldgeister, field spirits, such as leaving a sheaf of rye in the fields over the winter. The Roggenwolf is, of course, the personification of ergot, which caused convulsions, burning, massive appetite, and the sense of becoming an animal. People who contracted ergot poisoning from the contaminated rye were accused of being witches and brutally killed. And I think I told this on here. I think Aaron had ergot poisoning at one point.
Oh yeah, that's
Crazy. So the witches' hats are small agraric caps that are 1 to 4 centimeters across that start out bright red to orange, sometimes almost yellow. And as they thrust up through the cedar duff, looking like buds, the conical pelleas is often curved steeply with a fairy-shaped top, and sometimes with edges that curve slightly inward. The stem is often white at the base, blending into the yellow, and will stain black with age. As the wax cap mushroom develops, the cap spreads out with a discernible brim while maintaining the hat peak of a witch's hat. As it ages, it turns a deep red orange, then blackens, often from the edges inward. Ooh, they look cool.
Yeah, those are pretty badass.
This tendency to blacken from bruising or with age is a good diagnostic for the mushroom. Very few others show its gills have a consistency of soft wax when rubbed between the fingers. Fungus Fact Friday tells us the gills start white to yellowish and gradually yellow and stain black.
Oh wow, look at it turning black.
The witch hat, also known as blackening wax cap for obvious reasons, shows a diversity of habitat preference and high variability. It tends to grow on the ground under hardwoods and conifer trees. The community this author stumbled upon fanned out from a few cedar trees in a small mixed cedar forest. The witch hat also like mossy areas where they found several near a river. The
saprobic hygrocybe conica is also a mycorrhizal fungus sending tendrils from tree to tree. Mycorrhizae are symbiotic relationships that form between fungi and plants. The fungi colonize the root system of a host plant, in this case some cedar trees, providing increased water and nutrient absorption capabilities while the plant provides the fungus with carbohydrates throughout photosynthesis.
Very cool. I've never seen these in real life, but if you have cedar trees around your place, look for these little guys. Don't eat them. The other little plant I wanted to tell you about is called blue witch hats. It's a South African shrub and it can add color to winter gardens since it blooms from the fall through springtime, and it's a reliable bloomer the first year. The 4-inch cobalt flowers form on the branching tips, and they open from the bottom, giving the appearance of witch hats with wide brims. The green glossy leaves are heart-shaped. Prune these blue witch hats after flowering to maintain their shape. They're so pretty.
Those have like a foxglove slash loop. Is it lupin?
Yeah, lupine
type of vibe. Yeah, those are cool. Yeah, and that bright blue color. That's really neat.
Yeah, from one witch hat to the next.
Yeah. We're going to talk about some witch hats in pop culture. Obviously, we talked a lot about the Wizard of Oz before, and that's like the main one, right? The main one that kind of made it more contemporary as far as the stereotypes go with the green skin, the green face, right?
Mhm.
The other green face witch that I want to talk about is Salem's Black Hat Society, Bora.
Bora.
Remember seeing Bora on
I remember
the
hearing Bora.
you cannot hear Bora and not know that it's not Bora. She's got a very distinct voice, right?
Mhm. Is this a man?
Yes. So Salem's Black Hat Society, also known as the SBHS, was founded in October 2016 by Brian Sims when he first started street performing for haunted happenings in Salem, Massachusetts as Bora Brewington Snaggletooth the 13th.
Oh, cute.
Bora's whole name.
Esteemed.
So, very, very demure, right?
Demure.
SBHS brings perpetually fun, positive, energy-filled performances, creating smiles, joy, happiness, goodwill, and a little magic to Salem, with proceeds from tips being donated to local children's charities. If you ever wonder what those street performers do with the money, the tips that you give them, this one's going to a good cause. As a character, Witch, Bora roams the streets of Salem, welcoming, entertaining, and engaging with people and helping educate visitors about Salem's rich history. SBHS also promotes local events, venues, and the business community. You may catch Bora singing happy birthday, happy anniversary, Christmas songs, national and international anthems. Bora is always ready to snap pictures with guests or break out into crazy song and dance. She can also be found officiating weddings and vow renewals around Salem. And Brian, the man who plays Bora, does not practice Wicca or any other religion and is not a witch, but he does strongly believe wholeheartedly in diversity and equality.
Love that.
Yeah, Brian Sims, aka Bora Brewington Snaggletooth the 13th. Brian Sims, aka Bora Brewington Snaggletooth the 13th, resides in Salem, Massachusetts. He was born and raised in South Carolina and attended the University of Cincinnati, College Conservatory of Music for Dramatic Performances, and the Burt Reynolds Institute for Theater Training in Jupiter, Florida. He has been in numerous national, regional, and international commercials, as well as a few movies, including Hocus Pocus 2, and he has done print work for Sony, Coca-Cola, and other companies. And Brian moved to Salem with his husband and Boston Terrier named Scooter in May of 2016, where he currently practices in the healthcare profession.
Shut up!
Yeah, so he's actually a healthcare provider by day. I mean, actually, yeah, I guess by day. I think I just listened to an episode. He did an interview with Salem, the podcast. They had him as a special guest. They did 2 back-to-back episodes. One as Bora, where it was just like a 30-minute short little episode with Bora, and then like a longer episode with Brian, the man behind Bora, so you can get to know him. And like,
I love that. That's so funny.
Yeah, so he did actually also talk about his stint with the Hocus Pocus 2 movie. I think he's just like in a little like scene in the background. He's not really a forefront character. He's just like in the background. They didn't let him wear his makeup because they wanted to be able to license all their characters, and Bora is a very unique and noticeable character. So I think they didn't want to, I don't know, maybe they didn't want to pay him the royalties, or they wanted it to be license free, or you know.
Was he in this costume without a green face?
Yeah, that's what it looked like in the background.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, so it was very interesting. But yeah, he does all sorts of events. This guy is like, he's all over the place doing this Bora thing.
All over the place.
Oh, it's amazing. Like, I think I walked past Bora in Salem when we were there last October. I was like, Bora! You know, he's got that voice.
Yeah. He's the face of Salem.
Yeah, it's unmistakable, that voice and the face.
They're excited to be shouted out in the street, like, ah, Bora! Like, everybody's excited to see this person.
Yeah, and he also is immortalized in the Halloween 3D museum. I think Derby Square, they have that black light responsive museum where you look at the floor and it,
yes,
it makes you like dizzy with the 3D glasses on.
Yeah,
he's got like a little installation there of Bora, his character.
Famous.
Yeah,
that.
Salem famous. This is fun. It's just a fun character. Yeah. This next one that I wanted to talk about, it's a known photograph. Like, have you seen this photograph before?
Yes, like on greeting cards.
Yeah. So this one's called The 8 Women in High Hats Having Tea in Norfolk, England, circa 1920. It's an old, like sepia tone black and white photograph of a bunch of women sitting around a table sipping tea, and they have the conical hats on, but they're not completely like pointed witch hats. They're kind of like rounded at the top, but they are very long topped hats. So they do look like witches, which I always thought thought they were witches. And then I did some research into this image to find out like the context, because I was like, I want to know more about what are they talking about? What's going on in this photo? Like,
yeah, is that not a witch hat? They're in like black robes.
right, exactly. They look like witches. So yeah, I wanted to take a moment to chat about this very iconic witchy photograph. They're cloaked in black, all wearing what appear to be those stereotypical black cone-shaped witch hats and the robes. However, the tips of these hats are a bit rounded off, not your traditional pointed tip, like we mostly see on, witches throughout pop culture. So, interesting fact about this iconic image, these were not actually witches. According to thebeautifulcircus.com, which I think is just a blog, I think I searched this image on Pinterest and I was like I was just snooping around seeing who had information on it. So apparently these women in this photo are members or sisters of the Hospital of Holy and Undivided Trinity of Castle Rising in Norfolk.
They're adorable.
Yeah, so a Pinterest posting of this photo describes this photo as the following. Members of the Hospital of Holy and Undivided Trinity at Castle Rising, Norfolk, England, founded by Henry Howard, Earl of Northampton in 1610. The foundation provides for a governess and 12 sisters. Here, 4 of the ladies, it says 4 here, but there's
Just in
way
this
more.
shot.
Yeah, there's more in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's about 8 women in the one on top. They're not witches. I guess they're just part of this like womanhood, sisterhood society. But I don't know what
Sure.
the Hospital of Holy and Undivided Trinity of Castle Rising is.
I'm wondering if it's like sisters wear habits, nuns wear habits, but this seems very how can you not see witch when you look at this?
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, there's a whole website, thecastlerisinghhistory.co.uk. Yeah, it was founded by Henry Howard, Earl of Northampton. It was founded as a memorial to his grandfather, Thomas Howard, 3rd Duke of Norfolk. The almhouses were built between 1609 and 1614 at a cost of about £451. It was like red brick construction with originally thatched roofing. Oh my God, look, do you see the picture?
I'm seeing the pictures. The robes are not black.
They have red robes
They're
on.
red.
They're red. This is a color photo, so I don't know if this is obviously a more recent photo because it's a colorized picture, but I'm wondering if the color of the robes changed over time. I wonder if they were black at some point, but maybe they didn't want to be confused with witches. Do you think maybe that's why they changed the color ultimately?
We don't know because the photo is just black and white. We can only speculate that they're black.
Exactly. We'll never know. So
this building looks 100% haunted.
Oh,
It's
definitely. Yeah. So Henry Howard's will established a charity which provided sheltered accommodation for 12 women from Castle Rising Parish. The rooms for the sisters, so I guess they were nuns. Maybe. It says they were arranged around a central courtyard. Each room contained a bedstead, chair, and small stool table. And to be eligible for admission, the sister was expected to be of, quote, an honest life and conversation, religious, grave, and discreet, able to read, a single woman, 56 years of age at least, no common beggar, harlot, scold, drunkard, haunter of taverns.
Oh my God. Yes, that's what you want on your resume.
No haunter of taverns. The sisters had to attend chapel every day, attend St. Lawrence Church every Sunday and Holy Day, dressed in their distinctive black hats and blue. Okay, so originally they were blue, later red livery gowns and say prayers for the founder whose badge they wore. In the early 17th century, each sister was given 8 shillings, which is £40 per month, I guess, 8 pence, which is, I guess, £3 on festival days, an annual cauldron of coal.
I think it's 40 pence, like 40 cents and 3 pence.
Yeah. What's a annual cauldron of coal? Like it says, quote, cauldron of coal, like that might be code for something else.
Yeah.
And a gown of kersey, which is brown woolen cloth, for everyday wear. They were expected to, quote, live lovingly together, as sisters ought to do, and help and cherish one another in sickness and in health. Kind of like a marriage, right? A marriage with, I guess, God and their sisters. A resident governess appointed by a committee of assistants who administered the charity was in overall charge. Despite several renovations over the centuries, the original building still stands today and still provides a home for a number of ladies. Famous visitors to Trinity Hospital include Alexandra, last Tsarina of Russia, and her daughters in 1912, and numerous members of the British royal family during their stays at nearby Sandringham House. Today, Trinity Hospital is open to visitors. So, very interesting.
I wonder what kind of patients they had here as a hospital, because I'm trying to remember that, because as you were reading, and I'm looking at the picture of these women with this dude standing next to them, you read that the sisters had to attend chapel. St. Lawrence every Sunday and holy days dressed in this garb and
Yeah.
say prayers for the founder. I'm
Mm.
like, so did he hire these women just to like
Pray for him.
pray for him? But no, it sounds like it's an actual hospital.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, so I'm reading, like, I was like, what is cauldron of coal? So, a cauldron or chaldron, it's CHALDRON. Also, it's also spelled CHAULDRON. So it looks like it could be cauldron, but maybe it's chaldron. It was an English measure of dry volume, mostly used for coal. The word itself is an obsolete spell. Oh, okay. So it's an obsolete spelling of cauldron. That's interesting. So they were given a cauldron of coal, I guess, to keep them warm in maybe to keep the fire in their quarters or whatever.
Yeah.
Maybe it was a drafty old haunted house
For
or
sure.
that place that they're living in. It kind of gives like a worst witch kind of vibe, like that dormitory they're all living in, or maybe like a Hogwarts or something.
It's just got a very cool like coach entry, like big enough for a horse to ride through. Gate,
Yeah.
like courtyard, big gated chimney, huge chimney. So
Yeah,
cool. What a cool find.
This whole website, it's castlerisinghistory.co.uk. I'll link this because
Yeah.
I don't even know why, like, when I initially did the research for it, I didn't go down this rabbit hole. Like, ooh, like, what is the Hospital of Holy and Undivided? I didn't even think to look that up when I first initially found this.
Oh, good. It's fun to experience it in real time.
Exactly. I always thought they were witches in that
Me
picture.
too. Oh my gosh. This is like, well, actually, that's that kind of moment, if somebody gives you a card like this, because I swear I have had this card
Yeah.
here somewhere. I've gotten that card before. Well, actually, they're not witches.
They're not witches. Yeah, way to kind of ruin it for us a little bit. But I mean, I would still love to like put this on a wall and on like, in a frame.
It's so sweet. These women are so cute. None of them have teeth.
Right. I wasn't gonna say that, but yeah, none of them have teeth. They're like, they're a little older, so they might not have their teeth anymore. I just wanted to say that whether they're witches or not, this photo just encapsulates themes of sisterhood, and that in and of itself is so witchy to me, right?
I think so too. They're all probably gossiping, but in this first picture where all 8 of them are sitting around, they're having tea, but they're all focused on the one on the very far right who's speaking. They're letting her have the floor, but I'm sure they're squawking like chickens over there,
Oh, they're spilling the tea.
The
Yeah.
harlot and tramp of the tavern, haunter of taverns.
That's exactly what they're talking about. They're
This is
talking
a
about who the latest haunter of the tavern is.
This is a shirt.
Haunter of
Beggar
taverns.
harlot, scold drunkard. Harlot.
Haunter of taverns. Make it happen.
With this picture, it's probably copyrighted.
Or no, actually it's 1920. Is that over 100 years ago? That's over 100 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Like, isn't it public domain by like after 100 years? I'm pretty sure it's
I'm
public.
doing it.
Yeah.
All
Or
right.
you can just take illustrate maybe one of them with that, like, that's I like this one in the middle, the one that's kind of like giving the bombastic side eye to the main one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just her with the teacup and that quote on it.
I love that.
Yeah.
Bombastic
The,
side.
the one on the right, the one that's taking the floor, she kind of reminds me of McGonagall a little bit, right? She has a
with
little
the glasses, yeah.
she's got a little Maggie Smith thing going on. Who would have known that these robes were blue in this picture?
Amazing. Oh, that's funny that you mentioned Maggie Smith again, because when you were reading, I was thinking of Governess and she's like the head of the nuns, and I was like, oh, Sister Act with Maggie Smith and Whoopi
I
Goldberg.
love that
I
movie.
do too.
Wait, can I just say, Maggie Smith has always reminded me of my grandma Joan.
Grandma Joan.
And did I ever tell you my grandma, she loved Whoopi Goldberg. She took me to see Sister Act 2 in the movie theater. I saw Sister Act 2 in the movie theater. And so what's that song that they sing? Nothing you could say can take me away from my God. Yeah, she would sing that to me all the time. So she just reminds me of Maggie Smith. So
Love that
I
movie.
was so sad when Maggie Smith passed, because it reminded me of Grandma Jones passing all over again.
They got to meet finally.
They're finally hanging out,
Think
having
of it
a
that way.
highball in heaven.
That's so funny.
Oh,
Oh,
man.
from Sister Act.
Yeah, it's a good movie, good stuff. Okay,
Next movie.
Yeah. So in the next one, we're gonna from one Maggie Smith movie to the next, we're gonna talk about Harry Potter again.
Okay.
Yeah, the Sorting Hat. How can we forget about the Sorting Hat? So I was like, always thinking, what's the Sorting Hat's deal? Like, what's his lore? Because I like the Harry Potter movies, but I'm not all up and up on like, you know, the lore, origins. Yeah, exactly. So this says the Sorting Hat was a sentient magical hat at Hogwarts that was used to determine which of the 4 school houses that was best fit for each new student. These 4 houses were Gryffindor, the House of Bravery, Hufflepuff, the House of Hard Work, Ravenclaw, the House of Intelligence, and Slytherin, the House of Ambition. The Sorting Hat originally belonged to Godric Gryffindor, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. It was normally kept in the headmaster's office until it was needed for the sorting ceremony at the annual start of term feast. The Sorting Hat was notorious for refusing to admit that it had ever made a mistake in its sorting of a student. On those occasions, when Slytherins behaved altruistically or selflessly, when Ravenclaws flunked all their exams, when Hufflepuffs proved lazy yet academically gifted, and when Gryffindors exhibited cowardice, the hat steadfastly backed its original decision. On balance, however, the hat had made remarkably few errors of judgment over the many centuries it had been at work. Although most people believe that the Sorting Hat had used its legitimacy to see which house would be the most suitable for the student, the hat actually used its legitimacy to see which house the student would be happiest in, which it judged by the student's mental reaction to the mention of the house. This, it claimed, was the reason why it was never wrong when picking a house, as it wasn't the hat picking the house at all, but instead the students themselves. So it paid attention to the students' reactions on like what house they wanted to be in, and then I guess it like...
That doesn't seem responsible at all for a 13-year-old child. Not at all. Season 1, do you remember we used to sort our characters, the practical magic characters, into the houses? Did you ever do yours?
I think I might be a Hufflepuff or a Ravenclaw. I don't think I'm a Gryffindor or a Slytherin. I want
to retake mine because it's probably been like 10 years, but it put me in Slytherin. I'm like, the fuck? I have no ambition. I'm sorry.
Yeah, maybe I don't remember what I was. I'll have to take it again too. We'll have to do that.
Okay.
Can we do that? It's a Sorting Hat episode. It's a hat episode.
You want to do it now?
All right. Let's
we got
see.
time?
All right. Yeah, we got time.
I probably have my login still. Will it let me retake it?
Sorting Hat quiz. Here. The wizardingworld.com.
I don't know when the last time this was, but it says, welcome to Slytherin. You probably know that some Slytherins. Most renowned members include Severus Snape, Bellatrix Lestrange, etc., etc. I want to retake my test. It's not giving me the option because I signed in. Pride, ambition, and cunning. Oh, well, let's do yours then. That's okay.
All right. Okay, so it's asking me the question, dawn or dusk? I'm going to say dusk because I'm a night person. A muggle confronts you and says that they are sure you are a witch or wizard. Ask them what makes them think so. Tell them that you are worried about their mental health and offer to call a doctor. That's gaslighting. Agree and ask whether they'd like a free sample of a jinx. I think I would probably do that one because I like to fuck with people.
Yeah, okay.
Or agree and walk away, leaving them to wonder whether you are bluffing. That's a Sally. That's pulling a Sally. I'm going to pull a Sally.
Okay.
Kind of like, admit to it, but kind of say it out loud to make them see how crazy they sound.
Yeah. Pull a Goya.
Not really gaslighting them, but they gaslight themselves, right? At that point, I'm just pointing out the
However you want to spin it.
All right, so the next question, what are you most looking forward to learning at Hogwarts? All about magical creatures and how to befriend, care for them? Probably that one. Every time I see a kitty cat on a street, I have to steal it, right?
Yeah.
So the next one, flying on a broomstick, apparition and disapparition, being able to materialize and dematerialize at will. That would probably come in handy in a lot of situations.
But can you teleport, Kyle, or do you still have to walk or drive? Because that sucks.
No, I would.
You're just invisible?
Materialize and dematerialize. I would just imagine I'd be like at a party I don't want to be at. You know me, I'm an introvert, and just be like, poof, I'm home with my cats.
But it doesn't say it takes you from one place to the next. It's just like you disappear. So you're invisible, but you're still at the party. I think.
Yeah, I don't know. What, that doesn't really specify.
You're just invisible.
That's like torture because then I would still have to be there.
Or would you?
But I wouldn't have to interact with anybody.
I feel like you would use this more often than you think. You're just like, I'll be invisible all the time.
You're probably right. Oh, and then the next one is secrets about the castle. And then, I would love to know what's behind all those like passageways and stuff. And then transfiguration, turning one object into another. And then hexes and jinxes. And then it says every area of magic I can. Probably every area of
Probably
magic.
that one. Okay. Yeah.
I like to bite off more than I can chew. So I'll do that one. All right. Which of the following do you find most difficult to deal with? Loneliness? Nope. I love being alone. Boredom? Never bored. Always have something to do. Hunger? Yeah,
Yes.
I'm always hungry.
Yes.
Hands down. Oh, this one. Being ignored. Cold. What about cold and hungry? Can I choose both of those? Because I'm always those. I'm going to choose hungry because I think it's most difficult to deal with being cold more than it is to be hungry. I hate being cold. Dude, did I tell you I had to go to that football game with Bella last weekend?
Yes, you did.
I was miserable the entire fucking time. I'm going to pick cold. I hate being cold. All right. If you were attending Hogwarts, which pet would you choose to take with you? Cats, toads, owls. Cats all the way. Select. Okay.
10 out of 10.
Yeah. If you were attending Hogwarts, okay, so now it gives me a choice of a cat. Okay, here we go. Ready? Ginger cat, so Punky. White cat, Siamese cat, tabby cat, black cat. Oh no, I can't choose between my babies. Coraline or Punky. Coraline or Punky.
Pick the white one. Fuck them both.
I'm gonna Oh, but Coraline is I told you, she's my soul cat. Given the choice, would you rather invent a potion that would guarantee you glory, love, power, wisdom? Ooh, but wisdom is power. Right?
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Wisdom for sure. 4 boxes are placed before you. Which would you try and open? The gleaming jet black box with a silver lock and key marked with a mysterious rune that you know to be the mark of Merlin.
Who wears a conical hat.
Oh, right. Yeah. The next one is the small pewter box, unassuming and plain, with a scratched message upon it that reads, I open only for the worthy. Ooh. The next one is a small tortoiseshell box embellished with gold inside, which some small creature seems to be squeaking.
Free it! It's a tortie.
Yeah. Yeah. That's how I found Coraline. And then the last one, the ornate golden casket standing on clawed feet, whose inscription warns that both secret knowledge and unbearable temptation lie within. Yeah, I want to let the creature out. I feel bad that it's in there.
Yeah.
More, and it says small tortoise shell box. It's probably a tortie cat, so I'm gonna choose. All right, so this next one says heads or tails. You know what's interesting? The heads it's like a card slashed in half, and the head side is white and the tail side is black, and it's a serpent or dragon tail.
Ooh.
I'm gonna go tails.
Tails.
Yeah. Okay, the sorting hat is ready to make its decision. Okay, here we go. I am a Slytherin!
Yes, you're with me.
I'm a Slytherin, baby!
You're with me, baby.
So yeah, pride, ambition, and cunning. So this says, welcome to Slytherin. You probably know that some of the Slytherin's most renowned members include Severus Snape and Bellatrix Lestrange. But did you know Merlin himself was a Slytherin, or that, according to legend, the ribbon of a first-class order of Merlin is green to reflect his Hogwarts house? So yeah, I guess I am a Slytherin. Yeah, so I'm with Draco Malfoy, Severus Snape, and Bellatrix Lestrange, played by none other than, what's her name? Tim Burton's ex-wife.
Yeah, what the fuck's her name?
Helena Bonham Carter. Oh, I got a message from J.K. Rowling. She says, congratulations. I am Prefect Gemma Farley, and I'm delighted to welcome you to Slytherin House. Our emblem is the serpent, the wisest of creatures. Our house colors are emerald green and silver, and our common room lies behind a concealed entrance down in the dungeons. As you'll see, its windows look out into the depths of the Hogwarts lake. We often see the giant squids swishing by, and sometimes more interesting creatures. We like to feel that our hangout has the aura of a mysterious underwater shipwreck.
Ooh, I'm there.
Pretty cool. Yeah, and you also got Slytherin, you said?
Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm.
So see, that's why we get along. You said you're not ambitious? What are you talking about?
I feel like I'm passenger princess a lot of the time. Like, you're driving this machine, and I'm like, that sounds good.
Well, did you forget that you were the one that sent me the text message? Hey, do you want to write some practical magic music?
Yeah. I feel like if it's going to sort me into Slytherin, it's because I'm a seek forgiveness later person. And I'm like, I'm just going to do it. I'll figure it out.
Yeah. That's true.
And you've helped me control that. But that's probably where it got that in.
You are very bold in your power moves.
Oh, my Gemini mouth.
Yeah. And you don't shy away from asking for something and like you're like, oh, what's the worst they could say is no, like, you know.
Yeah.
So definitely, for sure, like we're ambitious in our own ways, but I feel like
our ambition, like still to this day, the fact that you've already like gotten music out there and had so many experiences on stage and with other artists and in the studio and stuff, I was listening to our song on the way into work this morning, again crying, and I'm like, I'm not gonna mark her this time because she tells me to shut up, stop crying. But it's just amazing.
only because you make me cry.
You're
not
incredible.
not because I'm like, you know, your typical Sicilian, like, don't show emotion. It's not good to show emotion. Like, I am the most emotional, like, I'm a hard ass up front, but under the surface, I am so emotional.
No.
Like, say like, but yeah, like I get very sentimental, and you know, we worked hard to get to this point. So yeah.
In
So
that
we're-
we are ambitious. Yes.
Yeah, so we are very ambitious. I would like to think so, for sure.
Cool.
Yeah. And on that note, I think we're gonna end this episode on some fan fiction.
All right, let me minimize my screen. You wrote this up with the help of
I chat GPT this shit.
Okay.
GPT. So my prompt was, write me a fan fiction crossing the worlds of Harry Potter and the Owens family of Alice Hoffman's novel Practical Magic. Both worlds have to do with witches. However, Harry Potter has a more fictional magical elements, and Practical Magic is more reality based. In this fan fiction, have Professor McGonagall, Snape, and Dumbledore train Francis, Jet, Sally, and Gillian Owens on how to use the sorting hat and sort them into their own Hogwarts houses. All right. So, the title of this is The Sorting Spell. Cue the music. So, the summary. When the worlds of Hogwarts and the Owens family collide, the magic of the sorting hat introduces unexpected challenges and discoveries for Francis, Jet, Sally, and Gillian. Under the guidance of Professor McGonagall, Severus Snape, and Albus Dumbledore, the sisters learn the true meaning of belonging. Set the stage. Pixie dust. The air shimmered with anticipation as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the Owens' backyard. Gillian adjusted her wide-brimmed hat, the edges brushing against the autumn leaves. "Are you sure this is going to work?" she asked, eyeing the strange portal that had opened in the garden. Dude, they still have this portal in the garden.
Summer solstice.
From the summer solstice. Billy Zane never closed it, so...
That's funny.
Yeah. So, of course it will, Frances replied, her eyes sparkling with mischief. How often do you get to visit Hogwarts? Jet, fidgeting with her fingers, stood beside Frances, her heart racing. "I just hope they don't think we're weird." "Are you kidding?" Gillian laughed. "We're witches. They'll love us."
Okay, Jillian, calm down.
So bold, right? As the sisters stepped through the portal, they found themselves in the magnificent Great Hall of Hogwarts. Floating candles illuminated the enchanted ceiling, and the scent of roasting meats wafted through the air. At the long staff table, Professor McGonagall stood, adjusting her glasses, while Professor Snape leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his expression as inscrutable as ever. Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling behind his half-moon glasses, gestured for the Owen sisters to approach. "Welcome, my dear witches," Dumbledore said, his voice warm and inviting. "Today we're here to explore the essence of your magic and find the right house for each of you through the sorting hat." Jet exchanged nervous glances with her sisters. "But we've never been sorted before," she whispered. "Don't worry," McGonagall reassured her. "The hat
Pause
will..."
real quick.
Yeah.
Who do you think would go harder after Albus Dumbledore? Jet or Franny?
Probably Jet.
You think so?
Yeah, I don't know.
Dumbledore's not rough enough around the edges for Franny?
Yeah, maybe not.
Okay. All right.
I
Just,
don't know.
just curious. Go ahead.
No, actually, no, I think Jillian probably.
Shut up.
Try to swoop on in there. And she would show, and she would take his hand, and she was like, "Has anybody ever read your palm before?" You know?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Chapter 2.
He would try to read his palm in that little green dress. Yeah.
Slytherin. Is she a Slytherin? Okay, keep going.
Must be. So don't worry, McGonagall. Oh, that's a woman. Don't worry, McGonagall reassured her. "The hat will reveal your true selves. It's an experience unlike any other." "Indeed," Snape added, his tone dry. "If it doesn't drive you mad first."
Nice.
He's got that voice like this. With a soft chuckle, Dumbledore placed the sorting hat on the small wooden stool before them. It was battered and patched, but an air of mystery surrounded it. "Who will go first?" Dumbledore asked, his gaze sweeping over the sisters. "I will," Frances declared, stepping forward. The hat tumbled over her head, and her laughter echoed as she felt the familiar tug of magic. Curious mind, full of ambition. Oh, she must be a Slytherin! But a heart that seeks knowledge and kindness. A natural leader. Yes, it must be Gryffindor! The hat shouted.
Applause.
Lifting off Francis's head. Cheers erupted from the staff table, and she beamed with pride. Jet was next, swallowing hard as she approached. The hat settled over her hair, and she felt the weight of her insecurities pressing down. Ah, a sensitive soul with a penchant for the arts. But you fear the darkness within you. Embrace it, and you may find your strength. Ah, yes. Ravenclaw! The hat exclaimed, and Jet felt a wave of relief wash over her. Sally took a deep breath as she stepped up. She felt her heart racing as the hat touched her head. Bravery and love guide you, but there's an undercurrent of loyalty that runs deep. You protect your family fiercely. Do I see a murder? Yes. I see Hufflepuff, the hat announced, and Sally smiled softly, proud of her dedication. Finally, it was Jillian's turn. She swaggered up to the stool, a grin plastered across her face. The hat settled over her, and she felt its magic intertwining with her own. Ah, free spirit, adventurous and bold, but also a fear of being tied down. You've a knack for getting into trouble, don't you? Gryffindor! The hat proclaimed against, and Jillian cheered, high-fiving Francis. Dumbledore clapped his hands, drawing attention back to him. Now that you are sorted, you will be part of a legacy greater than any one of us. Use your gifts wisely. McGonagall stepped forward, her expression softened. You are all welcome here at Hogwarts, and we are excited to learn from one another. Remember, magic is as much about understanding ourselves as it is about spells and potions. Snape grunted in agreement, a flicker of something resembling respect crossing his features. Now you will have lessons. Be prepared, as I will expect the utmost dedication.
Are you riffraff?
That's what it sounds like!
I feel like if Franny would go after Snape. That's more her boo.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right. Yeah, for sure. Jillian laughed. Dedication? I thought we came here to have fun. Jillian's looking for them midnight margaritas.
Right.
Fun is often found in hard work, McGonagall replied, her eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief. As the sisters settled into their new identities, they felt intertwining magic of both worlds, Hogwarts and the Owens family. Two realms of witchcraft came together, and with every lesson and laugh, they grew stronger. And as they explored their newfound homes, the sisters realized that the magic within them was only just beginning to unfold. Together, they would weave a new legacy, blending the enchantments of Hogwarts with the practical wisdom of their own heritage. After all, magic was not just about spells. It was about love, family, and the ties that bind. I had another one here, but it's not as playful as the and this one might be good too. So this one, I said, write me a fan fiction in which all different witches of pop culture meet with the Owens family to teach them about the importance of witch hats.
Okay.
So this one's titled The Hat of Wonders. And so the summary, when the magical worlds of iconic witches converge, the Owens family learn that the true power of witch hats go beyond mere accessories. Join Francis, Jet, Sally, and Jillian as they explore the significance of witch hats through the wisdom of legendary witches from pop culture. So the sun dipped low over the Owens garden, casting an enchanting glow around the yard. Frances was gathering herbs for a potion when she noticed a strange shimmer in the air. Jet, busy sketching nearby, looked up. Did you see that? Frances asked, pointing toward the shimmering light. Before they could investigate, a flurry of magical energy burst forth, and suddenly figures began to materialize in their yard. With gasps of surprise, the sisters recognized the iconic witches of pop culture. Elphaba from Wicked, Hermione Granger from Harry Potter, Sabrina Spellman from Sabrina the Teenage Witch, and even the spirited Glinda floating gracefully beside Elphaba. What's going on? Jillian exclaimed, joining her sisters. Welcome, Owen sisters, Elphaba declared, her green skin glowing with confidence. We've come to share the importance of witch hats. So forward. Sally stepped forward, eyebrows raised. Witch hats? What's so special about them? More than you might think, Hermione chimed in, adjusting her own pointed hat. Witch hats symbolize our identity, our magic, and our connection to the history of witches. Exactly, Sabrina added, spinning her hat playfully. They're not just a fashion statement, they're a representation of who we are. Jet, intrigued, picking up her sketchbook. But what about practicality? Don't you think there's more to being a witch than wearing a hat? Jillian nudged Jet playfully. What's the harm in a little hat talk?
Okay.
Elphaba smiled. Let's show you. She waved her hand and suddenly a small table appeared covered with an array of magical hats. Some tall, some pointed, others wide-brimmed, and even a few adorned with glittering stars. Each hat has its own magic, Glinda explained, her voice melodic. Let's explore what they can teach you. Francis reached for a sleek black hat adorned with silver moons. What about this one? That hat channels protection magic, Hermione said. It's perfect for anyone seeking to shield themselves from negativity. You can use it during difficult times. As Francis tried the hat on, she felt a warm aura envelop her, grounding her energy. Jet picked up a whimsical hat with colorful feathers. And this one, like the one that you had on earlier, Christina, all those feathers? Oh, that's for creativity, Sabrina grinned. It helps you think outside the box and encourages inspiration. Perfect for an artist like you. Jet placed it on her head, and her imagination sparked with new ideas, colors dancing in her mind. Sally eyed a sturdy witch hat with a wide brim. What does this one do? That hat signifies wisdom, Elphaba explained. It enhances your intuition and helps you make decisions based on your own inner voice. A great asset for any witch. Sally donned the hat, instantly feeling a surge of clarity. Jillian picked up a sparkly hat that seemed to shimmer with energy. What about this? Glinda giggled. That one is all about joy and confidence. It brings out the fun side of magic, making everything feel lighter. With a flourish, Jillian placed it on her head and she felt a rush of giddiness wash over her.
That's exactly what she needs, more air.
I know, right? Yeah. This is amazing, she said. As the sisters admired their newfound hats, the witches gathered around, sharing stories of their own experiences and the lessons they had learned. Witch hats remind us that our magic is multifaceted, Hermione said, her eyes shining
You
with
have to say it like her.
Oh. Witch hats remind us that our own magic is multifaceted.
Yes.
Hermione. Run! No! There must be another way!
Once I make my move,
Once I make my move.
and you're free.
To what does he say? To something the king?
Once I make my move, the queen will take me. Then you're free to check the king.
No. Ron, no!
So good. Dude, there's a girl on TikTok that she did like dances to the remix, and every time the beat drops, she's just with her cat in like a disco light bathroom. Do you ever see that?
No,
It's so awesome. Fucking funny. I gotta send you those videos. And that's her whole TikTok account is just different dances
Variations of that.
yeah, it's the same song. So good. It's about our individuality, Elphaba nodded. Each hat reflects our journey, our struggles, and our triumphs. They're tools of empowerment. Plus, Sabrina added with a wink, they make us look fabulous. Jillian laughed. Can we keep these hats? I want to show them off. Of course, Glinda replied, her smile bright. Just remember, with great power comes great responsibility. As the sun sets, the sisters, now adorned in their magical hats, felt an exhilarating connection to the history and legacy of witches everywhere. The Owens family stood united with the legendary figures of magic, learning that witch hats were more than mere accessories. They were symbols of empowerment, creativity, wisdom, and joy. Thank you for this incredible experience, Sally said, her heart full. As the pop culture witches began to fade into their worlds, Francis, Jet, Sally, and Jillian stood together, their hats shimmering in the twilight. They felt a newfound appreciation for their own magic and the diverse legacy of witches that had come before them. Let's make sure we wear our hats with pride, Frances said, grinning at her sisters. Agreed, Jet added, feeling inspired. And as the stars twinkled overhead, the Owen sisters knew that they would always cherish the lessons learned from the remarkable witches who had visited them, forever carrying the magic of their hats in their hearts.
Cute. I like how it was like Sally was like, why are y'all just showed up out of nowhere and expected us to want information about witch hats? Okay, we'll hear you out. We'll hear you out. Tell us about witch hats. They don't say anything. They wait for the Owen sisters to go and pick a hat. What about this one? What about this one? So it's like pick your own hat and then we'll leave.
I love that. Yeah. And then, they just, fucked off.
They just fucked off.
And they went to go
Billy Zane in the portal.
I was just gonna say, they went to go find Billy Zane in the portal world.
To give him his hat.
Give him his hat. What kind of hat do we... Oh, Billy Zane wears those, what are those kinds of hats called?
Those newsboys caps.
Yeah. He wears those kind
Skull
of caps.
caps.
Skull
Mhm.
caps, yeah.
But he's wearing a cowboy hat, hadn't he?
I have seen him in a cowboy hat. Wearing those little handkerchiefs around his neck while he's painting.
So
with
cute.
Those big, thick-rimmed glasses.
He's extra.
Pretty far from his Cal days, huh? Like, he was giving Trust Fund Baby, like Cal, right? That whole spiel. Like, now he's giving, like, Picasso.
Yes. Oh,
Right?
exactly. Yeah.
Definitely
Picasso.
being a little Pablo in there. For
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Bohemian baby.
definitely. All right. I think that's everything, right? That's everything in the kitchen sink.
That's right. Yes, ma'am.
That is all we have for you guys today. Just a reminder, you can check out all of the sources pertaining to today's episode via our hero page. The link is in our show notes. And thanks again to our patron and Palmiers for creating this app and keeping creators like us organized. If you guys do want to support the podcast on Patreon, you can support us for as little as $1 a month. That's our seedling tier, and that gets you access to our patron-only polls where you get to weigh in on what topics you would like us to talk about next. It also gets you our monthly calendar so you can see what topics we have coming up for the month, and it also gets you a welcome shout out on the show. Our $3 Lavender Bud tier gets you our show notes for each episode in an aesthetically pleasing PDF, our after hours posts, if there's any extra tidbits or behind the scenes info pertaining to any of our episodes, we'll post those along with a blog post or extra photos, and access to our specially curated Spotify playlists. We have created playlists for our WMSR episodes as well as Production Dream playlists for each song episode, and more. Our $5 Lilac tier gets you access to our private Facebook community where we host a monthly live stream. Plus, you'll get access to our Discord server where we host our monthly watch parties. And also on the Discord, you can join in on the discussion with other Magnolia Street neighbors via the various interesting channels and threads. And then here's the $8 Rose tier. This gets you access to extra audio visual content such as a once a month full-length video episode, unlimited bonus videos, uncut footage, cutting room floor footage, bloopers, outtakes, meditations, exclusive interviews, and old home videos from the vault, or spell or ritual videos, and more. It also gets you bonus content to coincide with our song-episodes, such as full-length demo streams of our original Practical Magic inspired music, plus lyric sheets, guitar chords, and original scratch demos, or bonus video performances of our songs and more. Lastly, we have our $15 Wisteria Vine tier. Just like a twisting Wisteria Vine, there's a way for you to stay connected with us, the Stinas. In this tier, we invite you to join our private Marco Polo video messaging app. The app is totally free for both Android and iOS. Sign up with your phone number or email, and we will help you do the rest. This is a great way to chat with each other in a more intimate group setting, face-to-face via video recording. We love to show each other our pets, our gardens, or anything else you'd like to share. And just a reminder that the higher the tier you sign up under, the more rewards you get, because you get all of the rewards of the tiers below it. You can upgrade or downgrade or even cancel at any time. So to support the podcast, head to patreon.com/Magnolia Street Podcast.
Yeah, and there are additional ways to support us and our podcast that don't cost you any money. If you do listen on Spotify, please give us a star rating. If you listen to us on Apple Podcasts, please give us a written review. We love sharing those on our Instagram. And if you're on Instagram, we would really appreciate any reposts or blurbs about our podcast. And make sure to tag us at Magnolia Street Podcast in your feed, posts, stories, and share us with your Practical Magic loving friends. We have some merch over on our Teespring. I have been trying to note down some new designs, so we'll get those out for you. But if you would like, oh, what?
Don't forget that shirt, the sisterhood, the tea drinking shirt with the
hunting of taverns.
That whole quote. Yeah, cute.
Okay, yeah. What else? Our music is coming back to us slowly, and oh my god.
Hold on to your hats, right?
Hang on to your hats.
Hang on to your hats, guys. It's gonna be good. This is gonna be so good. There were some like videos of like people like some hat stuff on Instagram that I was like saving to kind of like post throughout the week of our hat episode. This woman, Ever Crumbly and Witch on Instagram, she makes these hats.
Ooh, those are beautiful. Ever Crumbly.
This one is called the Practical Magic.
It has the tool too on the back and the little ribbon.
Yes, it's beautiful. She said the Practical Magic hat is back, but we are changing things up a bit. We're only making 20, and they will only be available to order until by the time this comes out. You can't order them anymore. So
wow,
yeah.
So pretty.
Apparently they're a hot commodity that I think they've sold out before. She's trying to finish them up so she could ship them before Halloween. But yeah, they're so beautiful. I love those. Oh, this was the same lady who this one is called the Jadis, Jadis.
That's cool. The top looks like it collapses like into itself like one of those to-go cups.
So you could turn it upside down and drink your beer out of it. Yeah.
Or go covert. You put the tip in and make it just a flat little hat and then boop, 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 pop it out.
Yeah, that does look like one of those. But she's got a ton a ton of different hat designs. Like, look at all of these. They're so cool.
Those are really pretty.
Yeah. There was also a chick on TikTok. I forget her name. When I find it, I'll put it in our show notes. She takes one of those like regular, like a hat like you have on right now, like a regular brimmed hat from like the dollar store. And then she gets like a roll of straw, like a straw ribbon. And then she does like the whole cone thing. And she makes her own straw whimsical cottagecore witch hats.
That's cool. Okay, so she extends the straw or whatever it's already made out of.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. And I think she posted a tutorial. Oh, here it is. Her name is M''Lyn. So M Lynn. So yeah, she takes like your run of the mill straw hat. She makes a little cone out of, I guess, styrofoam or construction paper.
It's like a template.
Yeah, and then she glues that onto the rounded top of the hat, and she just wraps up the ribbon all the way up. And I think she like adorned it with fern and like other really cute whimsical elements. Like, so we'll
Very
have to
talented people.
Yeah, I'll post that over on our show notes so you guys can see this. It's really cute. But anyway, that's all I got. I just wanted to add that little at the end, but
period. Perfect.
Period at the end of the last sentence. Woo! This is another long one.
Guess what? We get to do it all over again tomorrow.
Oh, shit, that's right. Cauldrons. All right, yeah, I'm gonna get on those notes because I haven't even looked at them yet.
All right, man. Well, guys, I'm Christina.
I'm Justina.
We'll see you next time.
We'll see you next time.
At the house on Magnolia Street, would you go down to Magnolia Street where the wisteria grow wild? At the house of magic and mystery, so would you go down to Magnolia Street?
Once I make my move, the queen will take me. Then you're free to check the king.
No. Ron, no!
What is it? He's going to sacrifice himself. No, you can't. There's no fear in the way. Do you want to stop Satan getting that stone or not? Harry, it's you that have to go on. I know it.